good evening, everyone. I believe we are live, and welcome to another evening of Crossfire action in the CFWL. Unfortunately, the broadcast will look a little bit different this evening due to various technical issues, but we'll be with you. We'll be keeping you company over the course of the entire evening, me and Jordan. Elfish guy, it's going to be the middle of the night for you. You're in for the long haul for this one, but how are you feeling either way?
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. actually, so we've kind of even ticked over a little bit. The old Friday broadcast, because they start a little bit later, are actually even worse for me. So yeah, it'll be a rough night, but I'm doing okay. I'm feeling okay. Obviously, slept most of the day, so it's all good, and hopefully we'll be able to get through tonight's games nice and clean. Obviously, like you've said, there's no analyst desk. We are the analyst desk, and so I'm sure we've got a lot of insightful things to say. But yeah, I mean, looking at some of the matchups we've got, I think. Look, last week we had 3 days. A very close series, even despite the fact that we had some 2-0s there. Could quickly see the standings just popping up on our screen for a little second there. And, there's been some moving and shaking that has kind of gone on there. But at the end of the day, I think we've still kind of got the usual suspects up towards the top end of things. And some of those teams that we expected to be struggling are definitely struggling, the likes of the TBIs and the 999s. And I think we're at that point in the season now where, like, those weaker teams maybe haven't really been able to push the issue and improve enough. Whereas the teams that were kind of like in the middle of the pack and that were already showing some signs of something have kind of started to look a little bit better and have started to kind of get to that point where they would have liked to have got to themselves. So it almost feels like the gap between TBI and 999 and the rest has actually increased pretty substantially. And then on the other side of the coin, you're looking at teams like Entropy and GB, who are, I think, kind of like starting to look a little bit better, looking a little bit more stable. I had a lot of positive things, obviously, to say about Anubis last week as well.
Yeah.
And then ROC, GG, and unKnights are kind of in a league of their own as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's absolutely certain, and I completely agree with that. They should be the three fighting for the title over the course of the season, without a doubt, when we get into those final playoffs, of course, not next week, but the week after, I believe. So yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see who will win out of those. But as you say, we've got some of the stragglers, perhaps, of the season to keep an eye on tonight. 999, they were always going to be the team to struggle over the course of the season, weren't they? I mean, they were the team coming up from Open. They were never going to really challenge the big boys, and unfortunately they weren't able to challenge some of the middle ground and mid-table teams either. Of course, it's a German core versus German core tonight, with them going up against GV, and GV are a lot better than them in terms of placement and actually in terms of synergy as a team. I feel like, from what I've watched from them, GV can occasionally be a bit of a cheeky upset team, can take a map off a big team in the league, but no really more than that this season. They are in that current mid-table position, which puts them in that perfect will be here for next season, retain their spot. So yeah, I'm expecting them to win this game. I'm expecting them to reinforce that position in 5th place in the league. And yeah, 999, only 1 win over the course of the entire season, only 4 maps taken as well. I had a chance to cover one of the maps, which actually we saw them win, which was a big surprise. But yeah, I think it says it all that they're in the position they are in. We've got some players, of course, on GV as well, who are certainly looking on great form, and Awesome is one of them.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, I'm a bit hesitant to say that I think GV is going to clean sweep this series. I think last week, if we would have seen this matchup, if this was like day 1 of week 5 as opposed to day 1 of week 6, I probably would have given the benefit of the doubt to GV and said, I think they can get themselves a 2-0. But what is kind of in my head at the moment is that 2-0 loss from GV at the end of last week to Entropy. They didn't really look very good in that series at all. I frankly thought that GV should win that series. They obviously ended up getting 0-2. 999 as well were able to kind of push Anubis in that last day of last week. So I think there's, like, obviously in my mind, like a little bit of a uptick maybe in 999's performance and a downtrend in GV's performance. And so you obviously balance those out. And even though my opinion obviously of GV is a little bit higher than that of 999 at this point, they are starting to kind of equalize a little bit in some senses. So kind of want to see what GV we get in the server here today. I think peak GV or even 90% GV should be able to 2-0 999 here. No problems at all. But I think, yeah, 999 did just sort of show me some decent stuff last week in that game against Anubis that makes me think they might be able to take a map here, make a competitive series. I don't think I'm going to obviously predict them to win. I will still look at GV as being the heavy favorite in this matchup, but I do think that they could potentially have some trouble here against 999 if they can kind of find that form from last week as well.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because we're sort of a dead rubber territory for the course of the season, right? I mean, I think GV, we're not there yet because they really do need to secure and reinforce their spot above Entropy in that 5th place, right? That 5th place does mean a lot. That means we're not going to get relegated. So, yeah, I think it's very important for them to take this win. But for Triple Nine, it is sort of, we've reached the stage where it is purely I guess you could say a learning experience for them, a experience just to play, chill, and probably, maybe even now the pressure is off, knowing the position that they're in, they will, as you mentioned, play a little bit better, play a little bit more content and confident over the course of the next few game matches they have. So we'll see, though, either way. I do get the feeling that, as you say, GV, I think maybe even at 75% might even win this one 2-0 with their position they're in. But the downtick and the upturns could go both ways. For Triple Nine, for me, as I said, like, it is all just see if we can improve, try and look at the things we needed to work on from previous matchups, focus on those individually perhaps, and then go into the game and try and make something happen with trying to fix those individual rounds that maybe they've looked at and said, we don't like those. So we'll see how it goes. Here is the veto, of course, though. We've got Ankara, Compound, and Mexico. So if we get to that 3rd, we've got the worst map of all time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm very glad you agree with me on that one. That's something I've been saying for many, many years. Anyway, look, Ankara, Compound, Mexico. Ankara is definitely a little bit of a concern here for me for GV. Not too surprised to be seeing 999 pick that. It was the map that they played against Anubis last week and looked actually pretty solid on. Actually, they played both Ankara and Compound, and it was a pretty close series. 10-8, 10-7 was the losses for 999. GV also struggled a little bit on Ankara against Entropy. I remember them being very streaky halves in both of those matches. Like we would have something like a 7-2 first half, and then something like an 8-1 half back in the other direction. It ended up being like a 10-8 scoreline or something like that. So we'll see what we're going to get here. I think last week the games were actually a little bit more BL sided, so maybe something to be said for GV starting on the BL side of this first map. But I think, nonetheless, it's a good choice for 999. And again, with that, I guess, bit of a roller coaster kind of form that GV tend to have in these kinds of seasons in CFWL, it really does, to me, kind of depend on what form they come into today with. QJK, I thought last week as well was fantastic. Like, he was really that guy for 999 that was putting them in a lot of good positions. So I'll keep an eye on him. He's going to be like my focal point for 999 for this one. And then the other point, obviously, being GV. What are they going to bring to the table today? Yeah,
if you look at the group stage MVPs over the course of the tournament we've had so far, I mean, FaZe has always been that guy alongside Awesome for GV as well. I think those two have got 3 MVPs between them over the course of the matches. So yeah, you'd expect those two to often be the point men. We saw the head-to-head a few graphics ago with Awesome looking great on the rating. So yeah, I think this is going to be probably a game between two teams who know each other quite well. Of course, both being German cores, probably will have a bit of banter between them as well over the course of the game. Wouldn't be surprised to see some wild moments pop up over the course of it. Could see some, crazy like multi-frag plays. Maybe we could see some aces. We saw some crazy clutches last time we got a chance to do some crossfire together. So we shall see. We're about to get into the first series of the day, though. It is map 1. It is GV versus 999. It's GV looking to reinforce their 5th spot in the league to feel a little bit safer. 999 looking to improve as a team. We'll see if they can do just that.
Yeah, actually very important for GV to win this series. They lost to Entropy last week, which has kind of put Entropy within striking distance of that 5th place position. And the importance of that, of course, is them basically getting an auto qualification through to Season 2 of CFWL. So if you lose here, to one of the teams that's at the bottom of the standings, right, that really opens the door up for Entropy to take that slot away from you. So far, though, looking pretty good from GV as they get themselves a nice trade on the way into the A site. There is a rotation coming through from Dame, but I don't imagine that we're going to be seeing too much out from him now that he's been smoked off. Just a couple of attempts through that smoke to land a cheeky shot with the Orm. No luck this time around, and it's down to just the 2 remainders for 999.
Ooh, what is that from FaZe? That was pretty sick. Catching Dane on the drop down there. Unfortunately leaving QJK in an impossible situation. He's just waiting to see if any mistakes are made. Any pushes will be coming through, but that ain't going to be happening. Creed's has got this one under lock and key. And they realise that as well. We've got some disconnections in play too, so that's probably the reason why we've got a bit of a delay here for QJK to maybe try and get his teammate back into the server before we go back live again. First round GV though. There we go.
Yeah.
So, as expected.
As expected. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of a wait here, which is exactly what we want on a day like today. But anyway, we'll swing on past that one. And I would say, look, not much to really say here, to be quite honest. Obviously, we've kind of said anything there was to say in that pre-match. But decent first round from GV. No real complaints to be made. They get the opening pick. They trade nicely into the site. I think even were it not for the disconnection there, you probably have GV winning that round anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
So can't be too mad about it there. I think if you're 999 and looks like everyone's at least still connected to the internet, so we shouldn't be waiting too long here. It might have just been someone's game crashing or something like that.
So what kind of fuel did you get yourself ready with today, knowing that you had an all-nighter to pull? I know you said you adjusted your sleep schedule, which is obviously difficult to do within a day, because you obviously don't do this every single day. You do it like once or twice a week, so it's difficult to do it in short notice. But talk to me about the fuel you've got yourself ready for.
Well, I actually do just stay awake all night at the moment. It's been
okay.
This is like my third week on CFWL, so and then I'm doing next week. So I've kind of put it all together in one block, which has been good. Been helped out by the production team, kind of like lining those days up, so it's all, I haven't had like weeks off, if that makes sense.
I see.
So I've been able to just kind of swap my sort of sleep schedule over completely, which has been beneficial. Obviously, it helps to not feel extremely tired on days like this one. But as far as food's concerned, well, I just had 4 pieces of peanut butter toast and a banana before the broadcast started.
That's great. Very healthy.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, there's a lot of calories in peanut butter, but I feel like I'm going to need I'm going to need a bit of fuel today. So hopefully that's going to get me through until, usually my plan is, because the thing is I want to go to sleep straight after the last series is done. So usually my plan is I eat something in the break between Series 2 and Series 3. And that's like my quote-unquote dinner. And then I finish the cast, have a shower, and go to bed basically immediately. Gotcha. At which point it's usually like 8 or 9 a.m. So we'll see how we go. But yeah, I'm feeling okay right now. Food's hit nicely. And there should be a nice slow burn coming through from that banana as well. So I've kind of planned it nicely, I think.
Exactly. And excellent as well. I would agree with those choices. Let's see if we agree with the choice from GV in this round. Pushing forward in toward CRS, trying to hop away. A smoke and a fallback. Probably the right move to make, but Snox has already managed to push down to the side and deal with Minchen. And now it's going to be very difficult for BYK to stay alive and CRS, but he's done really well as CRS to get into the corner behind the box, stay alive. Finally gets pre-fired out of the round. The trades are thick and fast here. But it's back into a 2v2 after all that, and crazily, we're still surrounding the site. Loons will finally get that final kill to make it 1v1, and get the last as well. Oh goodness, there was like 2 separate bursts to that round. One made it a 2v2, the second one finished it off.
It's almost the double pump coming through there from 999. Has to be said, I think 999 got to be doing a little bit better there. They have the 2v1 against Loons, and unfortunately not able to clutch it out. If you're going to take a game or a series, even a map or a series off of a team like GV, those are rounds that you need to be winning, right? That was a favorable round at that point, and couldn't quite get it over the line. So we'll see how many more of those are going to eventuate. But down to the individual skill, you probably would put it in the favor of GV. Loon's unable to follow up the initial damage that he's done there to QJK, so will ultimately fall over towards the B side of the map. But Minchen has been picked off by FaZe. Awesome, also lurking around here in middle. Chris playing with fire as he goes looking for a bit of info.
Yeah. That's very awkward. And Snox dealing with BYK opens up that A bomb site once again to get abused. 999 in a tough position. Dane waiting for it. Some good things from him so far in the season, but it's not enough to have just one singular player pop off often. And that nade does fly all the way through to QJK. Snox will get that frag with the frag. Grenades. Now this retake 2v4 is looking incredibly difficult indeed. Chris has got an angle to play with Dane here on this retake, but it's always going to be tough to work your way in when time is ticking off that clock. Actually does manage to find Awesome, but Creed is always going to be able to swing wide and take that quick refrag. And FaZe will finish it off as well. Quick 3-0 start.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely looking like the GV that we sort of hope to see on a regular basis. It doesn't always end up occurring. We don't always end up seeing this GV, but they are one of those teams that has a lot of experience. Again, I always say this, they probably have more experience across the board than like literally any other team, just in terms of actual years put into the game.
And together, right?
Yeah, they've been together for a long time as well, so I think that they're a team that can beat up these sort of newer teams pretty comfortably. This round, of course, not quite going their way. It's been a bit of a mess outside of A, and a nice cleanup in the end from 999 as they get themselves on the board. It's not going to be a perfectly clean day today from GP, but you know, I think you can look at that one and go, well, you lose that opening pick, you make the call to sort of push into the side of the map that's already got a bit of a stack, and obviously some good shots being hit there by 999. Let's not read into it too much for GB. See how the rest of this progresses as QJK once again going to spot some early info over on the B side of the map.
Triple Nine trying a few things. Could be worse to, as I said, to experiment in a day like today when you have kind of been in the same position for a little while, haven't they? But just try and feel out what went wrong in previous matches. If you rewatch the VODs and just see, okay, maybe we shouldn't do that there, maybe we shouldn't do that here. And learn from it for the future. And GV are certainly, I wouldn't say beatable. I think GV should really win this game pretty comfortably, but they are mappable, if that makes any sense at all. They are. You can take one or two maps off of these teams every now and then, and I think that's what they'll be looking for today. A standoff in mid here as we've got the position of QJK trying to keep Creeds and Snox at bay, and he will for now.
Yeah, that nade not quite going to go deep enough to give him a tickle. This round has slowed down a little bit more so than the opening four. I think those first 4 rounds were quite quick, but now that the round has slowed down a little bit, it has given the opportunity for Dane to just sort of work out of A. He's cleared a large portion of the map, and 999 have got a massive stack on the B side, which is exactly where GV are headed. They are pretty aware of that, but a couple of illegal entries coming through there from Loons and Creed still make this one look doable for GV. Now, Chris, that extra player stacked on the side, that's the thing. He was unexpected. It's just one more player on that side of the map that you're not expecting at that point in time. So the fundamentals just fall apart a little bit. They don't check all of their corners. And now it's on to Snox even, to try to close this one out in the 1v1, which he'll get done quite nicely. As they say, he's hungry and the big apple's there or something like that. Anyway, Snox has done really well.
Oh, yeah, that was really good. Chris did perfectly here. I mean, like, he very much understood that he was in a position that was going to be unchecked and could get the 2. Did get the 2. But Snox is too strong as it stands, expectedly so. Quick bit of presence shown on one side of the map and an immediate rotation round because they've taken actually quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is where you would kind of like to see the Orm getting involved a little bit for GV. If FaZe can maybe pick someone off early and bring it back to a 4v5, something like that, that's what makes this round look a little more winnable. Right now, it's quite heavily favoring 999, in my opinion. You're likely to just see like an easy 2-man spray down, for example, right? Because that second guy doesn't have a lot of HP. The first player goes down quickly and cleanly, and that's exactly what's happened. Minchin will eventually get traded, but okay, they're in with that secondary Orm. He's getting a bit of work done, and now Loons is alone, and he's just got no idea where to look. There's players all over the place. He's getting flanked in from behind as well, so has to try to pick the pace up, but he'll fall. And a solid round out off the back of some early damage there from 999.
Yeah, actually working that one out quite nicely. They compound it. Don't let it go unrewarded. And those sort of rounds you have to convert. And they have found a way to do so. It was a good early rebuttal that forced GV to sort of go elsewhere and to reposition. And Triple Nine will be the first to be aware of that with what they had to do with that situation. And actually, Minchen will decide to push forward on this one. He's on a very difficult angle though, with no way out. There's no exit protocol there. So he will get taken down. Early 4v3 for GV as Faye's got the opening pick with the Orm.
Yeah, not much presence over on the B side of the map at all from 999. So QJK gonna just go have a little bit of a look there. It's kind of more of a cursory glance really than anything else. He can't do anything about holding the B bomb side solo. So I think almost taking a risk here as 999 might not be a bad shout. You've got Chris who's somewhat advanced on the A side of the map. QJK will probably be the one to take that risk though. He's the one kind of having a little bit of a look into mid here, and in fact actually pushing quite handily down middle. Which direction he ends up going though, it's just having a look outside of A. Doesn't see too much there. Unfortunately, in the meanwhile, GV have more or less made their way into the B bomb site, but they have slowed down a little bit, and so that rotate's coming across from 999, and they might stand a chance of holding this. First shot in from BYK will be a big one. If he can connect that, it's definitely going to slow them down. Has missed it, and so GV now going to start to get their util out, and the ideal situation here for 999 was just slowing GV down enough for QJK to get that flank in, but now they're established, and they've got players sort of watching for it. Loons, he has spotted him out. That probably is the kill that wins the round now for GV.
That was really nice, actually. A little jiggle to check the flank. He seemed like he was looking at it to begin with, and then went back, did a double take, realised, oh, hello. Chris is trying to make something of this. 2 nice frags. Oh, and third as well. Creeds isn't exactly full health here. Suddenly there's a great opportunity for what would be a stunning clutch. Creeds, he's shown his hand here now. Colt out to push forward. Creeds, good repositioning at the last second. That one nearly got out of hand, but very well played from Creeds. Chris, very nice try. Just not to be. And yeah, this is the kill here from Loons. How wallbangable, of course, those boxes are with the M4. Great awareness to grab that one. Chris did his best. NT for that, but it's only an NT, not a well done.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a particularly surprising thing to see for 999. Like, I've seen them have some pretty nice individual moments. There's no doubt that they have got the chops to kind of hang in terms of the mechanics, but sometimes they just let themselves down a little bit too much in some of those early stages. I don't think they're that far away, if that makes sense. We'll hold that thought for a second here as this execute's coming out quickly for GV. BYK is doing his best to try to hold on here, but now it's on to Chris once again.
Ooh.
Nice double kill. And again, you can kind of see nice mechanics out from him. And my point is that I think 999 are maybe better than what their standing would indicate. It's just that they aren't often putting themselves in winning positions a lot of the time. So
yeah,
with a little bit more experience under their belt, a season or two, I think the individuals are showing enough that you can say, okay, they can definitely put in some good work here, but we'll have to just wait for that experience to start to shine through.
Yeah, they've clearly got individual skill, right? From what I've watched of them, I've been impressed, and as you said, maybe slightly surprised that they've such a poor record in the season overall. Just the learning how to play as a team and learning how to play in a league like this is a bit different than just being in like 3 or 4 very individually good players. So we'll see if that's something they can improve on in future seasons, of course. Early 1-for-1. JK down. Loons down. And BYK will miss his, but there's a bait set up for Minchen. Only 1, though. So now that leaves BYK in a tough situation. He's going to get run down by Snox. That's a great entry. Now Chris needs to do more work. He's got 1, looking for 2. Snox drops down, somehow gets away with that one. And again, we've got 1 versus 1. It's Dane versus Awesome. And he's going to quick scope him out of the round. I told you about the individual skill. He shows it off again there.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, that's really not too bad of a half kind of getting put together by 999. Like, it did look like initially things were going to be pretty one-sided. I think it was, like a 4-1 lead at one point for GV, but 999 have really pulled it back nicely. And that GR side is what was, I would argue, a little bit more problematic for both of these teams last week. So
Yeah.
I'm quite interested, sort of intrigued to see where GV's going to go with this GR side. Is it maybe going to follow suit with what we saw last week, or are we just going to get the phase awesome double AWP, for example, and all of a sudden it's like, well, not much you can do there. That's kind of like running into a brick wall. Kind of just depends on who's having their day. And I think so far 999 competing to the level that I sort of expected them to, but I'm still thinking GV should win this map.
Yeah, I think so too. Been mostly impressed with Chris so far. We've obviously now lost the KDs on screen, but I think he was up to double digits at the end of that previous round, up to, I think, just reached 10. If he wasn't on 10, he was definitely on 9. And his multi-fragging has been superb to watch, actually. With the plays outside each bomb site going for retakes. Sure, some of them you could argue are exit frags in a way, but they are attempted retake frags, which is the most important thing. Playing well, hitting that first bullet headshot and getting some good sprays in play as well. Mechanics looking decent. So, now for GV. Maybe this is a bit more competitive than they would have wanted after how the half has gone. Would have wanted to be a little bit more comfortable than this. But now, we'll see if they can settle. And already a leg has been spotted. It's going to be an easy one for FaZe. Hop back down behind the box. Creed stops QJK from moving his way forward. And even though BYK and Chris will answer back, it's still a man advantage for GV. And there's the quick rotation from Creeds. Leaves it all down to the Orma BYK.
Not impossible, though. It'll be a big round to pick up here, but C4's in a pretty awkward spot for him to collect. I think the first mission here for GV is just ensuring that they can get Loons and Creeds together to potentially trade down if necessary. You want to be playing this as a 2v1, not two 1v1s, especially with BYK creeping forward, but Creeds did spot him out. So no harm done in the end. And GV will start the second half positively. They keep that lead bumped out to a couple of rounds.
FaZe, aggressive. Oh, could get caught off guard here. Missing a couple of shots that usually he would hit, and there we go. In the end, has to switch to the Colt before falling back away. Manages to survive, but not for too much longer. It's QJK to remove him, and that's an early advantage now for 999.
He might have been a little bit overzealous there from FaZe, just popping up as the pre-fire was kind of coming through the smoke. Does leave Creeds on his own on this B side of the map, and that is where 999 are going to be headed. So timing on this peak is going to be a big one. Whether or not he can connect the shots as well, another concern. Nade doesn't end up doing any damage at all. Creeds is just going to have to back away, and might even be calling the rotate in from his teammates. They've exited towards GR spawn. A's been left open. We'll see if 999 falls into the trap of going B here.
Now moving back away, but they haven't really got any forward control of the A side of the map at the moment. So, as you can see, they're going to try and just wait to take it together where they've got the advantage. Don't just wander in alone and lose that 4v3. Now BYK has waited for his teammates. They'll team up and group up. BYK will now take more forward control, but at least with tradable positions with his 3 other teammates. So C4 will get planted, and it's going to be a tough retake for GV, being so far away as all 3 of them are. It's always tough retaking A when you've got to make your way through that long position behind the fence.
Yeah, especially 3-on-4. Have to hit some very nice entries and hope that, honestly, hope that 999 misses a few shots. Here come the flashes. And the entries, not quite there so far. Creeds has got himself 3, though.
Ooh.
The trade's starting to come through nicely, but he's really just got to sit this defuse, and so that'll be round over. QJK, in the end, ensures that that was actually quite a comfortable round in the end, actually, for 999. It looks closer than it probably was, just because it comes down to the 1v1. Nice shots in from Creeds, it has to be said, but he was just never winning that with the time that was available to him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the situation, right? it's very minor criticism, but I would say that in that situation, literally your only way to win the round is stick the defuse. Faking it there. Maybe a little bit too late in the day. Day late and $1 short, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I guess like he's got half a second maybe to play with if he taps it and draws the peak. I mean, he had a pretty good idea that the last player was at main, so they must have had the info.
Yeah.
Obviously, ended up getting booked anyway, so it's probably a moot point. But
We needed an
6-5
insta headshot, right? So
exactly.
Yeah.
Which is obviously the way that he was hitting shots. You know, maybe a gamble that he was willing to take, but
true.
It didn't work out. And now...
Also, like if he decided to stick it there, probably wouldn't have been able to hold it for the full 5, right?
No,
so full 4.
Yeah.
So there's no way he'd get run down.
Well, it's coming on through. EYK opening the account against Awesome. That is mid opened up, so somewhere else something's going to have to go down. Snox and Creed's able to find a kill apiece, but he's caught QJK. Bomb in rotation, but just maybe wasn't quite expecting him on that angle, and so ends up making a meal of that frag. A lot of damage done, though, to these 999 players, but Loons is going to go straight for Smoke and Minchin, doubling down. 999 keeping it close.
Yeah, keeping hold of Mouse 1 as well. Get the all-important 2 frags to finish it off. Aggression again from both here. Ending that round pretty speedily in the end. And yeah, we're locked at 6 apiece. We said that there's a chance that 999 could get something done in this series. We think GV will win, but you know, they've shown weaknesses on some of these maps in the pool, but yeah, I think 999 have the ability to win a map. Just a question of if they can get anywhere near a series, which feels very, very unlikely as they only have that one on the board over the course of the season. 4 maps only over the course of the season as well. But they're learning. There's the new team to the season, and I get better over time, and maybe they are. Maybe they are on a slight upturn and being able to grab a map here and there over the last few game weeks.
Could definitely start to believe if they picked up this first map. The compound that we saw from them last week against Anubis gave me enough to say they're not too bad on that. And the way they're going about things right now, like I said, Blacklists seem to be a little bit more of a comfort territory for both of these teams last week, and I'm kind of feeling like that's the case again here on Ankara. As 999 have found themselves a couple of entries. Snox is going to try to hold on to this site solo, but just gets caught in transition in 2 mines. EYK coming in from behind as well. We'll get that trade on to Awesome. So the ground has just kind of fallen apart a little bit for GV. FaZe, it's a winnable 1, 2v1, but plan's gone down. Ticking away in the favor of 999 now is that timer.
Yes, it's winnable, but he's definitely spotted one. Whether he knows where the second is coming from. He's going to choose to go for a longer rotation round. But there's not really much time to make it happen from this angle now. That's wasted another 5 to 8 seconds. Make that probably 10 now off the clock before he's in position. They actually didn't know he'd gone for that full rotation. No, it's very unexpected, of course, because why would you with that little time left on the clock? But they're hiding well. And yes, even if he did get that final kill on toward Chris, there was no way he was winning that one. Smiles on the faces. They're loving life. Why not? They're performing well here.
Yeah, and I think they're in a winnable position for sure. In fact, I think they're in quite a favorite position at this point. GV have definitely cooled off after the initial flurry of rounds, which was a nice sort of front load, I guess. But beyond that, you know, like go from a 4-1 scoreline to now where we're at 7-6, favoring 999. It's quite a swing back in the opposite direction. So momentum's definitely against GV at this point in time. Fairly default setup. Standard spread from 999, watching all the angles in case there's going to be any aggression out from the GR side, but wouldn't say that GV is a team that's necessarily known for bringing too much pace on their GR side, frankly.
Good opening from FaZe, though. They now know might be time to switch on, because they're actually behind in this one. Awesome. Jiggling. Waiting for 9 to pop his way. Dane been spotted out in underpass, and oh my goodness, no chance whatsoever there for Awesome to react. He's been destroyed. That brings it back into that 4 versus 4. FaZe does do well to get one, but now Snox is locked in the corner. Chris hasn't seen it. He has not gauged he's in that position at all, but they still clear it properly with QJK. Can you believe that? And now,
that's good
2v3.
QJK.
Oh, it is. It's a really important check, right? If one player doesn't look at it, doesn't mean you shouldn't look at it either.
Yep. Recognizing that it wasn't clear and clearing it himself. FaZe and Creeds, I mean, they've been locked in this kind of position before. 2v3 this time as opposed to 3v4, which is what we saw earlier on in the half for GV, trying to make their way back in for a retake on this side. And once again, the results very similar. Solid round for 999. I think they're getting this one done, Trap. I got to be honest with you. I don't think that GV's coming back from this. Yeah,
they look better. I mean, they lost obviously 2-0 quite a lot of times over the course of the season of 999, but they got their one win against TBI at the end of the week 4 set of games. And that was a big shock for them to beat TBI, the stalwarts of the season. And this particular league, even though they are very often on and off. So, yeah, it was a huge win for them. And now they're looking for another map to add to their tally. It'll only be their 5th of the season, but this one's going a little bit differently. GV decide, okay, enough of this madness. We're 2 behind now. Let's get a bit closer again. Getting too close to losing this map. And they go a little bit more aggressive. They lock in and get a quick 7th.
Yeah, that was a good bit of team cohesion from GV. Nice counter util coming through from them. Round out from 999. And it hasn't worked, so I have to imagine that they're going to slow things back down again and go back to what has been successful, which has been that sort of default spread into a late round hit on one of the 2 sites.
Feeling out the map. Completely flashed was Dane there for a good period of time. Only one player defending A right now for GV. That is Snox. They rely on him to stay alive and try and waste time. And also actually look at both angles too. Watch the vent and watch main. That's very hard to do. Because you can easily get timinged. It can happen. If they go B, you think GV will take this one. If they go A, it's a great chance for 999 to get some map points. That's a great opening. Do they pounce on it right now? The C4 is outside A. Rotation is very quick because they are aware, of course, their one-site defender has been dropped. 45 seconds to find the C4. And they haven't committed to it just yet because there are more fights coming through. Loons will go down, so will Creeds after getting his one. Den is looking very good here. Does go a little bit more aggressive there, though, and that could be a question mark, but FaZe does. It is now the last one left, and he only gets his one. And how about that? 999 are looking really solid here.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why they've gone for Ankara as a pick. They saw the susceptibility for GV yesterday. They saw how they were able to kind of push Anubis last week as well. They know that they've got something to kind of bring to the table on this map, and they're showing it to us, and hopefully they're going to do it cleanly here. You know, I kind of want to see a bit of momentum going into map 2 for 999, and BYK. He did see them come across on the rotate here, so bit of info out for 999. Push coming through from GV? Surely not. Util, at least. Down on numbers. Someone's going to have to do something to bring those back. Chris, a little bit of an attempt there onto FaZe, but frankly, this is looking like GV's round at this point in time.
Opportunity to close the gap to 1 again. I appreciate GV still looking to go for these sort of stack plays here. Got punished in the previous round with maybe going a bit too much toward B, but now they've got a 5v3, they can afford to do something like this. We've got every angle covered. 3 toward A in case 999 want to end there once again. Spotted out Loons just behind the site. He's been tagged down a little bit. And BYK, oh, the catch on Creeds. That could be big. They know where Loons was from earlier on. They've done a lot of damage to him. So that could be another path back in. The bomb will go down on B. And actually, that does open up that side of the map. But FaZe will run down BYK. QJK did take Loons in the meantime, though. So again, this is so doable. Chris has put himself in a really nice position here, I think. And again, QJK is being a nuisance. So I'm just making a lot of noise. Chris is not being looked at whatsoever. And it's a great clear. Looking for one more. Snox will keep the game alive. But the time is low on the C4, and QJK will finish it off. And that is only their 5th map win of the entire season. That was an amazing mid-round 3v5.
Yeah, well, this is very much starting to feel like it can be a reality for 999 to now win this series and progress a little bit further forward. I mean, it sort of feels like there's a little bit of a decline happening right now for GB. I didn't think last week they looked phenomenal necessarily, and already starting off this week with a loss to the team that is sitting at the bottom of the standings is not a particularly great sign. Obviously, that's going to be quite a degree of momentum for 999 going into Compound, a map which we have seen them do okay things on as well in the past. Obviously, not no map is going to look fantastic on paper after you've had such a rough season as 999, but I think it's definitely a series where we can make the argument that there's a win potentially on offer here for 999. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see what we're going to get from Compound. But like I said in that game of Ankara, it did feel like almost an inevitability that they were going to close things off there with win for themselves. So I'm not surprised to see that as the result at all.
Yeah, honestly, I'm impressed. I think they actually had really good cohesion. They had really good, I think, decision-making as well in certain situations like that, especially the 3v5 at the end there. I think Chris was brilliant over the course of the entire game. First half in particular, he had multiple really good, impactful moments with multi-frags and good sprays and great first bullet headshot as well in the attempts at retakes. At the end, even that play he made next to the sort of rotational position, pushing a little bit further forward, catching them off guard. Got 1.5 was enough to activate QJK for a trade. So, honestly, quite impressed with him individually. And if he keeps it up, who knows what happens in future maps in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a slow sort of forward trajectory for 999. And overall, QJK, again, having another solid week. I mean, he had a great week last week, starting this week quite nicely. Backed up pretty well by Chris. I think they were the two standouts, as has also been correlated on the scoreboard here. And a couple of guys going missing for GV. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Awesome, but a 0.25 KD from him is just not good enough, really, in a matchup like this. And I think is a large reason why they've struggled there on Ankara. And so sure, he'll be back in force, but if not, then yeah, 999 definitely on for a win here today.
Yeah, honestly, that is a big surprise. 0.25, he was the sort of player in our head-to-head comparison before the game. So yeah, definitely upsetting for him that he's not been performing too well. He's going to need an improvement ASAP. We'll see if that will come on map 2 after the break. Ah, okay. Apparently, that is what's going on here. But we are going to be live very soon for the map 2 between 999 and GV. And honestly, Jordan, I'm a little bit frustrated and disappointed with GV because this is not really a throwaway game here. Like, they should be the better team, technically, but 999 seem to be growing in confidence and form over the course of the season. And actually, they're still at risk of not taking that 5th spot at the end of the season. So they need to win this.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't know, man. Like, if you lose this as GV, I think Entropy stand a pretty good shot of potentially overtaking you. But we'll have to wait and see. We could end up still on map 3 in this series. In saying that, though, 999 not a team that have necessarily shied away from the compound. So I think they're kind of happy enough to be on this map. So we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to bring anything impressive out, or if GV are going to be able to push us further forward. 999 starting with a nice pick there from Dane, and Vincent fighting nicely as well. GV not looking too hot to start off this map, and I don't know if the symptoms of the last week are starting to bleed into this week and become more of a problem. I mean, that could be the end of their season, the way things are going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit concerned. I think today we've already seen some great individual level from the likes of Chris. Like I said, in map 1, I was very happy with what I saw from him. He was getting spray transfers sorted. He was getting some good work done with the headshots when they were trying to retake, even if some of them weren't successful. And he was even, I think, sort of lurking as well at some point. Well, it wasn't just like the opening frag taker. Vincent will hold the line for Creed's going aggressive. Awesome will get that quick trade, and Loons has spotted out Chris on that jiggle. And to be fair, it's a very deep push there by Chris, of course, in that position, keeping Loons at bay. We're feeling confident after map 1, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, this round definitely not looking quite as clean for 999. At this point, they've lost a lot of map control over toward A long. Mid is being picked back up by QJK, but obviously he's doing that solo, so this is really just going to come down to whether or not he can hit some nice shots. Chris on the backside flank, though, could be a real problem. QJK just trying to buy some time. Snox, he spotted out Chris. Oh, it's a massive whiff. Had to have been a massive whiff from Chris. And a mistake to maybe hold on to the trigger finger for so long, because that's probably what ultimately will end up costing this round for 999.
Ooh.
That said, awesome. Yeah, just brashly trying to plant the C4 out in no man's land. Has gone down to that nade. QJK putting some pressure back on them. BYK also there, so I guess not unwinnable on the behalf of 999.
BYK needs this one though, and he's going to get caught by Loons. That's a little bit better from him. They've known where QJK was for a good amount of time at this point. They'll eventually get caught by FaZe. So that nade made something interesting out of that round for a split second, delaying the C4 going down. But no worries in the end. Nade fight, as we all know, will come through. Avoided mostly by both.
I don't think anyone took any damage, did they?
Yeah, surprisingly.
What it has done has allowed GV to start their mid progress early. It's kind of forced Chris away. Do find Compound to be one of the slower maps in the pool. I don't know if you get that same vibe, but I feel like something about it just sort of promotes a bit of a slower game.
It's quite a long way to the bomb sites, I think. That's the main thing. I mean, look at where you spawn. Like, it's quite a long path. And if you go too quickly, often rotations are a lot quicker for the defense to get into position before you're ready to really even clear the angles properly. But you are going to get up toward, you can get up toward mid pretty quickly once those nades go down. Now I'm going to do this properly, GV. You've execute through and behind in toward A, actually. We thought we were going B for a split second, but the C4's been caught. Oh, I think that's one of the big choices. It's been seen by the rotating player in BYK. Actually, the kills are thick and fast. Enter a 2v2 out of all of that. They know what's going on now, do 999. But QJK still needs to find one quick tap. C4 will get planted. BYK has been relatively silent about this movement until right now. But it actually baits in Creeds to look at it. And sets up QJK for the kill instead. That's well played. Good teamwork with sound cues there. Use it all down to awesome. 1v2. It is the BYK and QJK combination. That's a great smoke to be putting up, but Awesome will grab the first. Now it's very difficult for BYK. Time is ticking down. He has to go for the duel, and Awesome will stop him, and that could get them going.
Yeah, that's very disappointing, actually, in the end. I almost feel like that smoke's kind of worked against them because you just can't find the trade at that point. So a little bit of a mishap for 999. Probably should have been there around. Similar sort of conversation to the sort of first round that we saw them give up to GV in that first map as well, where Loons was able to get himself that 2v1 in the post plant. So 999 just got to be a little bit better about those kinds of things, you know, cross the T's, dot the I's. They're getting themselves, in a lot of cases, actually into some winnable positions, and just need to make sure that they actually lock them in. This is a much better round as they've just decided to fight middle Wolfpack style, and it's worked out really nicely. So confident round to sort of bounce back with, which is got them back to the 2-2 scoreline. And look, again, a map where you can get a lot done on both sides, but a sort of matchup where it feels like both teams are a bit more comfortable on BL's side. I'm kind of looking for GV to have the 5-4 lead here if they're to feel comfortable about how this first half has gone. So going 1 for 1 is maybe not too bad as 999. Minchen can't hold on to that spray for 2.
The A site should be open for business, unless BYK has something to say about it, but not going to be there in time. C4 will go down. Snups is spotted on the corner of the window, and yeah, when both these teams do flick the switch and put their foot on the throttle, these rounds do tend to be very, very close, very back and forth. BYK will get one more towards Snox, but QJK will be caught trying to make his way in on the retake, and it leaves the Orm of BYK very much stuck. They should be able to hold the line as he hops up, and that's exactly what will happen. Quick 3-2 lead for GV.
I'm seeing a lot of pushes out from 999 on this GR side, and I'm almost sort of expecting GV to kind of recognize that as well and slow things down a little bit. Wait for, it's Chris that's typically been doing these more aggressive moves. You know, wait for him to kind of pop up somewhere and pick him off. Doesn't look like it's going to happen this time around. It was BYK that wanted to get aggressive into pillars, and he's been dropped. So QJK under quite a degree of pressure will have to drop his smoke early on.
He's looking to hold for any re-aggression. Of course, in this sort of situation, oh, that's what you expect from 999. They're picked down, so you want to go looking for something, looking for a recovery frag from somewhere. And Dana's going to get it. He does actually out-orm phase on that angle. That's huge.
Yeah, Dane's been pretty handy this week and last. QJK still poking around at pillars. Needs to be really careful with his life. Chris on the other side of the map has gone down. Again, another push out from him. So I wonder if that is starting to become a little bit predictable from GV's perspective. QJK, I mean, he's got all the info here, but there's no pre-rotate coming through from 999, so it may not be all that beneficial. QJK, he's on his own, you know, and they kind of, I think, knew for a while there that there was a bit of a setup in pillars. GV not interested in going into the B site, which at this stage is probably already stacked. Will elect to go elsewhere. This is where Minchen with a nice timing into middle could make the difference. He gets one. He's going to repeat. That's bold, very bold.
Oh!
What are you kidding me? I've not expected that at all from Minchen. I mean, he just kept repeating, and I don't think GV expected that either. That's
going to be play of the week, for sure. I'm convinced that's going to be play of the week. I don't see any other player that's going to match that one. I mean, the final of frag of the 4 is fantastic. I mean, the readjustment to hit the instant headshot. You don't expect that, right? The composure after a ridiculous 3k hold to get all of them. Ridiculous. And you can see their reactions afterwards. They absolutely loved it, and why not? They should be celebrating that one. They might be the bottom team of the league, but they've had one of the highlights of the season.
That was impressive, but if that's the only way that you're going to be winning rounds, then it's not going to be an easy way to get through this map as 999. Still, it's enough to keep them at a 3-3 scoreline right now. And the pushing through middle, Chris has got himself stuck on a wall, and Dane went down as well. So problems once again. GV still kind of displaying that they are maybe the more comfortable team at the moment here on Compound.
I don't want to be like, this is a really boring thing to say, right? But I'm going to say it. After you've had an insane play like that for Min Chen, there is a world where you could say, listen, let's just take a breather. Let's take one of our pauses. Let's just talk about what's just happened. Have fun with it. It's happened. We've had one of our plays of the season. Then just discuss the next round. Take a second. Breathe a little bit. It doesn't really matter. Like, it really doesn't. But it's just a thought process that could improve the following round that we've just seen for the future.
Well, 4v4 to start this round out. And again, a fairly similar approach from GV. They'll take middle. They'll have a player set up for the push from A if there's going to be anything. That's Creeds this time waiting for Minchen. Chris has just been that guy that has been given quite a long leash on this map. What Dane's going to be able to get up to with regard to this A hold. He knows that there's players already through that smoke, or you'd hope that he does, because otherwise he's going to be in a spot of bother. He's got a helping hand out from Minchen and somehow survived for a little longer than he ought to have, but Minchen also only grabbing one. It's a fast rotate in here from QJK. He goes in with the pistol out. BYK alone now. That's a bit of a questionable one, I think, again from 999.
Yeah.
Just getting the feeling that they're not feeling too confident right now with this GR side.
They're getting ahead of themselves a little bit on a couple of those plays, right? Just take a little pause for a second. Set up BYK with your teammate first, and you've got more of an opportunity. Got both rotation points covered, and GB will now create a little bit of a gap.
Just two sort of 1v2s really, rather than a 2v2 in the end there. But
yeah,
like I said, 999. I think you can look towards a 5-4 here and say that's not too bad on either side. It's been again a BL-sided matchup. So if they can get this fourth on the GR side, which may be difficult considering what's happening over in Pillars. JK should be a dead man here. He'll get one at least. I think that's not too bad actually. Yeah, I don't know. I think 999 could definitely work with 4 here and say, look, we've been better on the BL side, so see what we can do.
Yeah. I'll be quite happy with 4, because not really forgetting it. One of those rounds was completely unrepeatable. Irreplicable? Is that a word? I think unrepeatable works better.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it is.
No. Irrepeatable? No. I think unrepeatable is better. So I'm going to try and close this one out, but they do have some low HPs to deal with, and that's already a good catch from Creeds. Let's turn down the clock a little bit, making it tick slower in the minds of 999. Don't know exactly what GB want to do yet. C4 will be herded back toward B across mid. And right now this would be the right call, because the only man really to defend B instantly is Chris, who is pretty much one bullet from death.
Yeah, I can't really see him getting too much done here, especially now that he's been spotted out. Going to pop a flash down. It's a nice delaying flash, and he does well to grab himself one. So again, puts it in a winnable position here, but shots just missing for 999. Minchen, he was able to get such a nice clean 4K earlier on, but not able to land too much there. Nade on in, doesn't do too much damage. BYK, the Orm in hand as well. It's going to be difficult to multi-frag here. He's actually pulled out the pistol, and that ends up being a 6-3 first half for GV. So pretty comfortable territory for them, I'd say. And considering it probably could have been even a round better were it not for the heroics of Minchen, that ends up looking like quite a one-sided half, actually.
Yeah, I would agree with that. No heroics on that occasion, I'm afraid. From Min Chen. But, listen, for a team that isn't really playing for much this season other than pride and to learn, there's a nice hold from Snox on the smoke as well before BYK finally trades it. I think they'll definitely take some incredible plays like that to remember. Min Chen will get caught by Loons in the following round as well as we kick off the second half. Look at the frags across the board here for GV. Good team performance thus far.
Yeah, if we were going to see this one cleaned up by 999, you probably would have wanted to have gotten this first round. 7-3 deficit is going to be a tough one to pull back. Dane will try to accelerate into the B site. Kind of just really hoping that that was a free site, which obviously in the end it was not. Great start by Snox though. This is a little bit more like it from GV, but their inconsistency sometimes is frustrating.
Yeah, their league standing almost reads perfectly then, doesn't it, with how they've looked this game. It's not good enough for playoffs, but good enough to not be in that bottom four yet. There's a chance that Entropy could knock them out of that if they don't get this one done. Of course, we do have a third map to come, and that is going to be very interesting because, one, it's not the best map in the pool. Mexico is pretty poor to watch. So, any mistake made on that defensive side, lose one round, it could be a death sentence.
Forward hold by GV as well. It'll be a tough one to dig out for 999. It's something a little bit unorthodox. Chris would need to double down right here. He's taken a nice timing though, and he will get the 2 kills that he wanted, but everything's gone pear-shaped, bottoms up on the other side of the map. So GV look like they're storming towards a victory here on Compound.
Yeah, a bit of normal service resumed, you could argue. I think they would argue it too. Chris does actually have the opportunity to plant here. And they are about as far away as you could possibly be. Basically in the T-spawn. So, Awesome is now going to work his way through with the angle of hold from Chris. Actually, he's trying to play ahead of the game, and he hears them all trampling through. It's a chance for a lineup. Surely we don't have another clutch coming in here for a 999 player. But no, Awesome, even though he was kind of half blind, I think, he'll just leap his way through and get that frag. That was getting interesting for a second there once I saw how far away they were, but they'll get away with it.
Yeah, I think at this point we can just sort of wrap this map up, honestly. It's been pretty obvious that GV's the better team here. Kind of in that same way that it definitely looked like 999 was just going to close out Ankara. I'm kind of getting the same vibe here as GV. Looking like it's going to be a pretty straightforward finish to Compound right here. Guess 999, they sort of have one more round to play with, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll give them at least one more round. But if it goes to 9-3, sorry, it's probably over at that point.
Yeah.
Nice map control taken, though, by 999 early on in the piece. QJK has kind of lurked his way forward. Oh, and a nice kill onto Awesome as well. Not really expecting someone to be peeking him that early on in the round, and so that'll be the B side opened up. See what Loons can do about it. If he could get the kill onto QJK, it would go a long way, but now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got multiple angles to focus on. The flood's going to start coming on through from 999, and that'll be the B side taken.
Oh, they're trying to be pretty pacey about this retake, though. That could catch them off guard. Creed's always out of bullets, nearly on both weapons, and that's very awkward for FaZe. He's going to find one. Ooh, realizes where BYK is coming from, and Dane is not that healthy. C4 is dropped in the open. Information spotted. Now playing with the headshot angles all around the site. So awkward for both in these fights, but Dane will keep this one up.
Oh, well, 999 still in it for the moment. Comes down to a round that's way too close for Compound. I mean, how often are you going to get such an easy entry into the B bomb site as what QJK just gave them? And for that round to even still come down to a 1v1, I don't think is a particularly great sign. Then again, maybe they can start to play with a bit of confidence off the back of it. Chris and Dane finding a killer piece. FaZe has the double on the Orb so far. Things coming on through, but a little bit of baiting going on right here from 999. We've got players all over the place that are not fighting together. BYK is off to B to get a bomb plant down, and obviously at this point, GV have no idea that he's over on B. So he's got a nice, quick, early plant.
How's he getting himself set up, though? Did he play aggressive? Play behind the site in an unpredictable position? No, he goes for a peek early, as you probably should when you're in a 1 versus 2. Try and get it down to a 1v1 and then play the time. Maybe then play the angles, play the duck and dive. But I couldn't hit the opening shot. Immediately taken down, and GV are 1 away from the travesty that is Mexico.
I think it's almost an inevitability that we're going to be going there. PYK already down to a sliver of HP to start this round off. Once again, with quite a heavy presence over toward A long. More or less giving pillars control. Whereas on the other side of the coin, we really didn't see 999 giving pillars away. They were often fighting for it, and a lot of the time losing players for that as well. So this might be something that 999 can look at and say, oh, we could take a leaf out of GV's book.
Yeah, just like, as I mentioned, just looking back at the rest of the season for them, what did they do right in their win against TBI? What did they do wrong in their other losses? Try and just take note of what to learn from in future seasons. Loon's just playing the headshot angle, jump spotting now and again. Not sure if he's seen Dane, but he will put the utility down. Hold them at bay. Position coming in from Creeds. I was just about to say, he's the one who's pushing aggressively. He's the one looking for information, and he's going to get the 2-piece to start off the round. Awesome will deal with QJK, though, and he's looking to hold the line for more. That's a C4 on the floor. It's only down to Dane. It's a beautiful triple kill for GV to take this to an expected 3rd map.
Yeah, really straightforward stuff, really, from GV. I feel like I got a bit of egg on my face after thinking that 999 might be able to make something of Compound. It wasn't even remotely close for them. So I think ultimately, GV obviously a little bit more comfortable on that map than what they have displayed on Ankara. But I think that's also a bit of a signal to other teams that, look, the Ankara is a map that GV is going to leave open. Definitely a map that they look like they can be punished on as well. So I think that'll be a great punish pick for teams up against GV going forward. So something that, I'm starting to kind of figure out myself, but maybe not necessarily for Compound. We'll see, though, how things are going to go here on map number 3, because when it comes to Mexico, this feels like a map which really anybody's guess. Like, we don't get to see it enough. We don't get to see teams play it that often, because a lot of the time it is either banned away or just the decider map, and we don't always get there. So hard to really make much of an informed opinion on how this one's going to go.
Yeah, I've only seen it once before this season, and it was as expected, really. Like, it was just incredibly difficult to get any offensive rounds on the board, incredibly difficult to kind of get yourself into position to even trade, because the entry points are so tight, right? And we'll see the example of that when we get into that map 3. So GV have done what they needed to do. They've kept themselves in the series, considering the start that they had. And despite the heroics from the likes of Minchen, who had that ridiculous quad kill, that wasn't even like in a clutch or in an afterplant or anything. It was literally just a hold of the line in mid, and it was the best I've seen. Possibly all the weeks I've done of CrossFire so far this season, how good that play was. So they've got that as a souvenir from map 2, but map 3 will be a whole different kettle of fish, or box of frogs, as another former commentator friend of mine has also coined once or twice. Not sure where that came from, but I'll look it up one time and I can talk about it. But for now, we're going to go to a break. See you in a bit. We are back for what should be a wild decider, because I really don't know which way this is going to go. It's on a weird map. It's Mexico. We're going to see it in front of our very eyes right now. And Jordan, it all comes down to how many rounds are won on that offensive side.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that is the conventional wisdom, definitely. But I have seen some pretty goofy stuff on this map sometimes. So we'll see what we get. GV starting things off with an XM in the hands of FaZe. That's a little bit strange, definitely, but workable, I guess, on a map like Mexico. And it looks like 999 aren't really messing around too much in this round. They're going to 30 left on the clock, and they're going to decide to try to execute out into the middle, which is pretty much straight out into all of that util set up by GV. And as is probably to be expected, it hasn't gone very well trying to run through that smoke. Chris will get himself one, but he'll just be spammed to death at the back end of that round. And so GV get that first round on the board on the GR side. I don't necessarily hate 999 trying to push the pace a little bit in that round, but I imagine things are going to slow down a little bit from this. You know, if you're going to try and force the pace and it doesn't work out, maybe things will slow down as a result. And this time they've had a little bit of a look in the sewers to begin with.
Yeah, the shotgun, very viable when you've got close range angles, of course, and there could be players running through smokes at you. See how much you can get done over the course of the game. But yeah, I think that was kind of a feel out of that first round to see what kind of speed they can go for, see if it would catch them off guard being the first round of the game. But Snox looking to hold the line. Oh, he's done a great job. He's found a triple. And then FaZe can catch BYK on the flank. Leaves Chris in the open trying to fight two separate angles on a very small map with two positions holding him and pushing him down. And GV will take that one as well due to a great hold from Snox.
Yeah, Snox has had a couple of nice multi-kills over the last two maps. Nice to see him bringing that once again on the GR side here of Mexico, as is required. GR. Ooh, you'd think should be a little better here for GV, but FaZe, XM, auto shotty. He gets a lot of work done, gets a reload off, gets a second reload off. Oh, come on, no way! There's no way he gets away with that, but yeah, just no one shooting back. He's standing out in no man's land, literally putting shells into his shotgun, and I don't know if there was maybe some counter flashes. I thought I saw some flashes coming through here, but he's got it done on his own. Everyone else was dead. I didn't even realize it.
Yeah.
How does he get away with that? I don't know. Maybe everybody else on the BL side was on reload as well. But that was the world's quickest round you've ever seen.
That's just unbelievable. Like, the almost quick scoping without a scope with that shotgun. With how he pumps it, of course. It looks crazy. Maybe he's got something to show us here. He's going wild with it. He's got another 1.5. He's doing great work. Maybe he's a specialist of that on this particular map, especially. Snox will get QJK as well with low HP on Minchin. It's going to be very hard to break the way in. If you're a pick down, you're not a pick down. It feels impossible. Now you're a pick down. It's even worse.
Yeah, this is looking sort of grim so far for 999. They had a good first map, but beyond that, they just haven't really had the sticking power in this series so far. A-site still quite well defended. You've got a player back at forklift. You've got Awesome behind the boxes. This is a rough crossfire to try to break, especially with Snox as well, flanking around the map, getting all of that information, and Awesome's going to take a peek on a perfect timing, takes the peek on the contact. And that's just the round over and done with. Once again, another super clean round for GV. Most of them have been, bar that FaZe round in the middle with the XM, but 4-0 the start. And yeah, okay, it's GV on the GR side, but 999 are not looking super competitive so far on Mexico.
Look at this setup as well. The bait in for a third player to peek. Breeds will deal with Chris. Snox looking to nade that long range angle with extra chip damage, and there's no way in. You might have the C4 quite far up toward A, as you can see, but it's being kept an eye on by Creeds.
Looks like GV want to push the issue a little bit here. They've gone through those smokes, and once again, FaZe is getting work done with the XM. The auto shot, he just keeps doing damage. Going to take some respite to reload, but QJK has nowhere to go, and GV are going to get themselves another. They are working hard to keep themselves at least in the CFWL for next season. That's probably the aim of the game right now for GB. It's unlikely they make it into the playoffs this season, but at least if they can win this and kind of win out the season, they will quite safely be inside the top 5 at least. Things will slow down once again. And we're going to see 999, I think, get a little bit more reserved as this game goes on. It feels like they just keep bashing their head against the brick wall that is FaZe's auto shotgun, and it's not working. So now they're kind of just sitting there going, well, what do we do now? I mean, I guess we just try and play slow and wait out some of that util, which, to be fair, they haven't really done so far. And that is the traditional option when you're playing on the blacklist side of Mexico.
He's going to check the corner. They know they like to play with this a couple of times, and FaZe, finally, his reign of terror will go down with nothing. Up to 9 kills already, with Snox on 8. And FaZe has exclusively used the shotgun. Pretty insane. Awesome will retake up that close right position, though. And finally, 999 have got an opening in one of these rounds. They've got a crack that could be exploited. And they'll realise how critical that is in this situation. Gonna try and work their way through, but Snox and Awesome will again hold down the line. You just can't get through when there's a crossfire like that. Awesome will get 3 of them in the end. So much damage done between the 2 of them. Even when you are in a 5v4, you go up against that, there's no way you're getting away with it. BYK will remove Awesome eventually. He will go down after all his heroics, but got 3 players right now on GV like that, just the 2, but 1 on 10 kills and the other 2 on 9. 28 kills between 3 players.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a domination so far. Doesn't seem like anything that 999 try to do is working out. I mean, they kind of have thrown the kitchen sink at GV. They've tried to go fast, they've tried to go slow, they've tried to go alley, they've tried to go sewer, they've tried to go mid. There aren't really that many other options on this map. I guess the only other thing is maybe pulling out an Orm, but that's just not really the done thing. So,
yeah,
they're just going to, again, try and work their way into middle, but just been blasted away by GV. BYK, the last one standing, is purely just because he's hidden behind the box here.
Yeah, you would think there would be a way, somehow, some way to break your way through and trade accurately, but just the way the layout is just doesn't feel right for any round to be won. You know, you've got 3 separate angles to look at, and of course worried about being caught in the back as well. He's coming in from behind here. It's being looked at by Loons, and the peak should come through. Okay. Surprising that he actually gets away with that one. He's still relatively healthy as well. Problem is the C4 is dropped, of course, not under his control. Go for the full rotation round. Still a minute to go. Small map, so not a long rotation. But you'd think Awesome and Creeds will have this one under lock and key.
Well, he's got to get the C4 first. He's definitely taking his time about that. So once he does pick that C4 up, he's going to have to start to skedaddle a little bit more. Hasn't been spotted on that cross. No one's actually watching the cross. Creed's just sort of jiggle peeking it every now and then, but there's a huge window, of course, where BYK can get across. But now he's decided to walk into the A side, and that means walking into this crossfire. So unwinnable round at that point. Might have been winnable had he gone B, but once again, another one will go the way of GV.
Yeah, you'd say at this point maybe it's too far to come back from, but that's not how this map works. So we give it a second. Even 1 round for a 999 could be enough. You never know. Let's see what GV have got up their sleeve. when they go to the opposite side. But we're going to win this one cleanly first. Again, lots of damage done. Just eating all the nades. In comes FaZe once again. Only 1 for 1 this time, but he's still doing so much work. And Snox again with the lineup and the triple kill. That is just what is to be expected on this map. But they are, you know, give them their dues. They are hitting those shots that are in front of them.
Yeah, look, I think you were totally accurate with your statement at the start of this map that this is going to be decided by how many rounds teams can get on the attacking side. More egregiously than ever, really. Like, there's been 0 rounds from 999 on the attacking side, so I guess that will definitely make your job pretty difficult heading into the second half here. No matter how good your GR side is going to be, if you end up getting 9 and 0'd, yeah, it's not going to be a very pretty picture going into that second half. This is obviously still a winnable round for 999, but the deeper we get into it, the more difficult it looks, especially now that BYK has taken a bit of a chunk there. UJK. Don't know that he's necessarily been spotted up there in alley, but they seem to at least have a suspicion.
Do you have any, like, from looking at it here, would you say you have any recommendations or just like ideas or maybe making this map a little bit easier to attack on? Because, like, maybe moving those boxes or making one of these sight lines a bit wider is possibly the only option, but it's also just such a small map, full stop.
Yeah, no, look, the map hasn't changed pretty much in 10 years, so we're kind of just giving advice to deaf ears, I would say, I guess. But yes, I think you definitely need to open up this middle area of the map a little bit. Like that exact choke point right there, where all those grenades are going, that can't be the only choke point that pretty much gets you into mid. I think they need to open that up somehow, make it a little bit easier to sort of navigate through there. Yeah, because that is really the blocking point for sure.
I kind of like it in a way. Like, I realise it looks kind of crazy here. We might even get a full, at least 4 or 5 rounds for 999 on this defense before this game is over. But I do like when the map pool is diverse in terms of some maps having heavy sides. Like, obviously it used to be like that in the day in other games before things have changed and metas changed. But yeah, I think maybe as egregious as this is a bit far, but it does really make every single round matter hugely if you're able to get into a position like this in a 5v4.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Snox is barely clinging to life, frankly. So too, obviously, our 999 on the map. Kind of feels like 999 have just been lucky to avoid the embarrassment, I guess, of a 10-0 loss. But how much further can they really push this? I mean, you just said 4 or 5 rounds. I'm not sure whether or not they're going to even get there. This is what GB, I think, should be doing as well. They just slow things down. They've got the player advantage. If they slow things down here, wait out a lot of that counter util, and then start to maybe make their way over towards B through middle. Set things up quite nicely. So, potential push coming through here, though, from 999. UJK alongside Chris. But that's being watched for by GB.
Yeah. Oh, Chris. Is he ready? Green's on the angle. Only just reacts in time. Goodness me, he actually took a bit of damage before he went down. Another frag from QJK, but FaZe will trade it quickly. Keeps it in a 3 versus 3. 50 seconds to get C4 onto the site somewhere. And I'm going to move back around, but again, look at the aggression coming through from Chris. He wants to go looking for more. He's going to clear out outside. It's all going to be down to Minchen. He holds the line. Should be all 3. Is all 3. He's been excellent with those particular angles today with that stunning quad kill we saw earlier. It was in vain on Compound, but it won the round again, this time on Mexico.
Alright, well, they're going to have to try and run it back once again. Had the opening advantage in the last round, but the HP deficit was kind of what's undone them a little bit there. Now 2 XMs to start this one off. It seems to be a specialty of some of the German players.
Yeah. Love the XM. Oh, that's a good catch. They could clear the angle there, realizing what could be going on. There's very common spam, and this could be where it falls apart because Snox has found 2. Do they pounce? They do, but again, Mouse 1 is held by QJK. Gets a triple from that position. Now, they don't really have a free path onto the site. The rotation was quick enough. And guess who's here? It's the XM. BYK will get both of the final two. Leaping his way toward the last one. And you can see the smiles on Dane's face as he watched that one.
Yeah, I mean, just take their strategy and use it back against them. Fair enough. Yeah, he's been on the receiving end of this for an entire half. You might as well give some back. The difficulty is, obviously, it has to just be perfection here from 999. And you think at some point there is going to be a straw that breaks the camel's back. You know, there's been so much weight that has been built up on the shoulders of 999 that all it's going to take is a little press from GB. And they've been actually pretty good at finding the opening picks. Sooner or later, you would think one of those rounds is going to be converted. But as is fairly standard on Mexico, again, you just sort of sit behind this choke point. So that's why I was saying, like, I think there just needs to be another choke point that goes into middle. Like, maybe you just even open up from where the C4 is, which is phase, where phase is standing, into B, like into the B connector. You just open up the wall there so that there's like another avenue in somewhere, right? It doesn't even have to be a massive gap. It's just something that, you know, the GR side has to sort of dedicate another player to kind of hold that. You can't have so many guys holding mid.
Tell you what, though, both sides, Snox has done a wonderful job of finding entries, especially now. Up to 18, by the way, in this game, and a very speedy one thus far. Looking for more, too, and that's a great clear. Now it's falling apart. This is where it should be all said and done. They played the patience. They took their time. They just need to find BYK with that XM stuck on the site. He's now been found out, looking for multiple. How many does he get? Only 2. Good trade. And that's GV getting that one over the line, as they should have, as we spoke about in the pre-game.
Yeah, look, it should have always been GV's game after they got a 9-0 first half, and it didn't take them too long to get that one sorted. I think they can probably still walk away from that series with a little bit to learn. The Ankara GR side, again, seemed to be a little bit spotty this week, so maybe something that they can go over throughout the next couple of days and try to shore up. But there's not too much time left in this season, so I guess for them it's kind of just about getting through these last couple of weekends. Obviously, there's another 2 days this week and then 1 day next week. I believe they are playing next week as well, off the top of my head, GV. So do you want to make any massive drastic changes necessarily? Probably not. It might just be, okay, look, guys, let's get through this, and then we'll try to focus on improving that GR side going into next season, potentially. But at the very least, they've got the win here today. And it was a win that they probably should have always gotten. We sort of said maybe it should have been a 2-0. But anyway, a fairly comfortable victory there on Mexico. Makes for a solid win in the end. Awesome back to his usual tricks there. 2.67 from him. FaZe obviously going absolutely bananas as well with the XM in hand. Another good game from Snox. So yeah, 3 Musketeers really getting that game done. It really felt like, yeah, just like 3 guys in the server. It was awesome, FaZe and Snox. And then everyone else just was like, all right, well, we're along for the ride, for better or for worse, depending on which team you were on.
Yeah, it was crazy, right? I mean, that just played so well. And I think especially on that second half, Snox was finding openings all the time. And it felt like he was just knocking on the door enough to get that game over the line at some point. As you say, 9-0, it doesn't feel like an incredibly safe lead, maybe on a map like that, but you do only need 1 at the end of the day, and he managed to just continue to press and control. And he did a great job of it over the course of the series. FaZe, though, will be the MVP, and he was excellent throughout, winning a number of clutches at the beginning of the series, and Triple Nine didn't know how to handle him, really, even though they did manage to grab that opening map. GV switched on, and they locked in. They will lock in another win for the CFWL this season as well. And that gives them a little bit of breathing room between them and Entropy as well. I mentioned, of course, Entropy, they actually the next game up this evening against unKnights. That's going to be very difficult, but if they won that somehow, that would put GV under pressure because they're not playing on the 12th tomorrow, right? They're only playing on the 13th, so sure, they make up for that in that final week of games, of course, in week 7, but that's against Gaimin Gladiators, so you wouldn't expect them to win that. So it's going to be tight, I think. We shall see. But yeah, I do think overall GV, they've reinforced that spot in 5th. They should be all right. And Triple Nine have got some nice stuff to learn from this series, and a great clip from Minchen as well on Compound, which they'll remember very well.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't know if that is that enough though for GV. I think they're a team that obviously has been around for a very long time. In very similar iterations, and I think they'd probably be like, when is it our turn to get a chance at the playoffs? Well, unfortunately, probably not this season, but again, maybe next season, as we think they've secured that spot in 5th at least. For now, though, we have to take a short break, and then we'll be jumping back on in for series number 2. So don't go too far away. We'll see you in a minute.
Welcome back. Entropy unKnights up next. And this is actually a very important game for both still, of course. I mean, unKnights, they're pretty solid, I would say, in playoffs at this point. They've got a great record over the course of the season. 8-3, just like Anubis, just below them. But I do think that they're going to want to stay close to those top two. They want to stay close to Gaimin Gladiators, close to ROC. They want to be in a position where they can pounce, maybe get a better position at the end of the season. But for Entropy, it's unlikely they get over the line here. Unlikely they find a win against one of the form teams of the season, as we all expected. But there is a chance that if they have a good, amazing result here out of nowhere, it could still keep them in conversation for that 5th place position. So we shall see. But unKnights definitely go into this one as our favourites after being top of the league for quite a lot of it over the course of the last few weeks.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, a little bit of recovering, I guess, to do for unKnights after suffering a loss or two over the last couple of weeks. They lost to GG last week. They lost to Anubis the week prior. So a couple of losses, which I think they probably would have preferred not to have taken. As you said, they were sitting towards the top end of the scoreboard. Had they at least beaten Anubis, they might even still be in a bit more of that discussion. But noting that they've still got yet to play Entropy, which is one of the weaker teams, 999, which again is also one of the weaker teams, they should be popping a couple of wins in this week, and then it really comes down to next week's game against ROC for unKnights as to where ultimately they will end up finishing off in this season. But they're very comfortably within that top 3, which I guess really for a team like that is probably all that really matters. As long as you get into playoffs, you're going to give yourself a chance, and yeah, they're very comfortably in the playoffs. On the other side of the coin, Entropy, 3 matches this week. This is going to be their last opportunity to get any points on the board. So if they did want to catch GV, who they are essentially like 1 win behind, GV came in at 5-6, Entropy come in at 4-7. They are going to need to win every single game this week. Obviously, they're playing against some pretty tough opposition in the likes of unKnights and then ROC. So those 2 games are pretty tough for them. They do finish it off with a game against 999, though. So look, probably unlikely, but let's just say for the sake of argument, best case scenario, Entropy could go 7-7. Right now, we know GV is 6-6 with 2 more games yet to play. GV would play Anubis. That's definitely a losable game for them. And then GG. So that's also definitely losable for them. In a world where Entropy do go 3-0 this week and get to 7-7, I definitely could see them actually stealing away that spot from GV, because I think there's definitely a world where GV goes the rest of this without another win. So tough ask, obviously. You'd have to beat unKnights and then ROC back to back, but it's got to start today. So we'll follow that storyline. I guess let's keep that in our minds. There's a possibility, if even a bit of a dream, but a possibility. And if they can get up over the line against unKnights today, then it gives us something interesting to talk about tomorrow in that game against ROC.
It does indeed. It does indeed. This is exactly the same Veto as we saw in the previous game. I'm not sure. I'm imagining that's correct. I'm slightly surprised if it's exactly the same Veto, but we'll double check that once we get into the game. Either way, it is exactly okay. Production has confirmed to us. My lovely voice in my ear has said it's exactly the same Veto. So interesting for sure. I actually didn't expect that to be the case. I thought it would be slightly differing to the previous game we just watched, but there we go. Ankara, Compound, and Mexico once again. I do expect this one to be... Maybe I expect this one to be more of the 2-0 than the other one. I mean, of course, with GV and 999, they're kind of languishing in the league a little bit. GV's in that middle portion. 999 are at the bottom. With these two, Entropy are just slightly below GV, of course. And then you've got unKnights battling for that top spot in the league. So yeah, I do wonder if they're going to be able to do anything here. They have got some great individuals, of course, that are very storied in the CFWL. We've watched Gainer, Bever, Vise, 40, and Manison all apply their trade historically. This little team they've got together here has definitely got ability. I've seen some great stuff from them in recent times. So I think Gainer in particular can have these games where he just completely pops off. I think last time I watched Gainer, might have been when I was covering it with you, every single duel he took, he seemed to win. So he can have games like that, and it can cause anyone problems.
Yeah, definitely has been a standout for Entropy for me. Even last week, he continued that solid performance that you're alluding to. So I think once again, he'll be a bit of a focal point. I think there's a lot of positives to kind of take away from this season for Entropy, who actually got themselves a win over GV. I think that's kind of been the tipping point for me, where I've gone, you know what, this is not just one of those teams that deserves to be in that same conversation as TBI and 999, at the bottom of the standings. It's pretty obvious that they are somewhat a step above those two teams, if even maybe still just a little bit below the likes of GV and Anubis at this stage. But they're kind of pushing the issue a little bit more so than some of the bottom teams. So I think some of that experience is starting to show through for some of these Entropy guys that have been around a few more seasons. The likes of Vise, the likes of Gainer, these guys that have been in and around the CFWL now for 12 months or maybe even a little bit longer than that. But on the other side of the coin, if we're going to compare them to unKnights, it's very difficult to make a compelling argument that they're going to be able to win this game or even take a map. I think generally speaking, unKnights have beaten the teams that they should beat, lost to the teams that they should lose to, the exception probably being that one series against Anubis. They lost one series to Anubis, which I thought probably shouldn't have dropped that one. But generally speaking, they have been able to beat most of the weaker teams. They've sort of new bashed them in a sense. Like there's a lot of 2-0s throughout this season coming through from unKnights. They're 2-0ing TBI, they're 2-0ing GV, they're 2-0ing 999, those kinds of names. They're losing to, your Gaimin Gladiators and the ROCs, generally speaking, although they did actually get themselves a win against ROC, but it was a close series. So you're kind of getting what you expect to or what you would hope to from a team like unKnights at this point. And again, for these guys, like I've said, it's more of a question of what they're going to be able to do once they get into playoffs, not how they go about getting in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that one loss that unKnights had to Anubis, right? We've both been quite impressed with what Anubis have been able to put forth so far this season. They've looked genuinely decent. If you look at their league standing right now, they are 8-3, right alongside unKnights, and you've got ROC and Gaimin Gladiators on 9-3 and 9-2, respectively. So, yeah, they are right there with them. And, when this game week is over, we'll see how it all pans out, because we've only got 1 day of games to come the week after this, of course. Which would then confirm who we've got in playoffs absolutely 100%. We've got some giggles going on. We've got the someone's hit the giggle button or something, and everyone just starts laughing between both teams. That's all. Even faces turning red, something so funny. So who knows? We'd love to know what that is, but I'm sure they're enjoying themselves either way. 40's already had to move his cat off of his desk again. If you remember, he had to do that last time we casted together. That cat gets in the way, bless him or her. But very gently put him down on the floor again, and we can get started in the game hopefully very soon. Only a small delay, I do hope, before we get this one started. But yeah, I think we're going to jump in, and we'll see if once again unKnights can look at like the team we know they can be. Because if we look at group stage MVPs over the course of the season thus far, Alucard in second place, got 5 of those. I love watching this guy. Clutch player, great on the Orm, always has been for so many years. And we're about to see how he does in another match day.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see what ends up playing out here. But I'm predicting a fairly comfortable unKnights victory, though I think Entropy will be able to keep it close on the 2 maps. I'm thinking somewhere in the realms of sort of 6 or 7 rounds out from Entropy. But unKnights have found themselves a nice opener in the hands of Jin. Pietro is also there for one on to Manison. So far, things are progressing as would be expected. And also, in the discussion is Gainer, again, as he always is. So solid stuff from him to start this off, but unfortunately not really enough to get them back into a real conversation for this round. Alucard has cleared out the mid-connector, and now spotting out a couple more players. He's just going to have to hightail it back in toward the site, hiding away. Goes for a re-peek into the vent, but no shot required just yet. And only 20 seconds left now for Entropy to try to make this retake happen. They're going to have to hit some absolutely banger entries, and look, they got one. It was courtesy again of Gainer, who's the only player to have found a frag for this round for Entropy. But beyond that, a little bit too much to ask. So that'll be a round in the bag for unKnights.
40 would add one to the tally to at least make it so he grabs something, but Gainer was relatively lucky to get his second frag as well, because it was Alucard who tagged him, legged him as he jumped at him. So there was not really going to be much more after that. Damage came through, really, was that? So good start. Often we do see that, don't we, with quite a lot of teams actually in the CFWL. We are seeing pacier beginnings to maps in particular. In the last few game weeks, you mentioned the speedy style that Anubis was playing, I think, a few weeks ago. But, we'll have to see how Alucard deals with this one. He manages to get one. And Beck, he's not just found 40 to Manison as well. And holds for Gainer's push through. Rotation is caught. Vise has been spotted already as well. And Beck is having himself around.
Yeah, well, that'll happen sometimes when you're against a team like unKnights. Individuals just popping off, and it's a fairly straightforward one. Alucard's still having a giggle. Not sure what's going on tonight for unKnights, but they seem to be having a good time, which is great. You know, good
Laughing gas
spirits.
somewhere. Leaking. It's always good, though.
It is
Vibes
good.
are important.
The vibes have to be good throughout the entire year for these CFWL teams, because even now it's like, oh look, it's only season 1 of CFWL. All you get is qualification through to season 2, depending on where you place, and obviously a bit of prize money. Prize money is a big deal, obviously, for these teams. It kind of is the lifeblood of this region. But also thinking about the CFS points as well that are on offer this season. So again, we know there's always going to be a big CFS event at the end of the year. 2025 will be no different. And unKnights will be one of those teams that I would say would be very keen to attend a CFS event. And in the past, you know, they did get to have a crack in 2024. Didn't quite make it in 2023. So they feel like they probably deserve to be there again. And in getting themselves a good placing here in CFWL Season 1, they're going to give themselves every opportunity of making it through to CFS again this year.
Yeah, for sure. That's the goal for these guys. Not just the prize money, it's the opportunity to play and travel for a game that you love. It's always the dream.
Yeah, and the other great thing about it is I think 3BL have kind of paved the way for the West League teams in at least having some degree of self-belief that they can actually do something. Because in the past, it's been like West League teams just go and just get like absolutely domed and go out in like last place, basically. But 3BL made it through to the top 8 last year, right? And that's pretty big on the global stage of CFS. So we'll be looking at that Entropy and unKnights and thinking maybe that could be us. And the way things are going at the moment, it could very well be unKnights if they can maintain this kind of form. But 21 seconds to get that bomb plant down, and Gainer is causing problems. Man, this guy is good. But perhaps not good enough. Plant can come from. It's in the hands of Alucard. Now Kiko needs to get this frag. He's whiffing. Everybody's missing. He's got to try and take this fight forward. Beva gets it done. That's a pretty egregious round from unKnights. Maybe they won't be making top 8 at CFS.
Oh, that is... Yeah, I'm afraid for... Oh, I mean, I don't want to rewatch this, if I'm completely honest with you. I mean, that's a good fast shot from Kiko on the trade here, but it's this duel. I mean, he took ages to get that one, and didn't even do much damage to begin with either, when he first was getting peaked over and over again. It's a rough watch. That's one that's got away. Be frustrating. Hitting those shots can be awkward when a player is jiggling an angle back and forth. You don't know when they're going to swing again, what kind of timing they're going to do or use, but yeah, I think Kiko will be upset with himself, let's put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, it really shouldn't have had to have come down to just Kiko there, to be fair. So you can be upset with yourself, but also recognize that that situation was probably not the way it should have been. Either way, it's going to bring out another slower round from unKnights, and we probably will become used to that over the course of this evening, as unKnights are, generally speaking, a bit of a slower playing team. If you're going to get any kind of pace, it's probably more so going to come from the likes of ROC or Gaimin Gladiators, but unKnights are almost infamous for that slow gameplay in previous seasons. Anubis are another very, very fast-paced team that we've been seeing this season, so I think we've got a little blend of styles this season in CFWL, where in previous seasons it really has felt like almost everyone's kind of just been playing slow. But this season we've got some pacier teams and some slower teams, and so this instance we've got a couple of the slower teams.
No card, nice opening pick though. 49 is a little bit of bother behind the lip of the site there. He will drop down to try and deal with Jinza, but it's a good catch from Jinza. 40 will go down in that situation, and that makes it a 5 versus 2 for unKnights. The bomb is planted, 30 seconds left on it. Jinza looking to hold that line, and that's a great catch on Manison. And he'll even take Bever as well. Good ending to the round for him, with 9 health to spare.
Yeah, so right back into the driver's seats at unKnights. But for a dare I say, a little bit of a throw in round number 3. This has been a pretty well-played game from them so far. Don't seem to have run into too many difficulties. Might be a bit of an interesting round, though, with Beva being pushed up in the vents. He's actually not going to be cleared out. Just for a re-peek. unKnights, again, not over-aggressing, so they'll take outside of A and now go for a bit of an expedition around the rest of the map and see if they can take some space and figure out what opportunities are going to be presented as a result of that, and then decide what to do.
Yeah, as we said, not many spare chances for Entropy over the rest of the season. They're going to have to provide some ridiculous upsets if they're in for an opportunity of displacing GV. And Knights want to keep this one clean as well to help their, not just their position in the league and possibly get back to that top spot, but also any round difference actually might come into play at the end of this season, considering they're all so close in that top position. So top of the league, all 4 of them. Pietro made his way up quite a long way and does manage to catch 40 on the trade, but 40 still got one before he went down. Flies will also get a 1-for-1. C4 dropped in somewhat the open, so we push forward to grab that back up from Alucard, and Gainer, well, once again, no holds barred on his pushes. Jinza will get dropped from that one. Alucard has to try and do something about this. It's awkward for him. Gainer is stuck in the corner. Beck looks to try and clear him out, knowing there's an opportunity, but Gainer leaps his way forward. Alucard with a great reaction onto a Manison, but Gainer is always going to be there for a quick trade, and once again, he's looking good today.
Yeah. We'll be maybe a little bit surprised if he doesn't get picked up by another team going into the next season. He's Egyptian, as we've been informed multiple times by the analyst desk. So, you know, there's a lot of good teams that he could end up moving into if there's like some issues somewhere along the line, like Anubis or ROC would be an easy sort of transition for him, I assume.
Yeah.
Either way, unKnights are making short work of this round. But yeah, I think like he is kind of like a shining star in this roster at the moment, and I think Entropy would be a significantly poorer looking team were it not for the firepower that Gainer is bringing at the moment. I don't know whether that's, you know, is this something that we can expect from him on a consistent basis, or is this a bit of a purple patch? You know, he's having a few good weeks. That can happen for sure, but if it's a more consistent thing, definitely he seems like a cut above the rest of the team at the moment.
Yeah, you're not wrong with that one. There's that meme, isn't there? Scream if you love thing here. Yeah. I think Entropy will definitely scream if you love Gainer, and maybe a lot of other teams will as well, because he's been so good recently.
Yep, indeed.
Following round,
out once
4-2
again for Alucard. Yeah, I mean, 4-2, not a bad scoreline here for unKnights so far, but at least something to be said for Entropy as well. If they can string another 1 or 2 together, then they'll have a decent half. But it definitely does feel like it is unKnights that are far and away more comfortable at the moment.
Oh, 40. A great game from him. Eventually wants to have a conversation about this one, but he is caught trying to reposition after his opening pick on Pietro. Jinza will hold the long range as well. Again, his aggression will get stopped on this occasion. And now 4v3 for unKnights once again. Just figuring out what's going on, seeing if Entropy goes searching for another frag somewhere at any point. And then we group up together and go back to the position they have been very successful in so far today. Manison gives it a glance, doesn't know that all 4 are coming in from that position, and Beck just says, listen, I'll hold you back. I'll push forward, I'll take the kill all by myself, and Beva will go down as well.
So sit down, little bro. Now it's on to Vise, who, yeah, not really going to be able to get too much done there. So another pretty easy one for unKnights in the end. 5-2 the scoreline, and this is the point now where they can really look to accelerate.
You said little bro. Is he younger? He is younger, right?
I have no idea, to be quite honest with you. That was
Okay.
just a statement more so than anything else. It was. Don't read into it that much.
No, I know. It's just funny. Because usually the meme, you say that to someone if you think they're younger than you, and you're like, calm down, little bro. I'm more experienced than you.
Yeah.
But,
Well, in this instance, I think there's going to be few players in this game from Entropy that have more experience than those on unKnights. So I'd say it tracks.
You don't call them big bro either. You just call them unk.
Unk.
Everyone's an unk these days.
I get unk a lot nowadays, man. I hit 30 last year, so I'll be 31 this year.
I'll be 30. I'll be 30 not this year, but the year after. I'll be 29 this year. So I'm almost there. I'm almost reached.
It is.
I know. I've almost reached that official unk status that I've heard so much about. 3v2 for unKnights here, and Rise and 40 together. Trying to recover this one. One on the flank, one on that normal retake position. They haven't got the C4 planted yet. They're more focused on the fact that these two players are so close, but that's the big one. Rise may have taken Jinzo, and now they can both hold his push through the smoke, and the frag will come through, and the plant, and the round.
Could be a 7-2 half. Should be a pretty dominant display from unKnights.
That's beautiful.
Look, to be fair though, when it comes to CrossFire, this is probably one of the older demographics, I would say. So that does help my cause at least.
Yeah.
Decent shots into middle here from Entropy, and Kiko sort of caught napping as he tries to walk up and find an exchange. So we may actually see that third round come through here for Entropy instead of unKnights really pushing this half out into something quite disastrous as far as Entropy is concerned. And now that it's down to just Beck, I dare say it's going to be tough to pull this one back, though he does have the time to try to isolate a few duels.
Problem is where the C4 is right now. Beck needs to get another one. Gainer took a little bit of a longer time to get that frag, a bit more unlike him, but recovered the spray in the end. And no frag for Beck. Good round for Entropy. Get some of that unnamed energy drink here, down ya, and go again.
Quick smoke to A main from Entropy to start this one off. Kiko is the sole defender here on A, so he actually might not mind the comfort of having a smoke there, but it does obscure some of the vision. Luckily, Pietro's there to find some info. Kiko swings in from vents, though his timing maybe just half a second too late there. Pietro peeking a little bit earlier on the timing. Rotation to come across to A. Kiko still looking for info. Sticks around a little too long maybe for that fight, but he's feeling confident. He's 11-3. It's fair enough. Luckily, that nade's not going to land on his head. And 3-on-3 will persist for now.
Beck going aggressive. Step's been heard by Bever though. And that's a good catch. Stopping his aggression. Worrying that they could be getting pushed upon from another angle as well. So putting a few bullets into the smoke just to cover for that. But one can now be taken back. 3v2. It's going to have to be up to Kiko and Alucard to step forward here in this situation, knowing they're a frag down. Look for information, try and recover something, maybe stack their site like they're doing to try and hold them at bay. But Entropy have figured out what's going on. They have picked the right bomb site. So this retake will be very difficult, especially considering Kiko as the rifle retaker is low HP.
Yeah, you really do actually need Alucard to probably be the first contact here and to win his initial duel, bring it straight back into the 2v2, cause a bit of a chaotic moment, and then Kiko slip in and get maybe the trade frag or something like that, but won't happen. So Kiko's pretty much up the creek without a paddle here, which is never fun. And I'd say even the flow of the water's working against him. So he'll give it a crack, he'll walk out through the smoke, but it was pretty much just to his death. There was no other alternative there, really, especially with only 10 seconds left on the clock.
Indeed. unKnights with their 6-4 lead. An aggressive pick attempt there. Almost catching one. A little bit of information, but that is all. Already moving 3 players toward the outskirts of B pretty early here. Entropy. But nothing really being shown. And Pietro's job is just to jump, spot, jiggle that angle from one side to the next to look for a player working their way through. Jinza will here for to take a pot shot and then fall back away. And there's going to be no pressure outside A at all now. It's all going to be, at the moment at least, a bit of a B split through mid and underpass.
It's a great setup for unKnights. They've got 3 players over towards B right here, and Beck on the off angle. It's the perfect setup for him to get himself at least a freebie. Pietro, one more. And now some util getting tossed across to try to slow things down for Entropy. That flash will slow them up. Alucard in there with the orb now as well, and it seems like it might be a little bit doomed for Entropy. You have Madison coming through to collect that C4, but he is a little late to the party. Gainer stuck on the site himself, lucky to be alive after that nade lands at his feet. Madison can't manage much, and with Gainer on no HP, he will be easy pickings for unKnights. So it'll be another round that goes the way of the favorite in this matchup, and once again the lead goes out to 3.
Been a good game for unKnights thus far. As you can see, as I always mention, it's very nice to have a squad all fragging well together. Jinza and Kiko on 11. You've got Alucard 6, sure, but as the Orm player, he can maybe be the player that can occasionally sit a bit further back. Doesn't have to be running in first and looking for multis or anything. Beck and Pietro on 9 apiece. It's a good match up at the moment. Shows a team that's working. But B will be pressured this time, it looks like. Or A, excuse me, for the unKnights defense.
I mean, they've got numbers here, so they're probably pretty happy with that as a result. So far, so good. Jin and Kiko able to find themselves a kill apiece, and now a change up in position for the remaining defenders on unKnights as that rotation does come through. Entropy would obviously, at this stage, be better off just cancelling this and going elsewhere, but it looks like they're going to keep on pushing their way forward, ramming their head into the brick wall, and in this instance, the brick wall rams back, and you can guess who wins. unKnights are up to 8 now, and only a couple of rounds away from finishing off Ankara in a pretty comfortable fashion.
It has been pretty comfortable. Now, I want to make, as I said, make this as clean as possible because there is an opportunity to possibly get themselves up into that top position in the league again. Just with a clean game, with at least rounds lost as possible. Another good catch from Jinza as well. 40 tried to force his way forward, not allowed to. Again, and should be having to play catch up early round already.
Yeah, this is kind of looking tougher and tougher as it goes on for Entropy. unKnights looking super solid on this defense. And, you know, funnily enough, it's not even really coming from the traditional avenues. Like, you would normally look at Ankara and say, okay, Alucard here, Orm in hand, probably going to get a lot done. But, yeah, he's 6 and 5. Like, it's not been terrible. Can't really say he's been bad at all, but it's actually been the riflers that have been doing a lot of the work. Kiko and Jin. I think Jin's been a good addition to this unKnights roster as well. I've said that in the past.
Yeah.
Don't know that he necessarily transforms this team into the best team in the league, but I think his addition has been solid. He's been putting up some good games I've seen on a pretty consistent basis. His numbers looking pretty solid. So I like to see that. Maybe it can be the difference maker for unKnights. Going into something like the playoffs or going into some international tournaments. We know there's going to be a few this year. As there always is.
Yep. Any extra time with the team playing these officials will, without a doubt, help to improve his synergy with the rest of the roster. Gainer will work his way forward. Should catch Kiko, and does actually. But Kiko did get 2 frags before he went down. Jin got one of his own, but Gainer just loves to aim duel literally everyone. I'll be amazed if he wins this round, though. 12 seconds to pick up the C4 and get back to the site. Pietro's actually not holding it. He's let Gainer pick it up and get his way back to the site. That is crazy. He can actually get this plant down, I think, just with 2 seconds remaining. He's got a very vague opportunity at this one, but they're going to force their way up together. That's the right way to go about it. NT from Gainer again, but it's just not to be for him.
Man, he's putting in the hard yards today, isn't he? Great stuff from Gainer. I saw Pietro swing for fight through main there. We'll get it probably on the replay right here in a second. Just after this kill, where this right here, where Pietro's about to swing across, I'm like, man, don't do it. Gainer's going to 1v5 you, because he literally looked like he was going to hit that shot as well. But yeah, look, Gainer's 15 and 11, but bro, what can you do? Like, Madison's having a toughie, Vi's having a toughie. I mean, everyone's kind of having a toughie, really. Like, when you go down the list, except for Gainer, no one's going positive. And he's kind of a one-man army, which is good enough to get 4 rounds, apparently. But beyond that, it's wishful thinking, unfortunately.
Alucard in a great position to possibly... Oh, he's going to move off of it for now. You've ruined my point, Alucard. How dare you? But he could be about to move back into it and get the information at least about what's coming his way. Early miss, though. Now he's in a very awkward angle because he's got players all around him. And yeah, he'll get swarmed by, eventually, Vise. That will allow a plant. And, Jordan, I have something weird going on. Like, I mean, I've told this already, haven't I? I think in previous match days we've done. Every single time I watch a team get to map point, they never win it the first time of asking. Obviously, it's like a mental thing. I've spoken to you about it before. Like, it happens at least 75% of the time, I swear to you, that they're unable to finish the game at the first time of asking. And it's not going to be the case here either, because Jin is fighting for his life, but he's 1v4.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? I think, to be honest, probably it's a bit of confirmation bias. Like, I have these kinds of moments as well where I'm thinking, like, how is this possible? How is it that this team is just like dominating so hard and then they can't just like, finish it off right here, or got the important swing round or something like that? And like, but do I notice it more because I'm looking out for it more? You know, like, now you're thinking about it all the time. You're like, you're gonna notice every single time it goes to 9 and they don't finish it. But you're probably not going to think about it when they do, so... Well,
thing is, I'm weird, and I have been noticing when it actually doesn't happen, and I barely noticed it happen.
Fair enough.
But, yeah, obviously it's a mental thing of a little bit of relaxation once you get onto a map point, right? Especially if it's like you've got a good lead like this, not like a 9-8 or something. You would be a bit more nervy and maybe a bit more focused. Who knows? Could be one or the other. But let's see if they finish it here. Jin's a good crosshair placement to deal with Gainer's immediate wide swing. But there's more where that came from. But thankfully, though, for Beva's sake, Kiko will go a little bit more aggressive and will get taken out. So back into a 3v3. Pietro all the way around the back with Beck. They are concerned about this site kind of not being clear yet. But they'll eventually get the C4 planted. And now the full retake can come back through with Alucard teaming up on the flank.
Tough retake. Time ticking away from unKnights already. Pauline's position could actually be picked off, though, if he's not careful and someone's able to kind of get in through main. Flashes are actually pushing him back away, but the entries haven't really been connected for unKnights, and so that'll be all she wrote for that round. So I guess we'll be waiting one more. Entropy with the last little spurt of effort. 9-6 the scoreline, so still quite a ways away from really putting any pressure on unKnights. But if they can put together another 1 or 2 rounds here, then maybe you might start to think.
You might indeed. Alucard, though, will get the opening. It's a little bit more aggressive for it this time, and I really appreciate that from him. He's had a bit more of a quieter game. I say that. He's still a very comfortable, positive 9-7 KD, right? But for him, maybe he'd usually be one of the players at the top. Currently at the bottom, but it's been a good team performance, like I said. Jinz will actually show his hand there in that similar position in the vent, but he'll fall back off of it immediately once he did that. It's been a bit of a ruse and hops back, gets spotted. Can Kiko help out before he gets swarmed upon? Yes, that is the answer. He absolutely can get help. He will get 2 from Kiko and save the day. And 40 is 1 bullet from death. Time to try and win this one out. 1v4 to stay alive in at map 1, and does well to find Pietro, but he was always going to get caught in the back, and Beck will take that one. unKnights do what they wanted to do, make sure they go and map up in this one.
Yeah, and I don't think it was really ever going to be a particularly big concern for unKnights there. It was maybe a couple of rounds that were starting to kind of like eke out in the other direction, but end of the day, unKnights always expected them to walk away with the win, and they were on 9 for a substantial amount of time before it really got over the line, but still, still a comfortable win, still a solid map score. And what did I say at the start of that? I think I said something like, expecting Entropy to be able to get to like sort of 6, 7, kind of like that ballpark. That's more or less what they were able to do there on Ankara. I think that game really played out exactly the way that I thought that it would. It was unKnights for the majority, looking like the better team. Generally pretty comfortable, but like some decent rounds in here and there from Entropy. Again, largely off of the back of Gainer. They've Bever started to kind of pick it up as well a little bit. But 10-6, yeah, very much in the realms of expectation, I think, for this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's about right. The right read for this one. Not a shadow of a doubt. And to be fair, I think with Compound coming up next, I think that's often where unKnights do some of their best work, right? Historically, they've always been great on that map, have a great understanding of how to play off each other as a team, and just knowledge of the synergy between them. So yeah, I'm expecting this one to be a 2-0. We went into it thinking that for sure, but we have to see it play out on the server first, of course, to really say whether we know what we're talking about or not. And earlier today we didn't, with 999 looking pretty decent, right? So we'll see, but we're going to go to a break. When we're back, it'll be Compound. And we're back. We're back for the next one to see if unKnights can get the win comfortably, right? Because we've kind of been expecting it throughout the entire day so far. We looked at the matchups and said, unKnights should be a 2-0, especially considering the maps that we're playing as well. When we saw the Veto come through, Compound was obvious that it was going to be a one we'll see. Most likely they play it all the time, and considering how good they looked on set 1, we're expecting the same here. There's Entropy, and we need to see more amazing work from Gainer and across the entire team to answer back here, because it was kind of a bit of a one-man show.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it can't be just a one-man army, which is what it has felt like in a lot of instances for this team. So if someone else steps up alongside him, I think 40's had some definite moments that he's been solid with the Orm. That's kind of like the win con for Entropy. It feels like it's like, okay, Gainer +1, and who's that +1? Well, at the moment, nobody on Ankara. But if we get someone else that can kind of like stand there next to him, toe to toe,
yeah,
you know, maybe instead of that being like a 10-6, it becomes a 10-8, or it becomes an OT or something like that, and then there's a winning position for Entropy. Beva, he started off very nicely indeed, almost grabbing 3 with that third spray. Not quite finishing off his last opponent, but sets it up nicely for Vise, and so Beck, last man standing. That's a much better start to the game for Entropy. Super, super solid stuff, and hey, if we get more of that, then yeah, I mean, Entropy are part of the conversation.
Yeah, nice little tap there from Vise at the end as well. That was very clean. The one bullet. Always satisfying to watch. I'm going to try and play further forward early game. Push unKnights back. We know what the style they kind of play, especially on Compound, when it comes to these mid fights. Getting though, the right man for this position, and looking for the frags in the smoke. Does get himself one, but quick frags in response from Pietro and Alucard. Actually, a really nice kill from Alucard on Gainer to get that trade. Brings it back into a 3v3.
v3, anybody's game. Entropy might be feeling pretty good about the start to Compound thus far. Oh, I was going to say, a good decision being made by unKnights to head towards that B bomb site, but in fact, that's the wrong choice, as Alucard is going to go down early on in the piece. Kiko does trade that one through. 40 dropping here as well, and now Vise alone. He's got no idea where Vise is, though, and so he's going to drop the C4. Trade doesn't come through quickly enough from Pietro. And all of a sudden, we're in a bit of an interesting position here. Oh, it's Pietro to close it out in the end. And all good as far as unKnights are concerned, but maybe a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, indeed. That was quite tight. But considering the position they're in, maybe you would have hoped for slightly different results. Jin will work his way forward in mid, and a bit of support to clear out. Make sure you don't get traded, or sorry, don't go in alone and get caught. Make sure you've got trade potential available to you. Push forward here, coming through from Beva to have a good gander. Bit of information. Yeah, I'm expecting unKnights, especially once they get through this first half. 5-4 or 6-3, win or lose, should be absolutely fine for them, in my opinion.
I think I would like to probably see 6 from unKnights in the first half here. Compound's definitely a map where you can get a lot done as the BL side. So if you're the better team, I think 6 is probably a pass score, whether you're on GR or BL. And obviously we consider unKnights to be the better team in this matchup. So we'll see what they're going to be able to get done. But one thing I can tell you is it is probably going to be a little bit of a slower half here, with unKnights taking their time about things on Compound, as has again been reiterated about unKnights and their playstyle. Nade popping up in the face of Gainer, and Pietro's been able to kind of just sneak past. Gainer backing off. Madison in behind. He will get traded pretty effectively, though, by Beck, and so that's still not alarm stations for unKnights, because they're getting that work done on the other entry into B, and realistically speaking, if B falls here, it's going to be round over, and, well, it is, because Vice is the only player left alive, and B did fall, and round was over, and unKnights did win it, so that's how it just be sometimes, I guess.
Indeed, bit of a collapse there. That was very speedy end to that one for unKnights. Just catching Entropy on every single angle they pushed. Vice getting maybe surprised when he had a swing and saw all three in front of him. Got caught. Could have a bit of an earlier fight in here though, going a little bit speedier in toward the outskirts of B, and Gainer and Vise will make it work for them this time. The push forward from Pietro gets one, but Vise deals with that one. And Gainer, no more to be gained for him in this round, but they do have a 3v2 to work with off that opening bit of aggression, and that's a really nice aggressive push from Madison, keeping the tempo up in this round. But if there's one man who can clutch a 1v3 from any position, it's Alucard.
I would say wishful thinking, but yeah, he's been good this season. Maybe not that good 3v1 from that kind of an angle, especially with an Orm is always going to be a pretty tough ask. And so, fair enough. Entropy are definitely putting unKnights through their paces at the moment at the start of Compound. Damage across from both sides, but nothing too substantial. It is going to be a battle for mid, and it's Gainer kind of on his own, but Gainer on his own is worth 2 or 3 players. He does get some work done. Unfortunately, though, Kiko also having a fantastic day, and so it's not going to work out favorably for Entropy one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, not going to see many plays like we saw from Minchen earlier, right? Where you just swing, get a headshot every single swing instantly, even get a lineup as well. It's a 1 in 1,000 round, if not less, actually. Never. We'll try and nade Alucard out of position toward B long. Waiting for the right timing, and actually got the drop on him there for a split second, but Bevo does really well to find that frag. Alucard's been a little bit slower today than the form we've normally seen from him, but his teammates have been picking up most, if not all, of the slack, and they're still looking good as a team.
Appreciating at least the fact that we're getting something decent from Entropy on this map, and unKnights are having to work hard. Wise has gotten himself into the B bomb site, and I don't think unKnights were ready for that. They definitely weren't looking at him. So Entropy actually leading now again on Compound. unKnights need to kind of lock in a little bit here.
For sure. Entropy are looking a little bit better, which is a great sign. I'm happy that we're getting a bit more of a contest, and this was one of the maps we watched previously where we saw Gainer just love life and run riot, and Vise, this time it's him. And Vise is having a great start, 8 on the board already, and there is Gainer going for his aggression. Just like I said, once again, Alucard will be the man to get caught, so some good work early game here. Impressive. Gauging their aggression correctly, and Gainer should have a lineup. Should be 3, is 3, could even be 4. Oh, he's even got the tap through the smoke. When do you ever see 2 separate plays in one day and 2 separate BO3s each turn out with a 4K in mid on Compound? Those both have a great factor to them.
I think you could freeze frame that before he starts shooting, and I could look at that and say he's getting at least 3.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, you know, maybe not. But like the fact that you see it's Gainer, you see they're looking away from him, you see they've lined up, you're like, okay, yeah, he's getting 3 or 4. He's just so good at the moment.
Yeah.
He's continuing to deliver for Entropy.
And keeping it up, right, as well. You mentioned the consistency factor for the future. I think maybe some of the top teams in the league will actually be looking into him at this point. If he keeps it up for this long, and they put him in, you know, if there's a spot that can come through where it's like roll for roll, spot for spot, you see him doing exactly what he's doing on Entropy. Sure, he's pretty roamy, isn't he, Gainer? He does kind of pop up everywhere, but still, have a look at it and say, well, maybe we need this guy in our team, rather than tearing it up on a team that's not even in the top 4. Jump at the chance.
Another slower approach from unKnights. Yep, it's going to be tagged down through that smoke, but nice trade from Jin as Madison tries to get out of dodge. It's going to open up the map a little bit more here for unKnights, but they have been in quite a few 3-on-3s that they just really haven't been able to convert. They've looked a little bit toothless in these sort of late round situations. See if that changes up here at all. It is going to be 40 that they're running into, so if he does miss a shot, that'll be problems. Not going to be too concerned about that, though, as that one does connect onto Beck, and that provides enough time for Entropy to start coming across here onto A and actually dumping Util as well. Great flash, great nade. Kiko and Jin stuck out there on A long, waiting for the push in from Vise. They are going to get it.
Ooh.
Oh, they've got 40 as well, so hang on. This has gone a little pear-shaped for Entropy now, and it is down to Bever to try to clutch it out solo, but C4 plant not down just yet, and Jin in an awkward spot now, having lost Kiko. He's going to chance the plant.
Bever should have an idea about he's positioned himself. It's all about the timing of when Jin wants to swing and look for where Bever is, how close he can be to the C4, and there's the information, but now down to 1 bullet from death. Surely it'll be Bever's, and it will be. Jinza tried to hit a strafe tap, but it wasn't to be. And it's a bit of a bailout there for 40. I think he played a good round up until the point where he just ever so slightly adjusted his crosshair placement as they were trying to work their way in toward his position. Other than that, it's a perfectly played round by, honestly, everyone. Because that clutch wasn't easy. It gives them a 5-2 lead. Looking good.
It is. Just wondering if unKnights are even ever going to come online right now on Compound, or is this what we're going to get? You know, is what you see what you get? Kind of seems like it at the moment. They're just a little bit wishy-washy. Alucard will trade down Madison again, bring it back to the 3v3, but I don't think I've seen them win a 3-on-3 so far.
No.
On this map. So normally you'd look at a 3v3 and say, well, that'll be blacklist-sided that round, but I don't think that's been the case here. Yes. Ooh, it's a bit of a cheeky timing there on Devise. The flash will kind of catch him, and Bever and 40 will finish it off. So again, another one for Entropy. And unKnights, I think now starting to feel a bit in danger of dropping this map.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Entropy's team play is really good. Like, it's the best I've seen from them maybe on all the games I've watched from them this season. And I've seen them win other games. So, I say they could still lose this one. And they looked amazing. Early aggression in toward mid. Again goes the Entropy's way. Kiko and Jin will drop. Got full control around the map. Spread out across every choke point. Confident in each other's ability right now to get at least a 1-for-1. Or maybe grab one and then fall back to a better angle. They're flashing for each other. They're using the utility in the right spots. They're not allowing unKnights any time to breathe. It's a bit of a mini masterclass at the moment.
I mean, this could ultimately end up being a 7-2 half, and I don't know if there's any coming back from that for unKnights. They'd have to be damn good on the GR side, but that even feels a bit of a stretch too far. See what Pietro can do if he can win this duel against Bever. That'll open up the B side somewhat.
Bever's being aggressive, let's say. Very lucky not to be caught off. I'm actually very lucky not to have any damage done to him at all. I think he's got Pietro kind of on a string right now, but if he does push over further, there's still a chance he could get caught because it's hard to react to these angles. He continues to play with his food. Amazed that he's still on full HP, like I say. Even more of that duel coming through against Pietro because couldn't finish his dinner on that one. Dan Madison's so blind though, has to fall back away, only just gets away with that one. 40 seconds now left in this round. And Entropy have done really well to keep a hold of this 4v3 for so long. Vi's in a good position if they go toward B. He's got teammate support as well. 25 to get anywhere near a plant, and still got players to face if they want to get there. Lies will stand tall for another one. That puts him up to 10 kills. Make that 11 as he holds the line with 3. And that is a 7-2 half. Much better than we all were expecting.
Yeah, most definitely. Entropy, can they come back in this second half? I don't know. I mean, I think it's just looking pretty unlikely as far as I'm concerned. Compound, I mean, Gaimin kind of dominated unKnights on that. They did beat Anubis on Compound. Just having a look back at some of their previous results. Lost it to ROC, fair enough. ROC's very good on Compound. Last time they played Entropy on it, it was a 10-5 for unKnights. So, I don't know, previous history would say that unKnights shouldn't necessarily be too bad on this map, but something just not coming together today, perhaps. We're going to find ourselves maybe moving on to yet another Mexico.
Yeah, another example of Mexico could be on our screens in a little bit. Alucard holds the line toward Manison, but that's a good spin from Beck. Organic could have maybe got that one. 3v2 for unKnights here. Kiko, good spin, good check. Bevo wasn't ready for that one. So the comeback path has begun here.
Yeah, 1v3 for 40 feels a little bit too much to ask, and you're right in saying that the comeback is kind of on. Like, I think the comeback is on as long as unKnights don't lose one round at any point at the early stages of this round. Like if they can get this to like 7-5, 7-6, really start to threaten, then we're kind of back in the conversation. But the point at which Entropy just take that round and kind of pull the momentum back away from unKnights in this second half, I'd say it's probably over there. For now, though, unKnights with a good start at the second half. So we'll call it what it is. It's a good start, but need to see more.
And just playing with the doors, spotting the angle. I think Entropy will be very aware they've got an amazing half under their belt and will not want to throw this away or make any mistakes in any of these rounds to give up any situation. Knowing they've got a great opportunity. Maybe send it to 3. Nice little play with the angles there by Kiko and Beck together to hold for that one. They are going to creep their way up mid now. 40 on the line. He can be so good from, of course. With a minute to go, they're going to make their move up toward the crunch point of mid.
Beck is waiting in the wings, and he's going to get some good damage through. A lot of damage, but kills maybe just a little bit lacking. C4 has been dropped in an awkward spot. That will be quickly retrieved. unKnights now hoping that Pietro and Alucard are going to be able to make this retake happen. And look, with 40 and Beva being as low as they are, it is definitely going to be a doable one for unKnights, but this is a notoriously difficult site to retake. They have both gone down to rifles, which is the correct decision here. Gainer on full HP, though, is a danger, man.
Especially playing a headshot angle like that, it's actually quite hard to clear them out. You might think he's one bullet from... I think Bever is one bullet from death as well, but they're playing these headshot angles which are super hard to remove, and Gainer will hold the line. He's the one person you can rely on, and Entropy will creep ever closer to map 3.
Got to feel a bit hard done by there. I think it was Kiko, right, that was shooting through the smoke as they were entering into B. He did so much damage, but wasn't able to find a finishing blow on anybody. And that really makes a big difference for that round. The fact that a couple of players get through by the skin of their teeth, and as you say, 8-3, Entropy are closing in on a map victory right here. Alucard's been spotted out now as well, courtesy of Gainer, and forced all the way back into the A site. Immediate map control being taken by Entropy. They're playing with so much confidence at the moment.
Alucard tagged down low. Gainer likewise. 1 minute 30. The Knights backs against the wall. Entropy with a brilliant performance thus far. And they could have a chance at the Lottery of Mexico, which is going to be interesting. Can always go either way, it feels. Depends who starts on what half first, obviously. On what side first. Tico.
Yeah, I don't know that it's going to be quite the same as the last iteration that we got to see, but that's a decent start from Kiko and Alucard as the progress was attempted by Entropy. They've also got to be worried about the flank here from Pietro, which has been spotted out by Vice. He'll swing again for it, drop the C4. And you'd think that should probably win the round, but again, some very low unKnights players right here, and Jin just chilling on the other side of the map. Won't be involved. It'll be Pietro to finish it off. Look at the replay here. Nice spray down from Kiko for the double. And Pietro finishing things off here pretty solidly as well. So 8-4 the start. Again, still salvageable for unKnights in this half. They're 2 for 1 so far. They've got to be trading better than that. They've got to be sort of 3 or 4 for 1 in terms of rounds if they want to play catch up. But it's more good than bad so far from unKnights in the second half.
Dropping back down the stairs again. Discussing with each other what they want to do next with the in-game body language by the looks of things.
So big 5-man bust onto the A-bomb side by the looks of things. It's going to be a flash thrown in, and that does force Alucard just off of his line for a second. Beck, important kill from him. Oh, doesn't quite set up the rotations for the B players too well now that he's gone down, but Pietro will claim that space back, and the rotations can come on through, which they are now desperately needing to. It is being watched by 40. They've been allowed across though, Jin and Kiko, and Pietro still fighting hard for this A site, kind of alone. Pietro having started to activate in the second half, maybe the real thing that's keeping unKnights in this game at the moment, but they now need to secure a 3v2 retake with Pietro being low. Vi's tagged up so heavily. We've still got some time to play with, 29 seconds ticking away. Vi's low, but not finished off, and Beva doing the real damage here. This is looking doomed. Kiko, he's not found a crate cleanly enough, and Entropy get themselves up to 9. They just couldn't hit anybody on that retake.
That's crazy. I mean, Beck does well to try and recover some work there. Does some great damage on the second player, but Pietro was in position. And Beva, even though he was, they just had so much good angles on the site. I mean, look at the frags across the board for Entropy. Again, I mentioned how that always works out. It's a good team play. Oh my god, Jin gets absolutely owned by Gainer. And so, what have we seen from him later? I mean, you look how fast he sprinted into the site there. He was completely disconnected from the rest of his team. He's an absolute madman. It could cost him the round here. I can understand why he wanted to continue holding W if he's having that much success with it. Somehow, Alucard's still alive until the last second there. It's back into a 2v2, by the way. Crazy set of circumstances in this round. Bomb will go down.
Yeah, Gainer definitely thought he had something going there, but didn't in the end. Still, 2-2, not unwinnable. 40's position was so nice that he's got that shot onto Beck, and now Pietro tasked with the 1v2. And for unKnights, I mean, it would only be a wooden spoon prize, really. Anderson, low on HP, just has to keep his head ducked down and really leave this to 40 if he could, ideally. 16 seconds left as Pietro swings across, but it will not happen, and Entropy are indeed going to force us through to a map number 3 with that 10-4 win on Compound. Such a clean win from them, and definitely a bit of an eye-opener for unKnights, who we had, I guess, high hopes for around the middle stages of this season, but their decline is maybe starting to be exploited by the teams sort of lower on down the standings. And Honestly, credit to Entropy as well for what seems to have been a nice little rise as well. They've beaten GV last week, and now they're kind of taking unKnights to the sword. So on a map like Mexico, I don't know, anybody's guess, really. And is there a world where Entropy could potentially get themselves the dub over unKnights and start to make that storyline that we were talking about at the start of this game a reality? If they do go 3-0 this week, could they overtake GV?
Yeah.
The answer is mathematically yes. And so far, they're keeping themselves in a position where that may actually be something that we do have to talk about going into next week.
Yeah, crazy, right? I mean, looking at this, it's like, I think GV will be sweating a little bit now because they maybe thought that unKnights would have had this one pretty comfortably. But now we go into the lottery that is Mexico, like you say. And that was an incredibly good individual performance from everyone on the Entropy side. I mean, I've got to give huge props again to Gaimin for being an absolute madman. I think he might be one of my favourite players to watch now. I always shout out Spoxy and Alucard, but maybe Gain is my new favourite player in the CFWL because he just aim duels everyone and more often than not seems to win those aim duels. I think a lot of credit has to go to Vise as well for the early game he had. He was very impactful. I think he was up to like 11 kills while all of his teammates were nowhere near him at one point, and then they started evening themselves up over the course of the map. So yeah, great individual work from both of them. You know what? I can't wait to see what Mexico will be like because I think it's a complete toss-up. So we'll see you after the break to find out what exactly the answer to that will be. It's Mexico time again, baby. I can't believe we're here, but we've got 2 Mexicos in one day. The most weird map in the pool, perhaps, that's barely been changed for however many years. It's very goofy, can allow shotgun plays around smokes and all these tight choke points. And now, it's awkward for unKnights, I feel. I do think they're going to win this game still. I think they're going to win it 2-1 and still get over the line. But it's a bit of a lottery. It is Mexico, and there's a chance here for Entropy to cause an upset. If there's one map where maybe it's a bit of a weird one, you could make something crazy happen, maybe it's this one.
I'll be honest, I kind of want to live in the world where Entropy actually gets the win here. Just because it would give us something to talk about tomorrow when they go into play against ROC.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't mean that much for unKnights, whether they win or lose this. Like, they're still pretty comfortable to go through to the playoffs regardless. But for Entropy, if they could win this and they could then actually really start to put some pressure on GB, have that, like, 5th, 6th battle be an actual discussion point, which generally I feel like hasn't been in previous seasons, I think that would be kind of cool. But obviously that would involve Entropy having to now win on Mexico, and so how good's their Mexico? Well, it's hard to say. Obviously, it's not a map that gets played very much. So we'll, I think, just have to kind of wait and see. And first of all, question is who's starting on what side? It is going to be Entropy that will be starting on Blacklist side, and it looks like it's going to be, I was going to say, a 4v5 to start off with. But we've got the 5th back on in. Nice and quick.
All good.
And look, at the end of the day, really all you're doing at the first 30, 40, 1 minute, 2 minutes of this map is kind of just waiting around on the BL side anyway. So I don't really think that they've lost anything too substantial there anyway.
Understandable. It's all about these smoke fights. Who uses up their smokes first? What timing do you choose to push through these tight choke points? Should be just taking their time early game. Some lineups primed. Water will creep his way forward. Alucard on the other side of that smoke, and they are kind of surrounding them, of course, with that position of Alucard just to hold down that mid position. Bit of information, actually, being looked for by unKnights here. With Kiko on the low HP and Beck trying to push Kiko in first to try and get a Beck trade. Rather than just letting him sit on a site somewhere. Maybe getting caught, but maybe he doesn't need high health. Maybe he only needs a sliver. As he's taken 40 out already.
Yeah, and the rest of Entropy have kind of stalled their way up in middle, though. They're going to start to push on forward. I think there's a smoke just for them outside of B that they're going to have to push on through. It would, in theory, make life difficult, but apparently not. Vise and Gainer have an entry apiece, and out onto Alucard to try to hold onto the site. Issue is, he's doing a pretty good job of that, and Bev going down with the C4 in hand in middle has pretty much lost the round here for Entropy. Even were Vise to be able to get a kill here, it just wasn't going to be winnable.
Yeah.
So unKnights get through that round, though. Maybe a little closer than they would have liked it to have been.
Yeah, I think Entropy found some not necessarily suboptimal timing on a couple of those plays. I think they actually figured it out better considering the game we saw earlier. Sure, it was arguably a lower quality game that we watched earlier. But, yeah, I think Entropy had a plan in that round. They stuck to it. Wasn't miles off. Was not miles off.
Well, it sounded fair to start off round number 2 once again. Lots of smokes into middle. Not a whole lot of movement and shaking happening from Entropy early on in the piece either. It's going to be a nade through onto Vise, and Beck gets himself one, but I was going to say, initially not a bad start for Entropy, though they did then lose Gainer. And once again, down on numbers, 40 down on HP as well. Still makes for a bit more of a difficult one.
Yeah, as you go from here, though. 40, as you say, so low. Team up together. Right now I do feel like B would be a great call, but they still need to get past Pietro, just judging that angle to cut off the two sight lines of B. And there was an all-important smoke. Do they disrespect it? We've got a look coming in here through from 40. That should be seen. And he tries to even put his head down, look, to avoid being seen by a sight player. But Pietro's in the angle to cancel out that play perfectly.
Well, so far so good from unKnights. Obviously this game playing out a little slower than the previous Mexico that we did get to watch, but the first half is going the same way. It's a 100% win rate for the GR side so far. 40 eating a grenade at the start of this round already makes the job a little bit more difficult for Entropy as well. But a bit of a change of pace with Madison working his way up in alley there. Could cause a little bit of a ruckus. He hasn't been seen yet.
Oh,
there we go.
Good catch from Jin. Instantly, Madison not able to get out. And right now, I think I actually quite like the idea of what Entropy are trying to do in a number of these rounds, right? There's a lot of distraction in some parts of the map, and then they just try and sneak a player through undetected. It's risky, but you have to play risky, I feel like, on this map. And again, Vise does do something risky to try and get a kill back. And it works. But Jin is playing this very tough angle behind the forklift. But actually, Ankara will get caught as well by Beva. It's a really good find. And now the only man to defend the B side is Pietro. He should get caught off guard here. Should get run down and eventually will. It's all down to Kiko, but that's a shot and a half on 40. And now, for the first time today on this map, we're seeing a 1v1 being played out. Beva behind the site, playing the tight angles, and Kiko, being low HP, doesn't want to commit to an aim dart straight away. Good repositioning from Beva, and that could turn out to be a huge blacklist round.
One of how many? That is the real question here. And exactly right. How big of a difference does that make? Hard to say in isolation, but just going to have to run it back here as Entropy and try and put as many on the board as possible. Keep fighting for this map. Just push forward into middle himself. The rest of unKnights a bit more of a passive hold. There's a sewers push coming through from Entropy, which I don't know is going to work out necessarily for them. You've got both Pietro and Alucard there to defend, and they kind of make short work of that push. It's just the wrong scissors, paper, rock strategy from Entropy this time around.
Yeah. I don't mind the pace change in a way, but yeah, it's always going to be unsuccessful in that sort of position, I feel. Beck will catch the last comfortably. unKnights sets up them up once again to 3. Gap 2. Good bounce there actually from Entropy to catch Kiko a little bit more than I actually thought. Again, speedy contact, but not a massive push in terms of, like, as a team. Beva kind of went searching solo there, and again, as like I said, they're just trying to cause havoc across the map, trying to make unpredictable plays because it's so awkward. But not working out in the last round or this one.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think that's the kind of the best way to approach a map like Mexico is to just throw stuff at the wall and kind of see what sticks. You know, you try to throw a faster round in here and there. You try to throw something unorthodox in. Obviously, you have to play a couple of standard rounds just to sort of condition your opponent a little bit that, okay, this is what we're to expect. But you have to throw some curveballs in there. And realistically, if you can sort of make 2 or 3 of them kind of work on this map, that sometimes can be enough. So we just have to keep on keeping on, keep trying to do what they can.
Yeah, and they won't be happy with 1 if it finishes 8-1, don't get me wrong, but it's something to work with. You've got, like, a safety net of 1 round if we go into the second half, you know? So it's not just 1 and you're out. one strike and you're out. Might just get a couple at least. And they could even get more if a couple more mistakes could be made by unKnights. A bit of an aggressive push forward. But they'll fall back off of it after those smokes are deployed. Maybe realising that Entropy don't want to take another gamble about with a random push like they have been doing the last couple of rounds, because it hasn't been working.
Yeah, 4-on-1 starting to get to sort of pretty menacing territory. That storyline changes pretty significantly if Entropy just peg one back straight up. Again, nothing too untoward in this round from Entropy so far. I feel like a broken record sometimes when I cast this map, because there's just really not a whole lot to say for the first minute.
No, I know.
Most rounds.
It's tough,
anyway,
isn't it?
They've worked their way into middle. So that's something with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. But now stuck behind the next smoke, which is the one outside of B. So just going to have to wait that one down. And then probably we'll get to see what Entropy are going to decide to do.
Can they bleed all that utility out? That's a problem. The answer is probably no, because Alucard, Kiko, Pietro still have one each left. That's a good upgrade from Gaimin. Here we go. The patience is actually paying off. Alucard and Beck will drop. This is now really hard to recover. The B-site's been totally taken, and Pietro's on the retake cannot be found. Or cannot find anything. So Manison getting that one means that Jin will have to walk into his death. Vise will take that frag. They now know where Kiko is. He's 1 bullet from death. Should get found. Doesn't immediately, but there's the 1 bullet required. And that is, honestly, a really good change-up pace-wise and good thought processes. Sure, maybe slight mistakes made by unKnights, plainly shots missed. But I really liked what I saw there. That was just good gauging of what's been going on. And they're trying to change it up in the following round as well immediately. They're not the same as we've seen previous rounds, Jordan, what you've been complaining about. We've got a bit more pace this time.
Yeah. And it seems to have kind of worked out for Entropy, and this is what I'm talking about, just throwing a little bit of a curveball in. Okay, they're going to go fast in through middle, and in the meanwhile, Gainar is going to work his way up through sewers. This is just, again, a bit of a chaotic round. It's madness, really, and that's what Entropy are leaning into. You get that opener in middle, it draws a rotation back across, then Gainar can activate out through the sewers, and all of a sudden you've got the B site, you've got map control, and then maybe you overcook it a little bit and lose a couple of players, and now we're back to a 2-on-2, but it is a post plan at least for Entropy.
This one's worrying, though. unKnights, if they gave up 3, they'll be pretty disappointed. There's all that motorbike outside. I'll be upset with that. I wish people would be quiet sometimes, you know. I'm casting here, guys. Figure it out. Vise trying to deal with the first, but it'll get run down now. An awkward 1v1, and Alucard will finish it off. That could actually be hugely impactful as this map of Mexico goes on, because 3 would be huge for Entropy. Alucard will save their blushes.
Yeah, that's really not it. That's really not it from Entropy. They probably should have got that one over the line. I mean, it was a 4v2 at one point. They hadn't got the bomb plant down there, but even then, you know, maybe you lose one on the cross to Alucard. That's acceptable, but 3v2 post plant, probably need to be locking that in. How big of a miss is that going to end up being? If Entropy could have been a 3-4 here instead of 5-2, we'll see how much further unKnights can push this half. But this, if you know, this ends up being a 7-2 half, you're going to really say they missed a trick for sure. That was the momentum round as well. That was like that swing round that could have really got them going.
For sure. Could have gotten close to being even, and now this happens, of course. It's a bit more like what we saw earlier on this map and what has come to be the norm almost. Pietro holds the line with 3. Holds down mouse 1. Covers his KD to 666. Maybe this map is the devil.
Maybe. Definitely looks like unKnights are going to be able to get this to the 6-2, and then from there we'll find out if they can push it any further. Gainar, feel has probably been heard. So going to see the smoke come through. So he'll just back off and go and join back up with 40, who's just this whole time kind of been floating around middle, seeing if he can get himself a pick with that orb somewhere. Doesn't appear to be coming through at all.
There should be no way in a 2v4. This is being heard as well, and Kiko will take the right timing on that one. And Jin will get the frag as well. So, got themselves their 6th, and you can see kind of business faces are on right now. They've realised what's happening. They realise they're being given a really good game. That second map seemed to have spooked them slightly, knowing that Mexico could possibly be not such a throwaway decider, but one they probably wouldn't want to go anywhere near. Now they're having to play it. Entropy are not out of this without a shadow of a doubt. Final round of the half. 6-3 would be honestly really solid for Entropy if they're able to grab it.
I don't mind the setup of this round so far. I feel like this alley position is often a little bit underutilized, and again, it's an incredible choke point that you have to kind of work through. But to be fair, that's kind of like the whole map. So kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I do think there's a little bit more of an avenue for A splits than what we really get. It takes a little bit of work to kind of like take that alley position, but I think you can do a lot from it if you can also take mid. So that if I was a team here on Mexico, like that would kind of be like my default, if that makes sense. You know, it's like let's try to take middle and let's try to take alley and then see what we can do. Unfortunately,
with it.
Doesn't work for Gainer.
No. Kiko's trying to keep them at bay. Ankara's having his best map of the series, and he'll make that even better as well. 12-2, looking for more. Getting stuck in this very hard angle to deal with, and Pietro is continuing to wallbang. That's why the M4 is a little bit better over the AK in those positions. Pietro still being a nuisance in this area. That's so frustrating for Entropy and Manison. He is caught. He should be done for, and it might be a nice shot on Kiko, but the trade was there from Jin. So there is the 7-2. It's not a bad position to be in, but let's see how this map plays out, because they're going to be under a little bit of pressure to get it done cleanly. Now switching sides.
Yeah, but you still need to get 3 rounds on the BL side here as unKnights, and that is easier said than done. It looks like they're going to try and go for something fast, though. They've already lost Kiko. Bust their way out onto A. This could be a nice start. Manus double, Gainer another. And, well, that's one way of starting the second half. Probably not the way, but it is a way.
It's the way for Entropy.
Yeah.
Can't argue that.
That's true. Give them that.
Just needs another 7 of those. All good. Standoff between 40 and Alucard, 2 very experienced players working against each other for many times over the years. 40 can often have his moments. Scope out, look to move forward. Timing is not great, but great reaction to actually get the 1. And very almost got the 2nd. Just lost a bit of focus there to unscope maybe at a time he didn't need to necessarily. But thankfully his shot was perfect.
Four on 4 though. Starts to open things up a little bit more so. You don't have quite the defensive coverage. I mean, even look at A right now. It's just completely left open for unKnights if they were to work their way in through alley. I don't know that they will after what happened last round. Beck watching for it, but Pietro, he was the hook. The bait was out there. It was Beck. Beck was the hook. Beck was the bait, and Pietro was the hook. And
yeah.
Entropy did get baited in. unKnights went fishing, and they caught somebody. Now we've got only 3 defenders.
Yeah. Now it's interesting. They've got an advantage. They've been patient enough to grind their way out for it. Entropy can't really afford any more mistakes now. Short push forward, great crosshair placement. Never gets the one, sees where Jin's coming from as well. The regular split, and Bevel will do really well to get two. It recovers it into the even round, and Vise, Kiko's been let past his crosshair with that smoke up. Bomb hasn't committed to either site yet, look. I mean, this is actually cool because we've got Beck in the process of clearing out which site for Kiko to move to. Finally realizes that B is open, so the bomb will be herded over and will be planted just in time, realizing there's enough time on the clock to figure that out.
He's lucky that B was open, because with 10 seconds left, I don't know that he was going to get to A and plant down there. But either way, plan on B. This might be the first round in the second half for unKnights. They finished the first half on 7. And they might just be about to put themselves up to 8. Madison in a pretty awkward spot, even though Beck and Kiko are so low. This is a really tough crossfire to break, and he's going to have to go all the way around these boxes to pick up Beck, which leaves him exposed to Kiko for that swing, and he does swing nicely. unKnights will win the round and go up to 8. So now 2 required.
Hello card. Holding the line. And that's just 2 away from getting this one done in uncomfortable fashion, you could say. Entropy put a great performance on today. Shown a good face of themselves. Should be quite proud of how they've done. I think that too will be one they'll be watching back on for quite a while and saying to themselves, okay, well, can we just play like this all the time, please?
Keeping an eye on this Suez angle. unKnights recognizing that that may not be the play. Shows some presence there and then backed off, but it honestly hasn't changed up the Entropy defense all that much. If anything, they seem pretty confident that there's nothing really happening in Sewer. They do just have 40 keeping a bit of an eye on it, but Fires will come back across to help out the mid-hold, which will ultimately be what's probably required here as unKnights are starting to toss their util over there. Alucard's waiting for something in Sewer, so he's not going to get it. Gainer, the nice opener onto Pietro. Has he overstepped though? Doesn't look like it. Smoke's fading, and so too is Gainer's life, but he is still hanging on until he's caught up with by Hiko, who's looking for more on the entries here. 40's going to drop. There's one more player in mid. They haven't fully cleared out Beva, and that'll be their undoing as he and Vise come swinging across. Just so many numbers in middle for Entropy, and big undoing for unKnights.
Yeah. Good swing from Vise to manage to get 2 from that angle. Ankara just looking for some kills to add to his tally. He was never going to get to the site and plant or kill either 3 of them in the last 10 seconds of the round. So, Entropy, get back on the horse. Might be a horse that will be riding up at some point saying, please stop, because I think unKnights are still looking like they've got some good ideas. I think they do have enough individual level in them to get this one over the line. 8-4 up. And then Entropy are on the heavily favoured side. So that one was a little bit awkward at one point, just playing that bait setup in mid to get Vise into a position to at least guarantee 1 more. In fact, he got 2, was lovely. But you need a few more of those.
Yeah, I mean, this may end up being a map that still has quite some legs in it. It's going still only 8-4. And like you said, Entropy on this GR side could get a lot of work done. So could really be in for the long haul. We'll have to wait and see. unKnights maybe looking to crack it open, but again, it's not necessarily helped by the fact that unKnights is probably the slowest paced team in the league. And they are going to be using every second that's available to them here on Mexico. Trying to draw out as much of the defensive util as possible. Beva, once again, tucked in his corner. Great nade in. It's going to soften the targets. 4 out of 5 players on unKnights tagged up a little bit as they'll try to make their entries through. Alucard opening the account this time onto Gainer. Will give unKnights a bit of a better avenue of attack, but even that was not a committed push. It was just a probe, really.
Yeah, fully flashed on the angle. Beva about to hold the line again, looking for more. So many bullets penetrating that smoke. Madison will manage to take Pietro as well back into a 3v3, and Beva's doing so much more damage. Oh my gosh. Another spray down in that mid position. And this time it's Beva. Gap is 3. Still so in touch here. Feels so doable in my eyes.
Yeah, and this would be where I'd want to actually see a bit of a pace change from unKnights. I think they've, kind of conditioned Entropy again into expecting the slower plays. unKnights did try a fast round to start things off in the very first round of this map, but haven't really seen a faster play out from them in a little bit. So I think a faster player here would be good, maybe here or next round. But at least in this instance, it looks like it's going to be, again, a little bit of a slower setup. Beck and Alucard waiting for anything in sewer there. I feel like unKnights really are kind of hoping or expecting Entropy to do something on this GR side that's going to involve pushing past their sort of allocated part of the map, if that makes sense. When we draw the battle lines of a starting round of a default, it's like, oh, this is generally BL territory, this is generally GR territory. And unKnights are kind of waiting for Entropy to, like, break that gentleman's agreement, in a sense, and try to push into the BL territory. But Entropy just don't really strike me as that kind of a team, to be quite honest with you.
No, I think they need to get baited into that idea, right? They can just stick with what they're doing. They know how this map works. They are not silly. So, we'll see. unKnights are going to have to really think this one out, that's for sure. Jin on the angle, spotted out. They're going to move their way forward now, and in comes the frags for Entropy once again. 40 and Gainer. Good trades from Beck. Does really well to find 2, actually. So the round has a glimmer of hope, but look where the C4 is. That makes it extra awkward, and Madison and Bevitt will deal with those. You can tell, focused faces on. They know this game is so on.
Most definitely. And if this game is on, then their chances of making it more comfortably through to Season 2 of CFWL are also potentially on. Because if you can beat unKnights, look, I think you can definitely beat ROC, who have been a little bit up and down this season. And at that point, maybe you can catch up with GV, or even overtake GV and take that 5th spot away from them. So, what's on the line here for Entropy? And as you say, they're kind of locked in. unKnights again are going to go for another slower round. So are we going to get that pace change, or is that just a figment of my imagination? It has to happen eventually, right? Like, it has to happen at some point. The thing is, you don't want to be pulling it out when it's like 8-8, and you're like, oh, well, if we just rush and lose the round, like, it's going to be over then, sort of thing. I think now would have kind of been the perfect time where you still got time to go back to your default, go back to what you think is the better play, maybe, and make it work. But massive grenade straight in onto unKnights. It seems like Entropy are reading so well where unKnights are coming from, but they've got the entries. Pietro and Jin finding a couple. Now it's all on to Beva. That started so well for Entropy, but unKnights traded so nicely. And goodness. Beva, could he be the hero once again? He's got 3 HP.
And that's why Pietro's looking to run him down! But it doesn't matter. Look at the reaction from Vise. I understand why Pietro did that. Surely the communications would have come through and been like, bro, he's like, you can tickle him, and it's an easy round. Rather than take the risk of planting, repositioning, and letting him push up towards you, just go for the frag. Gave it a go, but Beva hit the shot. What an incredible clutch! It's not even the second kill. The way he launched himself into an Alucard there, that was pure, just balls to the wall, carefree crossfire. Just listen, it's my only way I'm going to win the round, to try and get the kill like that. And getting the second was unbelievable. Getting the first was crazy, but that's the only way it gives him an opportunity at all.
That's craziness. Well, 8-7's now at the scoreline. unKnights are going to try something a little bit different this round. So, it's been a lot of mid-presence. Now, they're going to go for the sewers push, and if they do manage to pick 40, it can really open things up. But the fact that 40 gets that opener, now he's going to start to call for his teammates to come across and help him out and toss some util in. Those riflers coming through, and C4's dropped in an awful position. Irretrievable. I think if you're going to make that push as unKnights, you really have to commit to it. You can't be in that halfway house where you've kind of shown your hand and then you're just sort of standing around at the opening waiting for people to shoot you. You kind of just have to keep going forward at that point, even though 40's got the opener.
It's been up all night on a night out. Your friends wanting you to stay, but you want to go badly. Don't know whether to stay or leave. Been there. Yeah. And right now, it looks like Entropy want to try and make it a Knights leave. They've forcibly thrown them out the door. Become a bouncer for the day. Another hold. Beck and Jin will be just looking for some consolations, but 40 will put a stop to that. Jinza tries to hold Mouse 1, but Jin will be found in the end by Beva. And there it is, as I thought, when it actually went to 8-4. We're here at 8-all.
Yeah, and did we go the distance? As Entropy managed to pull this all the way back. Did again sort of say that that one round could really make a big difference for Entropy. Remember, there were where they had that 4v2, and they let that round slip. So if they just fall short here, you know, if they get it to 8-8 and then it gets closed out by unKnights, then again we're sort of looking at that round and saying that might have been the difference maker between them getting it to maybe OT or even winning the map. Looks like a couple of the unKnights members have decided that they're going to go walkabout. So not sure what that's about.
Honestly, now is the time. Actually, I'll tell a lie. I think now isn't the time. I think maybe 2 rounds prior, I would have called a pause, honestly. Now it's already 8-all. The gap has already closed in its entirety. I was going to mention to you earlier, actually. I didn't get a chance to because some of the rounds were absolutely insane. But I did wonder when they'd finally throw in some sort of a pause, because they were getting significantly comebacked on. And you can tell they're worried.
They do need to have some kind of a conversation about this, because this is not really good enough for a team of unKnights' caliber. Like, if you want to be held in that same regard as Gaimin Gladiators and ROC, and typically they are, I think, more part of that conversation than the middle of the pack conversation, let's say, you need to be putting these kinds of games away. And honestly, you probably should be doing it a little bit cleaner than this, especially with how unKnights had started the season. I mean, Entropy have kind of been looking better and better, but unKnights should be winning this. And right now it's kind of looking like Entropy will be the ones to walk away with it. But I don't know. I think this is a bit of a cheeky pause out from unKnights, if I'm being honest. I don't know if this ends up counting as a tech or attack or what have you, but 2 guys getting up out of their PCs, going to, I don't know, probably the toilet, I assume, at a time like this. Okay, fair enough. Like, nature calls, but also Entropy's got all of this momentum, and you're calling a pause like this. And if this is not attack pause, then I don't understand what's going on here. Because if I'm in Entropy's shoes, I'm not very pleased about that. Like, because we've got all of that momentum. Like, we are feeling like we're going to close this out, and then now we've had a 5-minute break. Everyone's cooled down again, and it's almost like a reset. Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, like, I thought that immediately when it happened, and I'm glad you voiced it, because I wanted to as well. Like, we're back in now, so maybe the 1 minute 30 tack pause that we get was used and a little bit more, let's say.
Yeah, some liberties were taken, I think.
Yes, and I think Entropy, with the smiles on Gainer's face and the expressions on their faces, I think they know that's the game, right? Like, they're fully aware of what's being played here by unKnights. They're scared. They're scared they're going to lose a game they should never have lost. And Entropy just need to sit. And they did. They didn't leave their PC either. Just sit, stay focused, concentrate, Don't let these situations catch you off guard. And do what they've been doing so far in the game that's been working so well. Don't change any setups now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't just run in aggressively when everything else has been working for them. But maybe this is what's going to work for them. Who knows? Would you believe it? They've got a 5v3. What a bloody surprise. Pietro gets an opening 2-piece. And now they've got hold of the map still, but they are only 3 up.
Yeah, this is exactly what you'd fear if you're Entropy. Re-aggression into middle from Gaimin, but he just runs out of bullets and runs out of teammates, and unKnights win themselves a round. It seems like that reset has worked for unKnights. Whether it's a mental reset or not, I don't know, but now 9-8, and it is their map to lose. But they have to put 2 in a row together, which has been... Look, it's been wishful thinking to even get 1 in this half for unKnights, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. This is... I would say very likely still going to OT.
You'd think, but you never know. I'm going to be honest with you right now. I'm rooting for Entropy. Pushing through this mid position once again with Kiko, Jin. 40 watching the line. And that's a separate portion of the map. And they're actually, again, got a decent timing on this. They're up toward the outskirts of A very quickly. Kiko ready to push forward, gets the frag, and suddenly it's all falling apart for Entropy. Kiko will get 2, Gainer only gets the 1, and just like that, they find 2 strategies that somehow work from absolutely nothing.
Well, I'll say that is the power of attack timeout. That is really why we continue to talk about them in circumstances such as that, where it's like, look, you need to have a timeout, you need to have a pause and a conversation, or even just a mental reset, because see, it makes such a big difference in the end. Just 2 rounds when it felt as though unKnights could not even find a single one. So you got to feel a little bit for Entropy. They bring it all the way to map 3, all the way to 8-8, and then just lose like that, like in the blink of an eye. It's pretty disappointing, I would say, from their perspective. But what can you do? End of the day, unKnights were the better team here, and Entropy going to have to come back next season with hopefully that experience under their belt, and find a way to kind of overcome a situation like this, because they were so close to winning this series, but still feels like so far away.
It felt right, didn't it, that they were... At least they got it close in the end. It seemed like it was obvious, but they played so well, especially on map 2 of Compound. They looked really, really good. That's just a genuinely super impressive win. If there's anything that I would take from this series, is that I'd be more impressed with their Compound than maybe their map 3, because I think that was just their... It goes without saying, maybe because that's the one they won, but like... They were in map 3 with impressive plays and individual moments. That Bever clutch was unbelievable, for example. But, you know, map 2 was not just a close, tight win, but it was a bit of a drubbing. So, unKnights definitely came in today looking below par overall. And arguably, they probably should have lost, but they found a way. And that's what good teams do. Simple as that.
Yeah, exactly. And that is something that I would say rings very true. It's what sort of separates the good teams from the best teams. Like, there's obviously a few teams here that they could take it to the ROCs and the unKnights and the Gaimins, but they're not going to be able to beat them in those kinds of circumstances on a consistent basis. And so getting that one over the line, that's kind of the expectation for a team like unKnights. And we come to expect that from the best teams in the league. And it's about, I think at the moment, you know, a team that I'm kind of looking at as potentially joining that conversation is Anubis. Like, I think Anubis have looked really good this season, but Anubis have looked really good when things are going their way. But when things aren't going their way, what do they look like? That's maybe something that we'll find out in this next series that's coming up, obviously, because that's going to be a pretty interesting one to take a look at. But 10-8, there you go. You got the overall score lines and KDs and stats and whatnot from that game. I don't think there was anyone necessarily that stood head and shoulders above the rest in the same way maybe that Gainer typically does for Entropy today for unKnights. But I think I'd probably give the shout out to Kiko, not just for this map, but I think he's generally been the best performer tonight for unKnights. I'm interested to see who that MVP is going to end up being. But I think my money's on Kiko.
Yeah, I think they've all had their moments, actually. I mean, even though Pietro messed up that clutch against Bever, I think he had some really important multi-frags as well at some point. There we go. There was the confirmation of it. Yeah, Kiko thoroughly deserved. And I think, honestly, some of the Entropy players will be... definitely deserve to be spoken about, because I think Gainer again has shown why he's one of the best players in the CFWL as a whole, honestly. Like, maybe that comes as a surprise when they're not even anywhere near the top 4, of course, but like, his individual level is so ridiculous as a pure aim star and someone who's willing to take every single fight possible. I just love watching him, and he might be now like up there in my favourites to watch at this point. We shall see how that progresses, of course, over the future matches and season, but as we kind of spoke about beforehand, I think that kind of removes them from contention now, that possibility of nabbing that 5th spot away from GB. So I know for a fact that GB would have been supporting the entirety of unKnights throughout that game to remove any risk of them being caught by Entropy Gaming. So yeah, they'll be happy, but unfortunately Entropy, as I say, they'll have to try it again and learn from what they've had in front of their screens today.
Indeed. Good effort, though, from Kiko. Not typically, I guess, the guy that we would talk about all the time for this team, but
yeah.
he had a pretty nice day today, I think. Interested to see how Alucard's going to bounce back, because I think typically he's been the guy this season that I've really looked at, and I think he was probably a little bit slow today, so hoping to see him kind of bounce back again throughout the rest of this week. But for now, it's time for us to take a break. We've got one more series yet to come for you guys this evening, so don't go too far away, and we'll be jumping back in when our 3rd series is good to go.
One more game to come this evening, and it should be actually, technically, the most closely fought one, maybe, even though we've had two close 2-1s, which is kind of funny. It's on paper, it's the one that should be the most closely fought. It's Gaimin Gladiators versus Anubis. It's first versus fourth, and Anubis looking to once again prove that they deserve to be in that top 4 conversation.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends a lot on what the level of these two teams is going to end up being, because in theory, I think in previous weeks, earlier on in the season, we would have looked at this one and gone, okay, Gaimin Gladiators, probably 2-0 this. We know that they're a really good team. Anubis, we're not too sure about necessarily just yet. But I think Anubis actually have done really well throughout this stage, this season, especially toward the latter stages. I mean, they got the win over ROC. That's definitely one thing. They got the win over unKnights. So yeah, I guess there's one more scalp in that top 3 that they want to take, and that is Gaimin Gladiators. And last time they played, it was a 2-1. So they've already shown the ability to kind of take a game away from them. Can they maybe take a couple? We'll find that out today. But then again, like, Gaimin Gladiators is also one of those teams that, like, when they lock in, they will just absolutely destroy you. And that's kind of what they did last week to ROC, for example. They 2-0'd ROC. They 2-0'd unKnights last week. Like, Gaimin Gladiators had a phenomenal week last week. So if they bring that form into this week, then even an Anubis that's looking good, perhaps just can't, like, keep up with a team like Gaimin Gladiators, is kind of my take. So yeah, it's hard to say because it's obviously day 1 of the week and we don't really know, like, oh, are they in good form? Are they doing well? Obviously, last week is something to sort of draw conclusions from, but I feel like Anubis is kind of like a bit of a streaky team. This is kind of what I was saying. I think when they're playing well, things are going well for them. They can really sort of roll through a map or through a half, for example. But sometimes when things are going against Anubis, they look like a team that really, really struggles. You know, when they're not getting those opening kills from Dipsy on the Orm, you know, when the rifles aren't necessarily rolling through as a pack quite as well. I don't know that there's the same fundamentals that they can fall back on as maybe some of the better teams like your ROCs, like your Gaimins. So I think they're a team that does really well when they're doing really well, which is obviously easy. But yeah, where's the plan B? Where's the fallback if things aren't going well? Because I know when Gaimin Gladiators is not playing well, they're still going to be a really tough team to beat. But can I say the same for Anubis at the moment? Not so sure.
Yeah, I think most of what you just described there, I completely agree with. And Gaimin Gladiators are the main boys from the league, really, aren't they? I mean, historically, they have been amazing to watch. Great to enjoy their talents really firing off and being the most dominating team of the league. But it's been a little bit more up and down this season. I mean, they are currently tied with ROC, of course. It's usually those two. But yeah, I think Gaimin Gladiators, of course, they have Spoxy. He's the top MVP earner of the season thus far. He's always incredibly fun to watch. We saw the quick head-to-head between those two. Always loved watching him, and I kind of always mention him alongside the likes of Snare and Alucard, and of course now Gainer, who's kind of in that conversation for me as my favourite players to watch in the league. Spoxy's always been that guy, and honestly, I think that could be the diff here. We shall see, because Anubis, while they are trying this style of being quite aggressive, I do wonder if they're kind of being read as the season goes on, right? Sure, we haven't got many games left in the season, sure. But I think that now teams are expecting a specific style from them that's maybe a slight change up every now and then, and they're gauging it a bit better. What I do like, though, Jordan, is we've got 3 entirely different maps in the pool here.
Yeah, we do. Black Widow, Subbase, and Port. It's a very similar map pool to the last time their two teams played. Subbase and Port were in there. Port was actually the pick of Gaimin Gladiators last time around. They were able to win that one. Subbase was picked up, though, by Anubis. So both teams, I think, at least in this instance, kind of happy to continue in that same trajectory. Subbase obviously being the pick from Anubis again here. A little bit of a change up in terms of the map selection for Gaimin, but they've still got Port in the pool. So they'll be feeling pretty comfortable, I think, about how this series might end up playing out. Even if they do lose Subbase, you can look back and say, look, we should win our own map pick, and then we've got Port as the decider, which we know that we've beaten Anubis on in the past. So let's lock in and get this 2-1, worst case scenario. But again, I sort of think, yeah, this could actually end up very much being a 2-1. I think Anubis is definitely a good enough team to take a map off of Gaimin, especially if things are going their way, if they're playing well. Like I said, I think it's a very momentum-based team. If anyone's going to get a 2-0 today, I mean, you
hard,
probably
isn't
still
it?
have to go the way of Gaimin Gladiators, frankly, especially after last week. But it is hard. It is very hard. But I can see a world where Anubis just crumbles in the first map and then they just get rolled on map 2. But on the other side of the coin, I can see a really good looking Anubis winning map number 1, and then we have a close series on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of been wrong most of the day. Like, so far. I mean, we thought that 999 would get nowhere near in that first series, of course, today. But in the end, it took a little bit more of a struggle for GV to get on over them. Entropy on Knights, we thought that could be a bit more easy for our Knights, but Entropy showed a really good face, especially on map 2. And now we've got this game, which we, you know, on paper, it's a Gaimin Gladiators 2-1, maybe 2-0, because they are the top team in the league at the moment. But yeah, we'll see. If Anubis do find a way to get this one over the line and get what could be classed as a slight upset win, you know, they'd be 9-3 in the league, and so we're Gaimin Gladiators, because they would go from 9-2 to 9-3, so they'd be equal, and then ROC would be equal on 9-3 as well. So that would actually make it particularly exciting, I feel, to find out who's in the top of the group at the end of the season. Sure, we figured out who our 4 teams going to playoffs will be, right? That's kind of guaranteed at this point, I think. But still, to have 3 separate teams on 9-3 when in historic seasons of CFWL, maybe we had teams that were streaking clear, that's a good sign for the league, I think.
Yeah. Let's wait and see what we get, though. There's going to be Black Widow, the first map. And Anubis kicking things off on the blacklist side, not doing anything particularly quickly, which is maybe a little bit against the grain for Anubis in previous weeks. They have typically been a very, very quick playing team. But also, we haven't really seen too much of them on Black Widow. So maybe just, okay, they're not 100% super familiar with this map. They don't have the protocol set up. But things are going to take a little bit longer to get communicated. And maybe that pace will pick up when we do get onto sub-base. But yeah, definitely expecting Anubis to be, again, a faster playing team. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, they have kept that sort of pattern up over the course of the season. Sure, they know how to play the slow rounds, but it's a pace that has been different and been exciting. So I do hope to see some of that. Let's see how it works out. Early game on Black Widow.
It's not happening this time. Foxy, as you highlighted, the MVPest player of the season so far, and that is why he gets himself 3. Eventually wrapped upon, though, by Dipsy, and Comics is in there for a double as well. This could still fall apart. They don't know where Flex is. C4 dropped on short, and Comics, does he have time to go to B? It doesn't look like it. He wants to take the challenge to Flex, who has definitely spotted him out and is just going to jump into the window. I like this play from Flex. This is very intelligent. Because all he has to do is really wait that timer down. Here comes the plant. Yeah, he didn't actually call Comics' bluff and push it. But either way, Comics tagged down pretty low off that grenade. And Flex in pole position to win this round out for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, he's always would favour him in this position, right? Flex will get the information up where he's playing from, though. Orm picked up, and that's a beautiful quick scope. Comics removed, and Gaimin Gladiators will get off to the perfect start. And 4 of the frags that come through in that round with the Orm as well. Spoxy with 3 of them. This third kind of got caught on the pillar for a split second there, but managed to react.
Well, it was actually all 5. All 5 for Gaimin Gladiators coming from the
True.
Orms.
Apologies, yeah.
Look, honestly, it's probably the scariest double Orm setup that you're going to face in CFWL, Flex and Spoxy. You know, there's debates, I guess, as to who is the strongest sniper overall. You can sort of throw Snare and Spoxy in the mix. Alucard might want to have a conversation there. Dipsy's been quite good this season too. So there's a lot of good snipers, no doubt about that. But having Flex as your secondary sniper, I think, is probably a buff over the vast majority of teams that no one else really has the opportunity to have.
Yeah.
And he's a very experienced player as well. So that's kind of what puts it over the line for me, is that, like, yeah, Spoxy's in the conversation for number 1, but like Flex is right there and certainly above the rest in terms of a secondary sniper. So he takes the cake for me in that respect. And so,
yes.
yeah, double Orm setup, really, really hard to deal with when you're going up against these guys.
I have a good veto for it as well, right? Like, I mean, there are some maps maybe it's a little bit more awkward at some of the closer ranges on sites, but they do have a good map pool for that to ring true and to look successful and feel like it's the right choice every single time, especially when you're that good with it. So
yeah, no, they definitely do. Like, they kind of angled towards it. Obviously, you can see that with this Black Widow pick. We see a lot of Ankara out of Gaimin Gladiators as well, which is another map that you can really get a lot of work done. Port, as well as in their map pool. You know, again, on the GR side, Double Orm, it's kind of what you're going to be angling towards. So I think when you have that strength, you play towards it, and no one's really going to blame them for that. Not sure what this pause is. Is it a tech? Is it attack? I mean, I have to assume it's a tech pause at this point, given it's been called so early on in the piece and is lasting this long, but everyone seems to be connected okay, so that hopefully is going to be a positive sign that we'll go back into game shortly.
Indeed. I asked you earlier what fuels you up for the day of the broadcast or the night of the broadcast. What gets you going midway through?
Funny you should ask, because I'm actually in the middle of eating it.
That's what I asked, bro.
Okay. Was it that obvious? I used to think I was pretty good at hiding it in the broadcast.
No. I think you did tell me, so I guess.
Yogurt and it's kind of like a muesli mix. It's like it's not like what you would consider. It's like how do I describe it? It's like
shot.
It's like baked muesli. It's like quite like hard almost.
Oh, okay.
Not like the soft muesli type.
Yeah.
Stuff.
So it's like crunchy.
Yeah, it's like crunchy muesli. Yeah, put it that way.
Okay. Gotcha.
With yogurt.
And that softens it up a bit, I suppose. So.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. That's nice. That is the perfect what? Let me look. 6 a.m. snack, is that? Or
yeah, 6:20.
There we go, I got it right. I guessed well.
It's kind of breakfast time.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Early bird catches the baked muesli or something. I don't know.
Can I just highlight there, though, by the way, that Dipsy, again, getting an opening kill. And that is something that has really been a constant this season for Anubis. I don't know if we've got the stat. I talked about this last week. But if we would go and look at opening kill attempts and opening kill conversions, I'm sure Dipsy would be up there.
Yeah.
Because he's just been insane on these openers. And obviously it's worked out really well for Anubis in this round.
Yeah, like almost a very... Oh, nice pick from Spoxy, but it's only really one. It's like just very obvious when you watch so many games of Anubis and you just have the eye test for it, right? So, yeah, it's 6 in your head, and Dipsy found another one there. Basically before the round even begun, almost. So, great instant rebuttal. Showing Gaimin Gladiators that Dipsy is here to play, for sure.
Alright, well, into round number 3. Maybe we've had a bit of an incorrect read on Anubis' style just because of some of the other teams that they've been playing have promoted a bit of a faster style. But so far today, definitely not seeing anything quick out of them against Gaimin Gladiators, whether that's a map-dependent thing here with Black Widow being somewhat of a discomfort for Anubis, I don't know, or are they just giving a lot of respect over to Gaimin Gladiators? That could also be a potential option. Great shot in there from Raffin. Starts it off nicely onto Jaguar and Lionclaw tucked in behind the box. This will be a really, really tough crossfire to break as Lionclaw grabs himself one more for the team. Flex in there as well. Everybody's coming to the party for Gaimin Gladiators, and there is no exit allowed to Anubis as Raffin continues to hold the fort. It's just comics. Flex is kind of playing with him, a bit of a whack-a-mole style, dancing around those windows. Util in his face.
Hello.
Flex is already going for the knife. I mean, this guy, he has no chill.
Calm down, mate. Come on. It's round 3.
Yeah.
You do that when you play against some of the lower ranked teams in the league. This is Anubis. They could humble you. Maybe just to get in their minds, of course. In the course of the game. Lionclaw and Raffin will continue where they left off in that previous round, stopping Dipsy and Doom from working their way up together very speedily. And all of those fast plays not working at all.
Good start again for Gaimin Gladiators. And everything is going to slow down. So a faster pace set in this round, but not a concern for Gaimin Gladiators. Lionclaw does go down in that meanwhile, but still a player advantage for Gaimin Gladiators as Flex is able to lock down middle, and we've got to push out from that B side of the map for Raf, and he's recognized there's absolutely nothing going on over there. Can focus our attention towards mid and towards A. And that will prove to be a pretty good setup for Gaimin Gladiators, because that's inevitably where this push is going to be coming through for Anubis. Spoxy waiting for it.
Is there any way in? Just waiting for a mistake is sad on long at the moment. Seeing if he gets gifted something from Spoxy. Jaguar also kind of doing the same, but not peeking as aggressively. I'll try and make his way up, and actually Spoxy does get caught off guard. Hang on then. 2v2, Raffin on the angle, so close to getting caught. Actually, they'll team up together now, will Flex and Raffin, to rotate all the way around. Anubis should realise that the site is clear for the plant at some point. I'm a little bit wary of it, as you can see. It's all disconnected from each other, and Sad is taking his time to figure out whether it's clear before he committed to the plant, and, well, Jaguar tried something cheeky, wasn't allowed to do it, so Sad has to clutch now, 1v2, and already get caught from Flex. A big rotation all the way around, proving a good idea.
Yeah, Flex is playing really nicely on this map so far with that Orm in hand. I almost want to say he's having a little bit more impact than Spoxy. Obviously, Spoxy had one great round to start things off, but Flex has been a factor in pretty much every single one of these rounds, and he's been quite mobile with that Orm as well. He's been in mid, he's been towards B, he's been towards A, he's done it on the retake. So there's a bit of a masterclass happening at the moment from Flex. And 3-1 the scoreline for Gaimin Gladiators, largely being helped by that secondary Orm. I dare say we shouldn't write Spoxy off.
Speed down mid for Dipsy. Comics will join up with him. They're spread out across the map actually right now. Very similar patterns actually for both on either side. Defending against what he was going to throw at them. Flex in that position will get forced back by the util. But Anubis are content with mid for now. And they will slowly poke and prod toward the likes of Long. And maybe that underpass position as well, and bridge to get through toward the site. But Spoxy is obviously the man to hold that one, as it so often can be. See if he can deliver again.
Okay, Zane on the entry this time. Picking himself up a double as Anubis try to work their way over the bridge. Dipsy, however, is going to keep it in the realms of possibility, but Flex feels like a bit of a brick wall at the moment, whether he does it with the pistol, whether he does it with the Orm. He can't double down this time around, so Lionclaw left alone, and just a bit of a slow, progression take, really, from Anubis, but they do get the job done.
Flex looking to fight Long immediately. 3 players already there, and actually Gaimin Gladiators, I would argue smartly, get out of that pretty immediately. Pretty sharpish. You don't want to allow any opening picks to come through for free.
Well, Anubis waiting patiently again. They have got Long control. See if Sad can do anything with that Orm. Dipsy as well. So Anubis don't have a terrible double orm setup themselves. This is cheeky. Multiple players in middle, and if Flex misses a shot, he's done for, which is exactly how it goes down. Anubis happy with that, and now they can utilize that extra kill and extra information to formulate a new plan.
Good opening. Oh, to remove Flex. Now you can tell that they want to go looking for a return kill. Gaimin Gladiators here. And there's their reward. Spoxy playing on the pillar once again. We saw him open the game with a great 3K from that angle, but only one this time. Thankfully they got Dezane though. That's a great second on Sad. Recovers it into a winnable situation, and 3v2. Bomb is dropped in an awkward position for Dipsy to go and collect, because Dezane can kind of play with those headshot angles on long, but no, he's caught by Dipsy. That's a really good find, but Lionclaw is on this big flank again, and they're actually going back with 20 seconds with the C4. That's it, dropped on the ground again, and Lionclaw will take that every day of the week.
Yeah, Lionclaw looks like he's pretty pumped up as well, so some serious mental investment into this game from Gaimin Gladiators. Nice work from them, and they still maintain a fairly sizable lead on the map. That's clean from Lionclaw. 4-2, but 4v5 as well for Gaimin Gladiators, as they will kick off round number 7 with a player deficit once again. Left B completely open, and Flex, I mean, just way too late to the party there. That's probably the round. Like, that's really rough. Like, you can't be letting B fall that early on in the piece.
No, exactly. Like, it's so hard to retake B, for sure. And I need a big flank that is successful and opens up a path, but not if you've got a ability like that to drop in behind with Jaguar, because they just had such good positioning and numbers advantage. They had a flank on flank. And sure, Lionclaw might be here, might find one, but he needs tons. And Dipsy will put an end to that. Good catch, Raffin, but needs 3 more. It'll be a 1v4, clean one in total, playing through the window. Actually, a great headshot on Dipsy as well. It's a nice try considering what they what was in front of him. But Anubis do get their just reward for opening up B so early.
Yeah, nice try. Does have to be said. Gaimin Gladiators just keeping their noses in front, but not by a substantial margin. Dezane, a little careful here. Dipsy seems to have a pretty good idea that he has crossed, but Dipsy will fall away. This might not be a bad round for Gaimin Gladiators to sort of throw something a little bit different in as well. Maybe a push out on long here at some point later on in the round. Now that they've got that control, but maybe Anubis will be prepared for that. Gaimin Gladiators haven't really been taking long control, so I guess it would be a little bit telegraphed that, oh, they're taking long control, they might push long. Maybe better not to do it here as Gaimin Gladiators. It doesn't seem like they will be. Dezane just set up to get that early info, and Spoxy will swing on the contact if it is required, though he's also got a bit of a job of watching the bridge. There's more of a hefty B mid setup rather than A hold. So it actually does rely on both Dezane and Spoxy hitting their opening shots. There's a flash, and Dezane is really in trouble now. Gets one before he goes down. Doom gets traded down as well by Spoxy, but he's now got to turn his attention onto the site itself because Flex has fallen. Wrapping up over the top into the window. Does drop the C4, and that'll slow things down now for Anubis. Especially considering they haven't got any players on this bridge position pushed forward. Lionclaw watching for that. Spoxy there as well. I don't know that Anubis is going to be able to get through this round now.
No, it's pretty impossible when you've got a C4 being guarded as closely as this. Comics is going to leap his way in. Actually, it does shock Raffin. The movement there from Comics was really good. He was possibly jumped through that window as fast as he possibly could. So, 2v2. They are split up again, but they've actually managed to pick up the C4, and they're herding it away to B. What a great call. Spoxy doesn't even know that's going on yet. When the bomb gets planted, it'll be like, wait. They're on B sides? Oh, okay. They got away very quickly. Now they can set up in decent after-plant position, especially with the sad orb. So it's going to be interesting for me if they can retake this one successfully, because time is now ticking down low. 20 seconds on that bomb. Comets can swing on any timing here. So slightly favourable angle, I would say. He's going to hear them trampling in towards Sad's position. And Sad can just play time. He's doing exactly the right thing here. They're wasting way too much time to get the kill and go back to the C4. There's the frag. 6 seconds. Comets can just continue to hide. 3, 2, and 1. Round 1. Sad's in the open. Knows it's over. Perfectly played.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fumble from Gaimin Gladiators. They had it potentially in their back pocket, but back over to Anubis, and now it's a really, really close scoreline here on Black Widow. Anubis have shown the ability to kind of sweep Gaimin Gladiators aside on sub-base as well, so do you think you have to be a bit concerned here if you're Gaimin Gladiators and you go down early in this sort of first map? Let's say you go down 5-4 here, and Anubis kind of get a bit rolling in that second half. I don't know that I'm necessarily on board with a 2-0 just yet from Anubis, but there's a world where I could see it feeling possible, and we're kind of going in that direction.
Spoxy, ready. Oh no, the swing into the angle. Dipsy was already holding it, and we feeling like he needs to do something, Spoxy, there, because if you remember, right, got those 3 kills in the first round of the entire game. He's had 2 since, so trying to get himself into the action. Not allowed to anymore. Dipsy's had his number on a couple of rounds. And they've got quite a lot of space to work with now, thanks to that. But Flex is still looking to try and recover things, and he should just be a dead man. Does well to find Comics, to be fair, but just a split second before Jaguar pops his head up. So it's actually somewhat in the open. It's not an easy angle to play, actually, which worries me slightly. And yeah, that doesn't work either. They're looking a little bit lazy at the moment, GG.
Well, that was a really awkward one for sure for Zane. He had too many angles to be aware of, and never really going to survive there. Sad, nice over the top, does catch up with Lionclaw, and so it's just Raffen here, and this ultimately is going to be a 5-4 half. Can't be wrong, technically, even if Raffen does convert this 1v3. But I will say I think it's going to be for Anubis. He's got 18 seconds left. And I don't really think there's much of a chance in this one. Doom spotted him out, and there'll be the swing from multiple members. So 5-4 indeed, and of course it does favour Anubis. So pretty good first half from Anubis on their opponent's map pick. It's got my interest peaked, let's just say.
Yeah, definitely. Looking really solid. I think this is kind of the game I was expecting as well. Maybe this is the curse that you mentioned to me earlier. Seemingly when we work together, we always have these long, drawn-out matches. When you're with Laz or whoever, they can be a bit speedier. But, yeah, honestly, the fact that the first one went so long, that was a bit of a surprise. Second one, maybe a little bit so as well. This one did read like it would be a close game all the way through. Who knows, maybe it still will end up a 2-0, but Anubis are looking solid, and Gaimin Gladiators will have come in today knowing they couldn't take them for granted whatsoever. If Gaimin Gladiators lose, they'll be on 9-3 for the season, and Anubis will be up to 9-3. Exactly the same.
How's the rest of the season look for both these teams? Gaimin have a day off tomorrow. Anubis plays TBI, so that'll probably be plus points for Anubis, no doubt, in my mind. Gaimin then plays TBI on Sunday. Anubis plays GV. I think both of those would be expected to be won by the teams competing in this match. And then Gaimin plays GV on week 7. So actually, I'm looking at it. They both have the same amount of matches for the rest of the season. And they both have matches which you'd expect them to win for the rest of the season. So this actually could be the match that decides who takes third place.
Could come down to round difference and everything, right? Like it could be right down to the wire on that one, or maps played and stuff, right? Because I'm just looking at it now. That's 19-7 on maps, right? That's what the group stage shows on Liquipedia. So yeah, I mean, it could come down to maybe you won a game 2-1 or 2-0 across the course of the season.
Yeah, I mean, this could be interesting, very interesting. But got to get underway with the second half first. It looks like we're ready to go. So 5-4 the scoreline. Can Anubis put something together on this GR side? Let's keep our eyes on Dipsy with that orb. Again, he's been quite stellar finding those opening picks. He does tend to do it on both sides of the map, but usually gets a lot more done, I feel, on the GR side, which is fairly standard as a sniper. Jaguar, this time, is actually the one that's opened the account and has found Flex, which is quite a scalp to grab.
Yeah, and Dipsy and Sad, double orming on GR, right? Like, it's also going to be an issue. It's not just the fact. It's just not just Flex and Spoxy, right? Who are the double orb duo to be worried about.
Progress towards the A side of the map right here from Gaimin Gladiators, but Dipsy waiting on the line, locked in. Oh, but Spoxy with a very nice shot is going to open the account and get Gaimin back into this round and potentially start their campaign to win this map as well. That's way too clean entries onto the A bomb site from Gaimin Gladiators, and Anubis are a little bit stunned. They don't have an answer. They've got a retake now, 3v4, and they're not even really set up for this retake. You're still getting players in position, so this is going to be a pretty tough one.
Give it a look, of course, but when you got Spoxy on the line, what can you really do? Raffin will get one of his own, and the last frag will be in for Spoxy, as we thought. Perfect start to that second half. G them up a little bit.
Well, Dipsy, again, going to be looking for an opener, but there's a smoke in his way. He's certainly got a few players to look at. It's just that smoke is keeping them a little busy. So that'll be long taken for Gaimin Gladiators. Pretty early on in the round. Plenty of time still yet to play. But a nice part of the map to be holding on to, and it'll be Raffin's job to just anchor that position right now for Gaimin Gladiators while the rest of the squad works middle.
Push forward coming in now, up toward mid. Looks like they're going for the split in toward B, actually, and that is the site that's only defended really by Comics, and I'm sure they've got a quick rotation from Doom that could come in very quick, very sharpishly, but I could get caught off on these angles. Thankfully for Dipsy's sake, he doesn't get caught off. And now Comics is in a good position. Bounce nade to try and stay alive. They're doubling up on big box, and that's actually going to be really good, I think. Did they see the second? Did they see the second? Maybe they did. That's a good timing to peek after it, realizing that they could have been seen. And they all converge and convert.
Big smiles on the face of Doom. So Anubis keep themselves with their noses in front. Now it's going to be a big long play. I think from both teams, they want to take that control. And the Gladiators have been working it pretty early in the rounds, and Anubis have had enough of that. Dipsy's down in middle, though. Look at this rotate away from Gaimin Gladiators. If they just make the call to go B right here, straight up, they pretty much take it for free. Flex isn't going to accelerate quite so quickly. So that opportunity may just disappear. But they still have the numbers advantage. So good start from Gaimin Gladiators nonetheless.
He's ready again here. It's a similar situation, just without the quick dipsy rotation. So he's doing a good job of getting one and staying alive. Not biting on going for more aggression, waiting for a rotation to come through, and they do realise that they can maybe try something a little bit different here. They can just give up the site, rotate all the way around, maybe put 2 or 3 on the big flank instead to make this retake a possibility, because now it's very hard now the C4 is down.
Yeah, this is an interesting setup as well, for sure, from Anubis. It's actually more passive than you would think, but they almost seemed like they were ready and prepared for this aggression out of the box room from Gaimin Gladiators. Like, they almost had the setup that was kind of waiting for that, but it just hasn't worked out at all. The shots have been too good from Flex.
Wow.
What a round, and Gaimin Gladiators will get the equalizer.
Comfortable. Very nicely done. In the end, even though I understood what Comics was trying to do, you get one, you stay up, wait for your teammates rather than commit to more. They're actually far enough away. I think they'd be committing to more. Weirdly, unusually, could have been the right play there. Maybe it's the only way they get back into the round if he just somehow gets 1 or 2 more if he's really lucky. 1 more would be amazing. But, yeah, the full rotation all the way round didn't pan out in the end. Perfect angles being held by GG. They're in a game, and they know it.
Interesting to see how the next map is going to go, because I don't know necessarily what to put this down to. Is it just Anubis maybe being a lot more comfortable on map 2 compared to map 1?
Ooh.
I think they're looking like the team that I almost feel is going to close this map out. It feels like just a bit of a kind of day for Gaimin Gladiators, but they're still trying to run it in, and Raffen has 2. He should never get 2 there. And that's ultimately might just end up being the round loss for Anubis off the back of those couple of kills from Raffen. I mean, Sad is still here to protect the B site, but he's now spotted out, and the smoke into the doors will allow safe passage for Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh, he seems a bit indecisive as well about how he actually wants to retake and rotate round. And not looking at his position right now, he's obviously doing the fastest movement he can with the crouch hopping. Keeping it silent. Not sure Flex... Oh, I've seen him now. Yeah, now it's awkward. That's unfortunate. And he's going to get swung upon as a duo. Good work from Gaimin Gladiators there. I think Raffin did amazingly to get 2, like you say. Should have never been allowed to. Same logic, perhaps. Oh my goodness. That's one of the quickest early round picks I've seen ever in all my CrossFire casting. That's pretty wild. I'll get back to my point later, because this round again is proving to be one of the speedy ones. It's 2:10 on the clock, and there's only 1 player left. And Comics will... Okay, I thought it was about to go down, and we'd have a round that ends before 2 minutes. But that was an insanely explosive last 30 seconds.
So we'll get the bomb plant down either way. It's a 2v1 post plant for Comics, who's at about half HP. It's not a great feeling. And looking at some of the shots that have been hit by Spoxy in this round, Comics might not be long for this world, I would say. Away at Spoxy. He's now been spotted out, and there'll be the swing coming through from both players, and easily cleaned up in the end by Gaimin Gladiators. So decisive round, and just as you start to think, oh, okay, maybe Anubis is pulling ahead a little bit here, Gaimin Gladiators bounce back with a couple of rounds like that one. So straight back into the conversation.
That was crazy. The start, and then the fact it didn't just pause there. The fact we kept going after that. Yeah, I'm going to even just... I haven't even forgotten my previous point, but I'm not even going to mention it anymore, because it's kind of pointless. That round was stunning. And Anubis have been kind of taken aback by it, perhaps, when we've got a little short pause coming in here. The right time to throw one in.
Yeah, well, Anubis definitely need all the help that they can get to sort of finish this one off. It really feels like a massive battle for them to try to get this one over the line. And this is the danger when you're the underdog, and I think it's fair to say that Anubis is definitely the underdog, that, you know, you're being able to keep it close, but when push comes to shove, the favorite is the favorite for a reason, and it's in these kinds of moments where Gaimin Gladiators typically are going to be able to just pull out the stops, and someone's going to have a big play or pull off a clutch, or they're just going to call the right strat, and there's going to be a good read, what have you. So if you're going to see a victory from an underdog, it is often required that they're doing it from the front rather than from behind. Even if they're just slightly leading, they need that kind of little bit of an extra buffer zone where they're going to have that like weird round that kind of just doesn't go their way sort of thing. And unfortunately for Anubis, they don't really have that buffer zone now that Gaimin Gladiators have once again gotten out in front. So it's kind of the last-ditch attempt, I think, for Anubis to sort of scale that lead back and win a close map here.
It's nice when you can kind of see it play out on the server, right? You can kind of gauge from a combination of player cams and in-game body language. Just, they've locked in. They realise they're in a little bit of trouble. They're having a decent contest in front of them, and they've ever so slightly locked in. Back underway now. Gaimin Gladiators are 2 away from taking that one.
Tipsy. Oh, that's a nice shot onto Lion Claw. Shouldn't really be getting that done. Oh, Dezane through the smoke. He's got a second one there onto Doom.
What?
And why he's found Sad as well. Unreasonable shots. Bomb plant down though for Gaimin Gladiators, and they are on the hunt for 9. It's 2 on 2. They're going to exit again out through the box room. Jaguar working his way forward on this side of the map. Should be spotted out by Flex in just a second. If not him, then Spoxy, and that's the first player down.
Unfortunately, Comics wasn't close enough to dive onto the site and take advantage of the information of where those 2 players were instantly, right? If they had any idea before they double swung outside the site that they both were there, then he would have just run on, maybe even tried to defuse, right? But there was no information on that, so that's why Gaimin Gladiators felt like they could make that play.
Flex is right in through mid already. All they have to do is slow things down here a little bit. Gaimin Gladiators and Flex might have been able to come in from behind. He was actually in the end spotted out by Dipsy, so it's just an absolute mess on the fight for long.
Oh.
Spots the opportunity, goes straight through that smoke, grabs 2, and then in the blink of an eye, it looks like this map has gone from a close one to a very comfortable victory from Gaimin Gladiators. They've just accelerated like it's nobody's business, and 10-6 will be the scoreline. It was 6-5, I think, at one point favoring Anubis, and then that doesn't even look like a close map anymore.
That is pretty wild, isn't it? I mean, that is crazy how teams can just put their foot down, like you say. 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, it feels, that sort of performance. That is wild that they managed to recover that one so quickly, because they were in trouble for a little bit. There were some really close rounds with those executes toward B that were back and forth with their multi-frags as well. Comics actually had quite a good game, I think, with how he was defending toward B, but sometimes when you get overwhelmed, he couldn't really get any more than the 2, and then when there's a long rotate to come through, you're locked out of the site. Even had one round where he got 1, fell back outside the doors, waited for his teammates to rotate all the way around to go for a sort of flank retake, and that didn't work either. So once you lose control of the side, it's very hard to, of course, retake it, but they actually did some good work early game, and he outplayed. I think they outplayed Spoxy quite a lot for a good portion of that first half. But in the end, they all warmed up and got their deserved win, because that was an incredible streak at the end there.
Yeah, certainly. But then again, you look at the stats here, and Spoxy and Flex are the ones that were leading from the front there for Gaimin Gladiators. No surprises. The 2 guys with Orms in their hand for the majority of that map to come away with the best stats. But then again, Raffin also had some really, really critical rounds, and you can sort of highlight that last round of the map as well, where he's the one to kind of like dive through the smoke with the Colt out in hand and just get it done. Someone had to get it done, and it was Raffin. There was some defense or offense being put up in various instances by the guys on Anubis, but just not enough to handle Gaimin Gladiators. So now we'll head over to map number 2 and see if Anubis is going to be able to do anything about it, because that is a lot of momentum to be heading into this second map with for Gaimin Gladiators. But We'll take a moment first before we get there. We'll head to a short break and then come back for Subbase.
Could this be the last map of the day? Gaimin Gladiators have recovered in that previous map very impressively, it has to be said. Quite a streak clear at the end, and we thought it would be a really close game. And Anubis were in the game, felt like they were in the game, and all of a sudden, they weren't anymore.
Yeah, I think that kind of just shows us again why we have Gaimin Gladiators on that kind of a pedestal that we typically do. I had some reservations or some questions, I guess, going into that first map. And even as we were going through the first half of that first map, I was thinking, Anubis might be able to contest this series, but it really doesn't look like it after we've seen the entirety of that map play out. It's just kind of like at a point where Gaimin Gladiators go, yeah, we're going to win this map now. And then so they did. Obviously, we are still yet to play Anubis's map pick, so there's potentially something to be said there about going into sub base here, which will you would think be a little bit more comfortable for them. And to be fair, they did take a map off of Gaimin Gladiators last time they played, with the other couple being quite one-sided. So job's not yet done for Gaimin Gladiators, but that really was quite a good look from them, and they seem to be ramping up nicely in toward the playoffs. If they can continue that here and they can close this out 2-0 over and Anubis, which is a pretty decent opponent at this point in time, I think that's going to be a really positive sign going forward for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, they are often the team that is our sort of LAN representative, right? Whether it's with LCK, I mean, we've seen obviously 3BL had the good run last year before they got renamed to ROC, obviously, changed organisations. So, yeah, it's often always been those two over the course of previous seasons in CFWL. It's always been those two core rosters, and they're very enjoyable to watch. And that's what we're kind of talking about, right? You rightly pointed out earlier that if you do the kind of the math with this one, if Anubis are able to get the win 2-1, I'd put them on 9-3. Gaimin Gladiators would put them on 9-3, and you have pretty even matchups. Or like pretty favourable matchups for both of them in the games they have for the rest of the season. So there's a world in which it could be very, very close as we finish it off. But, you know, we've reached the stage now where there can't be any slip-ups afforded. I think they are pretty comfortable and content with the fact that the both are going to be in playoffs. But as you can see, Comics is G'ing up the troops. They're going to be going again here to try and answer back, or we will... Gaimin Gladiators give us our first 2-0 of the day.
Yeah, I think, look, we've got to have some degree of confidence in Gaimin Gladiators after what we saw on that first map, the way that they were able to finish it off. But it's just going to be a question mark, depending on how things go here to, I think, start things off on map 2 more so. Again, like I said, if Anubis can kind of like lead from the front, if they can front run, if they can be that team that's got the momentum, if they're feeling confident, they're moving quickly around the map, that's when you see, I think, the best of Anubis. But I didn't really get that same vibe from them on the first map there on Black Widow compared to what I'd seen from them in previous weeks. And I thought when I've really looked at Anubis and gone, wow, these guys are like seriously legit, they've been 5-man wolf packing around on that blacklist side. They've been hitting sites quickly, you know, within the first 30 seconds of the round, just trading down with their individual skill, raw aim. And it seemed like some sort of intuitive sense of the way that the round should play out right there. They had very good fundamentals, very good spacing, very good entry pathing and stuff like that. Yeah. But we didn't really get that on Black Widow. It was a much more sort of like standard pace kind of a game out from Anubis. And I don't know that necessarily played into their hands quite so much. I think they play a lot better when they're playing that more aggressive kind of quick style, catching their opponents off guard, trading down. It's a high risk, high reward kind of a play style, but I've seen Anubis do it really, really well throughout the last couple of weeks. That it is a bit surprising to me to see it sort of shelved somewhat.
Yeah, me too. Not too long before we get this map underway. Dipsy choosing to turn his lights on. That is the right move, my friend. Seeing too many of these guys playing in the dark. Come on. Look after your vision. He says, as a man who stares at a screen for 12 hours a day.
Yeah, but I've heard that actually doesn't make a difference, by the way. Like,
yeah,
they've done the studies, and it's like, it doesn't really matter if you stare at a screen or not.
It's almost like a myth from a parent or whatever. When it's like, oh, you get square eyes if you watch TV all day. You get square eyes if you use a computer all day. Classic joke from days gone by. And Maybe that stuck with some people, but still.
It's the same thing with like eat carrots and you get better eyesight. It's like I don't really think that's how it works.
Like 0.00001% help, maybe.
Yeah, you'd have to be eating enough carrots that you would turn orange, which
exactly
apparently is actually a thing.
Yes, I've heard about this. Yeah, yeah. Do you remember the
Never
TV
done it.
show Scrubs by any chance?
Like the hospital drama?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there was one episode once where there was a guy who was actually orange, and they figured out it's because he was just eating tons of carrots, and they didn't know about it until, like, they thought he was like jaundiced or whatever, like something crazy. Right. But yeah, just ate a lot of carrots, bro. Like,
well, isn't it when your liver stops working, you go yellow?
Yeah, something like that. But he was just drinking carrot juice. Like, apparently that's all it was.
That's cool.
This is funny. I think there was an episode from years gone by. Yeah, old show now.
Not too keen to try it myself, frankly.
No, I'm not a big carrot guy actually. I think carrot cake is quite nice, but and I'll have carrot and like stir fries, like cooked and stuff. I think it's fine like that. But I'm not the kind of guy to crunch on a carrot,
Munch on a carrot? Fair enough.
No bugs bunnies here.
Enough carrot talk. We're into map number 2, and this is, of course, sub-base, and this is Anubis' map pick, which they did also beat Gaimin Gladiators on last time they played. So let's just hold our horses here and see whether or not things are going to start off positively for one or the other. It looked great for Gaimin Gladiators closing out that first map, but I think we saw enough from Anubis to say that they were being tested.
Yeah, we've actually seen some good stuff from Anubis on this map, and I've been quite happy with quite a lot of their decision making and their well synergized moves, I would say, actually, especially down toward that A-bomb site. They have a good, once they get into position to do it, I think they have good timing with their peaks and pushes down the stairs, of course. So we'll see if that pans out interestingly. Finale on the defense. Hello.
Playing a dangerous game here. Oh, and should be traded down. Raffin going to have to look for 2 to make up those numbers because he's in a bit of a spot of bother here as well. Flex will fall. It's all gotten a little bit messy for Gaimin Gladiators right in the middle of this round. And Zane can also only get himself a 1-for-1. So that does leave Raffin with 3 to grab himself. Only 33 seconds to do it in, and that's wishful thinking. So good start from Anubis. GR side of sub-base going their way early on. Let's rock and roll. Fire in the hole!
Immediate rotation after a bit of early presence toward that long position, but the bomb is actually going very fast in through the control room. Moving toward B, being watched by Jaguar at the moment. Not a bad choice in the previous round by Doom to go searching for something. He did only get the 1-for-1, but it opened up more for his teammates and a lot of information as well. And some early chip damage as well. I say chip damage, it's more than a chip. That's a crack and a half on Flex. Yeah, awkward for him.
Dipsy. Cheeky little push from him, but very quickly brought back to heel by Lion Claw, who's able to find the trade. Minute and 17 on the clock here for Gaimin Gladiators. They haven't really taken much map control at all. They debatably have wood control, I guess. But they want to angle in towards B. Flex has gone into the vent. He's not seeing too much. But he might have found a nice timing here. Doom's got a nade in hand, and Flex just creeping his way on that timing will get the better of Doom. He's getting a lot of work done as a low HP player. Opens up the angle there as well for Sad to fall to Lion Claw. And that'll be the B site taken for Gaimin Gladiators. Flex getting Probably more than his money's worth given his HP.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that. Take this every day of the week. Down, Jaguar pushing forward, trying to tap down Spoxy long range, but he'll be able to reface a bit more safely. Comets should get run down. They actually are quite low, Raffin and Spoxy in particular, but Tread will come through eventually. Back even at one apiece immediately.
That, however, is going to make life a little bit more difficult. Spoxy, that's, I would say, one of the angles that we really see him doing the most work from.
Yeah.
He's always finding angles there and always finding fights favorably, especially at the starts of rounds. So if he gets going, it's going to be a tough day at the office for Anubis.
Presence being shown. C4's been left in spawn pretty much the entire round thus far. There's no risk of that, but there we go. We're going to go back to catch it with Spoxy going back for it. But Comics was a really nice pick, and there's Doom again. Going aggressive. Doing it well toward Flex as well. That's a nice one to find. Line Claw spots out Comics though, and that could be the kill that ends the round, because that completely opens up the A-bomb site. The rotation will be very quick from Jaguar, but you're flashed off the angle. It's so hard to get the kills from those stairs positions. Do they want to go for a peek while Spoxy's occupied? No, it's keeping it set in stone for now. It's going to be a tough retake. They've got some util, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, some counter util coming out from Gaimin as well, just to try to slow things down. A flash on one side, a nade on the other. And Anubis are also kind of stuck behind this smoke and wood at the moment, but just going to have to try to force their way in. Zane will drop. Lion Claw needs two, and he gets it. And so Anubis really, really struggling on this retake now. It's all onto Jaguar, and he just really doesn't have the time, though. That's a good kill to get. Oh, Hunting gets it as well onto Spoxy, and will find the defuse just in time. If Lion Claw just didn't face, all he had to do was not face and live. I think that round goes the way of Gaimin, but over peaks, and in the end, Anubis will grab themselves their second. So minor mishaps for Gaimin, but Anubis holding on to the lead for now.
It sounds silly, right? But I feel like he could just drop down behind the site and maybe even put his head down. And that delay, obviously you've got to be very self-aware to realise that's the situation you're in. But just head down on site, hide, and even if you just give up your life and die, you've won the round. Because you've wasted 0.94, which I think was on the clock when the defuse ended. So, yeah, it's a shame we couldn't get that one done.
Well, Comics solo holding A essentially at this point. Flex, though, has been spotted out in the vent. But really, this does come down to whether or not Comics can survive, and apparently he can. They turned away from him as the rest of the players came through to defend the site. There's damage done definitely by Anubis, but more done by Gaimin Gladiators. They again have the numbers advantage in this pose plan, even if maybe not a massive HP lead. And we combine it all together. Good flash. It won't matter, though. Zane turns away from it. Lion Claw there to get the second. So Gaimin Gladiators, that's gone a little more to plan.
There's not any advanced strats in that one. That was pretty comfortable and clean. Foxy going for his picks through the door when there's utility up. He knows the timings and the angle to use. Plenty of experience. Every single one of Anubis' players right now is on 3 kills. Unusual. But Dipsy be loving to make that 4. Unfortunately, stuck in the doors, going for a bit of aggression, and I've spoken to you about that before. I feel like that rarely comes off successfully, that push.
Not in this instance, at least. Lightclaw, a little bit isolated here with the C4, so I'm not sure I'm loving that necessarily. Just holding on to mid for the moment, waiting for Gaimin Gladiators to start to peek their way into locker room. Flex getting busy on the other side of the map. You would think is probably a little inconsequential what happens there, but may just inform the rotates a little early for Anubis, and they may start to come across the B quickly here. We'll see how that ends up playing out. Doom coming across, and that's the big problem there. Lioneclaw falling means the C4 is forward. But it doesn't matter if Zane's just going to do that and grab himself 3. Gaimin Gladiators will win the round anyway.
Feels like they're ascending a little bit here. Saw the end, of course, of map 1, and now we're seeing this as well. Raffin getting his entry, getting his 1-for-1. But here's the recovery. Zane, brilliant jiggles, brilliant bit of crosshair placement on the second. I think ditto third as well. Great stuff. And speed here as well. I really like this little change up. They've got a decent lead. We've got a bit of lag there, I think, for a split second. But now we know what's going on with Comics ducking and diving on the side. We'll only get a 1-for-1. Raffin took Dipsy, and the speed is working. Speed and power.
Yeah, it hasn't really been the name of the day, to be quite honest. But starting to lean into that a little bit more so here. Jaguar's been given a couple of 1v1s. Finally, someone there to trade it down. Raffin, we're going to get some more done. Deary me. This is getting messy from Game.
No.
As well. Sad could get this one done and get another round of line for Anubis that feels too illegal. Yeah. A 4v2. Another one. Really egregious loss for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, that's 2 now. Bit of a facepalm moment, honestly. That is incredibly disappointing for them. You see Dipsy saying what he's saying now. Maybe he's some of those words are, guys, we shouldn't be winning these rounds, but you're being gifted opportunities here. Let's make the most of it.
Just try and get a bit of a mental potentially as well here for Gaimin Gladiators, which was something that we kind of saw from their last map. That really, right, when they had that pause, able to kind of just go on that big streak of rounds towards the back half. So fair enough, get it done earlier here. Quite a number of rounds to play in this first half that can be taken one way or
To gauge what Dipsy is saying is obviously impossible, but do you find it interesting to watch? Complete opposite.
yeah, a bit of a convo to be had. I mean, these pauses are, I mean, again, I think a little too long. I'd rather see 2 45-second pauses rather than 1 minute and a half pause. I think that would just be a lot more value, personally.
Agree.
But it's just the way it is. And we'll see how this goes for Gaimin Gladiators as they may be walking right into the setup of Anubis if they go into wood there. So forward smoke. That should sort of indicate to them that there's something behind it.
Smoke spam unsuccessful for now. trying to find something, but no one's playing close this time. They're of course wary of that, considering Dipsy had pushed up to a similar angle in a previous round. I think it might have been Doom actually, but could be wrong. So I'm just wary of it. Check it properly and let it lie. But they should be 5-1 up right now, and I think they know it. So they're dealing with this round with all the due diligence required.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it hasn't been the early parts of the round that have really been the issue. It's been like those clutch moments where Gaimin have like almost already kind of gotten the round over the line, but just for some reason can't kick that ball through.
Oh,
even Jaguar causing some real problems. And Dezane, okay, everyone's gone down. That's just a complete foregone conclusion of a round, really.
Yeah, that was a collapse. It really was. I mean, Dezane kind of just got almost shocked. There was someone directly in front of him. Lost 3 of his teammates before he really went for the duel. So Flex is trying to take matters into his own hands, and goodness me is he doing that. Sad is refacing on low HP, probably should have gone down. Now Doom is taking damage too. Flex is doing so much, and it's all by himself.
This will only be enough to get them back to 4-4, which I think is probably still not exactly where Gaimin Gladiators would want to be. And best case scenario, now they get to 5, but still have to get it done on the GR side. That's easy for Spoxy to grab comics. Flex will fall. There's still players here to deal with any aggression coming through. So 4 apiece, 1 round yet to play in this first half. Either way, a 5-4. It's a pretty close scoreline, and I think this is a map that could really still go either way.
Good catch again. It does feel like he's kind of been... I'm not sure if it's necessarily been communicated or they're aware of it, or... I don't know. It's more of a case of... I think I'm going to be the point man. I'm going to take all the attention. I'm going to go and take the opening duels immediately. It's not really working out all too well in this following round here, and they're very, very low. Flex and Spoxy are, but Raffin, now he's the one taking point because he was full HP, and he somehow found a way to find Jaguar as well. This is actually, of all clutches, it's an easy one for Comics because they are so low, but he's allowed...
I can't believe
in the end to get that frag. How? Why were they fighting him, mate? Why?
I don't know. It's just so like, yeah, you've won the fight there, but man, you've pushed him away. You've got the C4. Surely you're just both got like, what is this? An over peak, but it's all good. It's all good. You get the kill, but I think you get the C4 there. Both go B and plant the bomb and play the post plant. But Raffin felt he was going to win the duel and committed to it and upheld his end of the bargain. So fair enough. Gaimin Gladiators will get the 5-4 lead. Is that enough? Is that enough to feel confident? Subbase is definitely a map where you can get a lot done on the blacklist side. So I think we're going to see a pretty interesting second half here. Anubis typically quite good on the blacklist side of this map. And again, I am looking to see those sort of faster plays, which we didn't really get on map 1, but this is their map, right? And if that's the style that they're going to be able to bring, I think there's definitely a lot to be said about their chances of winning map 2.
Yeah. I mean, that was rough to watch. Even you chimed in the middle, like, go B. Like, yeah. I would say the same. I would absolutely say the same. They were both tickleable. I just didn't want to let him get away. Sometimes I feel like it's a thought process of, can we play the headshot angle in the control room and get a cleaner duel, rather than play angles where maybe we're completely exposed? Oh my god. I'm just going to stop explaining things, because that is insane. He just got a collateral through a smoke, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm just going to do it. Flex. A couple of nice taps in there onto Dipsy and Gaimin Gladiators. Well, they're going to start this second half very nicely, it would seem. 6-4. I mean, it's still a workable position for Anubis to play from. Obviously, he's going to Bounce.
Oh,
Flex wants the
hello.
knife. Of course he wants the knife, but has to pull the gun out. All right, well, let's see if there's any change up here from Anubis. Do we continue to get some faster stuff? C4's been left towards BL spawn, so not sure that we're going to be getting anything too quick from Anubis.
Whoops.
Bit of pressure into wood, though. Nice fast play into wood. And again, it's that sort of Wolfpack style that I like to sort of correlate with Anubis quite a bit. There was 3 or 4 guys that go into wood together very fast in that round, and they take that part of the map away from Gaimin Gladiators. There's also a pick that's been taken in the meanwhile as well. And set Anubis up for success, and doesn't look like they're wasting any time really getting themselves ready for a B take. And Lionclaw's timing here is going to be very important.
Oh.
Luckily he turns and at least is able to get one that sets it up for success for Raffen. He's aware that multiple players are going to be swinging him, and Raffen just pulls it apart himself, gets 4 from the locker room, spinning on his dime, 180 degrees, the crossfire that he had to deal with, and he gets it done.
That's sick. Love that. There's some great individual moments today over all the games we've watched, actually. Oh my god. Speak and I shall receive, I suppose. I mean, that is just ridiculous. Abhorrent from Raffen.
We'll see what more he can get done, but very quickly this game feels like it's starting to snowball away from Anubis. Flex tries to aggress on the other side of the map in the 4v4. May have been a little bit unnecessary. Now leaves Lionclaw with a lot to do. He's kind of got to be that flex player that rotates between A and B and kind of watches wood as well. You can see Zane has pushed his way forward to try to pick up some of that stress that's been kind of left by Lionclaw, but there is holes in the defense now for Gaimin Gladiators.
They work their way back in a disadvantage now. Lionclaw, I think, has got some information, checks the event properly, gets a rude awakening. Almost gets taken out from that. I think he's quite lucky to get away with his life peeking the event like that, to be fair. But Dipsy will continue to work his way forward and eventually drop down. Lionclaw occupied on that angle means that there could be openings across the map, knowing where he is. Dipsy will force his way forward. Comics and Doom now with him. Lionclaw needs to try and recover and just goes straight through a smoke. Not allowed to do anything there. And Raffen was always going to be alone and exposed. So that should be the 5th. This Dezane is a madman.
Yeah, I think that round was always pretty doomed when Flex went down. And there was just this big hole in the middle of the map that Anubis was going to be able to exploit. And look, Flex is going to be that kind of player sometimes, right? He likes to be proactive. He likes to be on the front foot when they're on the GR side. And a lot of the time that does work out. He's got a pretty good read on the game, but sometimes it's not going to. Right? That's just the nature of the beast. Live by the sword, die by the sword. And in this instance, Gaimin Gladiators probably do lose a round because of that aggression.
There is a limit to it, that's for sure. Spoxy trying his luck again after getting a collateral 2k in one of the first rounds of the half. Oh, and a good timing on the push down the stairs as well. That's completely exposed the A-bomb site. Now, Spoxy has to fight from that position. How is he ever going to get more than the one? I mean, he's so stuck. He's worried about the vent. Flex has been removed as well, of course, before all that. There's good speed again from Anubis there. Didn't go for it immediately early round, right? But they delayed it a second, grouped up, bursted, worked perfectly.
Well, it comes back into workable position again for Anubis, and now you start to think about that one round that Raffen won. You go, okay, well that was maybe not something that should have been as clean for Gaimin as it ended up being. Are Anubis looking more threatening on this BL side than we gave them credit for? They take wood pretty quickly again, forcing out some of the early util from Gaimin Gladiators, who are also kind of flying blind in this round at the moment. They don't really see anything. They have no info at all as to where Anubis is setting up, apart from Raffin, who's pushed forward in lockers and not really seeing too much there. So this is another awkward round so far for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, starting to get a bit worrying. They'll want this one done in two. Don't want the stress of a third. I think as do you as well. Raffin on the angle. Should see feet first there, but I know Jaguar and Dipsy will be very aware of that possibility. And now he's shown his hand there. Will move his way onto the high touch. That's even better. Smart bit of repositioning. Drop back down behind the box and play the jiggle angle. Great reaction, but only one. Only one. It definitely could have been more there. Good early fight for Lockers.
Yeah, I'm almost a little bit surprised that he doesn't get any assistance there at all. You know, that Flex doesn't sort of start to work across and someone else pick up the B hold. But I guess Gaimin, they've got a lot of map territory still to cover and can't afford to give up any of the other positions. So Raffin ends up going 1 for 1, which is still very much leaving it in the balance right here. Anubis are weighting this timer down quite substantially and now only starting to make their way into lockers. So if things don't go well for them on this rotate, they'll be in trouble. Flex is going away from B, though. Gaimin have completely misread this situation. Sad will go down to Flex, but that's going to be the B site taken.
Yeah. And this retake is not easy. We've seen, of course, a couple go awry for Gaimin Gladiators in the previous half, and that was very disappointing for them. They would have been in a much more comfortable position had they not made a mistake. Made multiple mistakes in those rounds earlier. This one is now very hard to recover. You might be healthy, might have some nades, but Doom, ducking and diving, this is always a favourable position. Now time is going really to be a big issue. Should be a line-up, eventually a trade, but 11 seconds on that bomb. Who's the Fumi Flex, but should be found. Comics will get the frag. Lion Claw is caught in the open. 7 all, fist bumps, looking good.
Yep. Yeah, I'd like to see Gaimin maybe get involved in these rounds a little bit earlier on in the piece. It seems that so their sight holds and their map control aren't really working out for them. So, you know, can we get Spoxy on a line where he's actually able to find an opening pick? Or, yeah, can we take control room as Lionclaw has now just done? In saying that, he's on his own. And this is a lot of map territory to hold on to solo. So I am glad to see Flex coming across there to help out. I think they need to be a little bit more proactive in taking some of that map control, that territory away from Anubis and making them work for it, because they've been getting wood and they've been getting control room really, really easily so far on this blacklist side, Anubis.
Zane. We're worried about the current situation. We're Gaimin Gladiators. Good angle for Lion Claw. Always one that could get caught off, though, of course, so you need to be careful. There's the information. A couple of players in front of him. And now, C4 not picked up yet. It's all causing some ruckus across the map with the presence of Jaguar outside A. He's had a bit of a rough few rounds, though, ever since that restart.
Yeah. But all you really need is him to, like, get one, and Anubis have definitely got the chops to get the rest of it. It's been going well. Zane, we get the opener onto Jaguar, but nothing else happening on A. It's the hold on B, and Spoxy's watching the wrong direction. He needs help from the B defenders, and he does get it. Lion Claw will double it down and make amends for it. It is Sad now solo, and he's very low, so probably living up to his name here, as he is quite disappointed that that round's going to go the way of Gaimin Gladiators. And after all the hard work that's been done by Anubis to kind of get them back to an even number situation. Once again, they're playing from behind.
Good little settler there. The gap's only one, so you're not going to feel totally comfortable, but again, it seems like they do like to just turn on the style a little bit more at the end of these games. Almost trying to hide their best before they need it.
Well, I think they need it now. Control room hold from Gaimin Gladiators. 3 players. It's a lot of numbers in one area of the map, and it does leave A severely undefended. Flex is going to have a little bit of a look in there. Spots out the info and tosses some nades back in the direction of Anubis. And Gaimin Gladiators are really, really hoping that this is going to be a rotate over towards B, but I'm not sure they're going to get it. Wood control taken. Where does Anubis go from here? Spoxy probably rather see them come B. That's a nice shot from him. There's the kill over at control room that they've been waiting for this whole time. And Gaimin Gladiators can finally spring into action as Spoxy's able to double down this round. It was a tenuous one at best. Gaimin Gladiators, they might still find a way to lose it. Dixie looking dangerous for a second. Will eventually fall in jail. And again, it is sad that his solo, he's got the C4. Could he be the hero for Anubis?
Surely not. Surely not. A site is currently clear. Could actually get it down. Gaimin Gladiators have fumbled a few moments on the A-bomb site so far this game. Surely not another one. We've got a couple of nades primed as well. In comes the first. That put Sad kind of stuck in the open. They're being pretty careful about this as well, to be fair. They're grouping up together as a 3. I don't think they're going to pounce as a 3 when the time is low. That's a good way to go about it. But they still need to win the duels, and finally the trade will come through. So that is the right way to do it. Don't push forward immediately. Don't make sure you do it together. Leave it until there's a time on the clock where he's forced to either go for the kills or plant. And a bit more patience taken means that they will get their 9th. But Flex gives something very aggressive, and already you'll get punished for it. So we're not done yet here for sure.
Alright. That's not the start that Gaimin Gladiators wanted to this round, because realistically speaking, obviously they have 2 bites of the cherry, but the way it's looking here is this round probably doesn't amount to much. So you've really only got 1 round to work with to try to close this map out. Unless we go into OT. Unless someone does something really special here. 3v5 is not something that you can be banking on.
No. Do they gamble? Play 3B, 3A. Hope that they just don't throw a player in toward one site to look for information. Then go for the rotation safely. We do have 2 around B at the moment, and the position that Spoxy's in is still pretty dangerous, to be fair. They are kind of going into the Lion's Den, but the Lion Claw won't do much damage, unfortunately. Spoxy and Raffin, though, this is now dangerous, because Jaguar is low HP. Comics is trying to chase him down, and will get that trade pretty comfortably in the end. C4 is pick-upable, retrievable, is a more commonly used English word, I would say. But Spoxy is good to do anything in these situations. He's always very dangerous. But again, it will be a good trade on him. Anubis will stay up.
Yeah, that was almost very scary, actually, because Spoxy is the kind of guy that could definitely get that done. And ultimately, you know, you give him the chance and he might take it away from you. But speaking of chances, chance for 1 more round right here from Anubis to push us through to overtime. And it makes for a very tantalizing prospect on this map for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's like a so near but yet so far factor, right? I mean, Anubis were in a great position in map 1. And suddenly, Gaimin Gladiators streaked to the finish line. Here it's been kind of a grind. One round here, 1 round there. Not necessarily one round everywhere. But they just need this one more.
Yeah, another pause coming out. Well, who does it favor, this pause? I don't know at this point. I think it's really up in the air how this final round is going to go. It has felt like a pretty close series, all things considered, so you do have to give some credit to Anubis for that one. Going up against the team that currently is sitting at the top of the standings. So I think Anubis have definitely achieved what they set out to do this season, and that has become a very real serious contender. There's no doubt about it that they have managed to do that. Can they push it even further and take this round off of Gaimin Gladiators and take us to overtime on map number 2?
Possibly. Flex actually choosing a different weapon as well. Actually, can't believe he's going for the shot. Oh my goodness. Can't believe he's going for the shotgun on what could be the last chance to get this one done in regulation. But Spoxy's already hit a tag and a clean nade kill on Dipsy. How's he managed that one then? That's unusual, and what a time for it to happen.
Yeah, you couldn't really ask for a better start to this round as Gaimin Gladiators, and especially given the fact that Flex is up to his usual business with the auto shotty in the vent. This is going to be a really unorthodox round for Anubis to try and negotiate. Dezane not seeing too much outside of A, but maybe just now cottoning on as he tosses his smoke out. Jaguar down the stairs. Dezane, though, able to handle that one nicely. He's got 2. That's fantastic anchoring work from Dezane, which puts this round squarely on the shoulders of Gaimin Gladiators, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a throw this time around. They let slip a couple like that, a 4v2, but not here, not at a 10-8 opportunity, and they get it done 2-0 today. Gaimin Gladiators will finish that one off.
We kind of said, didn't we, that we felt this game would be close. Funnily enough, in terms of maps, it's the easiest game that we've watched today. But I think, as we've seen, they were both very contestable, and especially map 2 in the end. I think that one could have gone either way, and Gaimin Gladiators will be ruining those mistakes. If they hadn't made those mistakes, it would have been a comfortable 10-6 or something. But yeah, I think they'll be looking back at those and be just a bit disappointed that they could have given themselves a little bit less stress, got some things to work on, maybe timings in late round, learning when to swing, when to hide, some of the trading that wasn't too good, of course, on that A-bomb site, that would be cursing them a little bit. But all they'll care about now is they've got it over the line, and they're now comfortable at the top of the league.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, there's still a few more matches yet to play for them. One later on this week against TBI, that should be pretty comfortable, and then GV for Gaimin Gladiators next week. So probably 2 matches that you'd expect that Gaimin Gladiators should get through pretty comfortably. And unfortunately for Anubis, I think that does it put them in the position where they're probably stuck in 4th. Yeah, more than likely, because unKnights was able to get themselves their win today. So if you're going to catch anyone, it was going to be unKnights, but they've got the win today, so they're going to step themselves up 1 game over you. I mean, we're in that interesting point of the season where it is kind of like fun to look at the standings and theorize about what could happen, this and that. But end of the day, I think we're probably pretty set, generally speaking. Having a look at the set summary here, Dezane and Raffin, the 2 riflers, doing a pretty good amount of work on that one. And unfortunately, again, for Anubis, just not quite enough. Another kill here or there could have really made the difference. And had that been a 9-9 maybe, or then even been a 10-8 their way. But not so this time, and still a little bit more work to do for Anubis before they can really tussle with the top teams.
Indeed, but there's one man who seemingly can always tussle with anyone in the league, and that is Mr. Spoxy. He started off this series by getting a 3k like that, and over the course of the game he was excellent. Got a little bit quiet for a small period on map 1, but it was only a period of maybe like 6 rounds. It wasn't really too big. He had a couple of kills here and there, which were impactful. Opening picks like that. We saw a collateral come through on map 2 as well, which you might see a replay of. Just the normal Spoxy performance that I'm very happy to watch. Always one of the most enjoyable to keep an eye on. And yeah, I think despite small mistakes by his team, there's a collateral, by the way, I believe. Despite small mistakes by his team, he, again, played excellently individually, and that's what we've come to expect from him over all of his time in this particular tournament, to be fair.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't know. I mean, I think, again, when we're talking about snipers in the West League, there's always going to be a discussion about who's the #1, and I think Spoxy making a really, really good case for himself this season. He's generally been a really consistent force, always having impact. I would actually say today's series was probably a little bit of a lower output game from Spoxy than what we've seen in previous couple of weeks, but still a pretty solid performance from him. And here's the updated standings. 12 games played for pretty much everyone at this point, and Gaimin Gladiators sitting out there on top with 10 wins themselves. And I don't expect that anyone's going to be able to catch them, again, knowing the teams that they have yet to play this season. So they probably will take first seed out of this season. Sets them up, obviously, quite nicely to go into those playoffs. Not only that, but also get those CFS points on the board. That can qualify you through to EWC. It can qualify you through to CFS as well. Yeah. So lots of big dubs being put together here by Gaimin Gladiators. They're setting themselves up nicely for 2025 in the same vein as what they did in 2024. And right there behind them, of course, is ROC and unKnights behind them as well. And then, interestingly, in the middle of the pack, things have kind of like become less close, let's just say. I think Anubis have very much put themselves with their head above the water here, and GV and Entropy are just sort of trying to play doggy paddle and survive, and then TBI and 999 are unfortunately on the ocean floor, and they're definitely not getting out of those depths. So it's been a pretty interesting season, and a couple of changes, I guess, have come to CFWL this year, which is kind of cool to see.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I'm quite disappointed that TBI didn't, improve a little bit this season, because I think they always looked like they're a pretty passionate team, and they've kind of, to be languishing that low and to have lost to 999 as well is a really rough look for them over the course of the season. But the right teams are in the right places, I would say, at this current point. They all seem spot on. So unfortunately, we didn't have a in-person desk for you today, but we've managed to deal with the broadcast over the course of the last however many hours. I don't even know how long it's been, but I'm sure Jordan wants some sleep now. So I'll let him go, and we'll let you guys go as well. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys very soon for more Crossfire action. Good night.